Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Takes a snap. Kirk looks, sails it. Drake there. Caught! Touchdown Atlanta! Drake London for the first time in 14 games. He stands in the end zone, and the Falcons have tied the game.
Misery loves company, at least I do. And if I'm going to be miserable and the Cowboys fan base is going to be miserable, then let's get a Philadelphia Eagle stunner last night on Monday Night Football to start off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, Atlanta radio with the call as the Eagles had a 97.6% chance to win that football game last night, yet primetime Kirk Cousins pulls out a shocker.
You can't lose to Kirk.
This team doesn't know how to lose
on a night game. You just can't do it. They had no business losing that football game, and that was just a coach not understanding numbers. That's all that was. Not understanding numbers and how to make the math and the analytics work. Because you can't just willy-nilly say, "Oh, I'm going to use my gut here." You either use the numbers or you don't. Use them every time, or you never use them at all. And he went for it on 4th and 4 early, and then decided to kick the field goal on 4th and 3 late. Can't do it like that. You either do it. You either go for it both times, or you go for it neither.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, yeah,
it's like in blackjack, right? You know, you're up against a 7, and you've got a 16. You either go for it every time, or you never go for it.
It's not like with blackjack. I know you had your cool analogy you thought of, and you were really proud of it. But
I know you're like Troy Aikman and just an old man.
Yeah, well, I know I actually watch it, and you just look at a computer screen.
Y'all know Philly lost, right? Calm down, guys. Calm down.
Yeah, it's just
I believe. Let me rebuttal. You had your little rant. With blackjack, I believe you have to do that because of the deck and the cards that are in there, and you maintain the same strategy until the shoe is reset and done. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the overall, point of going for it, not going for it with the different decisions. But if I go for it, this is what coaches always say. If I go for it 3 times in the game on 4th and 4 and I fail because it's clear I can't block someone up front, it's clear that this wide receiver's dropping the football or my quarterback is off that day, I can see changing that approach the 4th time you do it. If the first 3 times failed, then I don't know if I'm necessarily going to be married to the same strategy.
You get an injury, things change, right? Absolutely. Yeah, things change because now the numbers change.
I'm a little surprised that you're taking this path because I was expecting you to say the play call worked. Saquon should have caught the football. and that's game over. Screw you, Alec Medford. Screw you, Saquon Barkley, because that cost me in our fantasy matchup.
Did you have Saquon?
I was going up against his kicker. So Saquon gets the first down. That's game over. Kneel downs. Instead, they get the extra 3 points to go up 6. I lose by 1 or 2. I'm getting screwed in this whole fantasy league.
Yeah,
But what I was thinking you were going to say is the play call worked. I'm not going to sit there and question it because Saquon dropped the football. Nick Sirianni's call worked. You know what I mean? It was Saquon who dropped it. Now, you introduced the possibility of the ball being dropped, especially to Saquon Barkley. 16 drops over the last 4 seasons, the most of any running back. I don't disagree with you, like, totally. I just don't know if I do it the first 4 times.
Yeah.
Because we always say this about Mike McCarthy. Yo, man, what is your strategy? What's your mindset throughout the entire season? Are you going to go for the 4th downs? Are you going to not go for the 4th downs? But I was expecting you to give him a pass because Barkley dropped it.
I do give him a pass for that. I mean, ideally, in that situation, your number one thing on 3rd and 3 is try to get the first down. Right? You're trying to get the first down and the game.
Yep.
What I would have done is maybe run it twice there. If, like go into it knowing, hey, we're going to go for it on. So that I think what he did was the reason they passed it is because they were planning on kicking. Whereas if you knew they were going to go for it on 4th down, on 3rd down and 3rd and 3, you got 2 running plays. Keep the clock going or make them burn because they were out of timeouts, I think, at that point. So just keep the clock going. That's what they could have done. Now, it wouldn't have mattered because Atlanta scored about 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they didn't even need all that time. But, yeah, I would have probably run it twice there, but that's a perfect play.
95% to 90%, the analytics show if the Eagles went for it on 4th and 3 after the 4th down drop, kicking the field goal on 4th and 3 following the 3rd down drop their percentages 5%. I'm
still 90.
I'm old school with it, and I'm like, hey, Kirk Cousins isn't going to do this. The Falcons' offense is broken. Make them score a touchdown on you and win the game. But then you have to take into account what type of defense are you going to play. And the Eagles, Bobby, thankfully, with Big Dom on the sidelines, was calling the wrong type of defense because they went right down the field.
Yeah, they marched right down the field. It was something that I went back after the game was over and watched the Manning cast for, I picked up at the 2-minute warning. I was like, I just want to see how they reacted to all the decisions that were made at the end. And Peyton and Matt Ryan both said something that I thought was interesting, where they said that when you've got a guy that's in a new offense or somebody like Kirk Cousins who had not looked comfortable all night, the last thing you want to see is them in 2-minute offense. Because, it's all basic concepts. It's all the stuff that you're familiar with. It's out routes and posts. It's just simple. You're lining up. You're playing it. And he's like, they allowed Kirk Cousins, by being able to get into this 2-minute offense, Kirk Cousins was able to be as comfortable as he had been all night because it's stuff he's familiar with. It's stuff that he's able to lean into.
Sirianni is getting roasted. That D-bag face. I was thinking he was possibly going to go ahead and change a little bit this year, but he can't contain himself. He can't help it. Running down the sidelines, the Gardner Johnson, and all the old slow motion clips and memes got brought up, and Sirianni's getting killed and asked, why did you do what you did passing on 3rd and 3?
In that scenario, I was thinking they might not have any timeouts there, but obviously they did with the incomplete pass. That would have came down to maybe a minute, and so we wanted to go up 6 points, and it didn't work. So, the decision to pass it there, again, like I said, where they were junking it up inside, with it being 4th and 3 to go for it, I thought. With them not having any timeouts, I wanted them to be down a touchdown and see if they could drive the field, and they did. Hats off to them.
What is their process now? If Kellen's calling plays, is Sirianni just saying go for it, or is he saying go for it and dial up a pass play? Is he getting that specific, and then Kellen's got it? Because I would assume if he said go, I would assume his thing would be go for it, because we're kicking it on 4th down, so just get me a play that gets me a first down, and then Kellen call the pass.
It's going to be go for it. Jalen end up running like the high school offense that we saw last night. Jalen, just go ahead and break, contain, and run until you end up getting hurt and end up stumbling with a piano on your back. Early on, I was like, he's running like he's pregnant. And then he broke free. Yeah. Throughout the night and picked up a lot of yards on the ground.
I assume like Garrett used to say, well, it's a conversation. It's just There is no one decision maker. It's
and a lot of
groupthink.
times it is just, hey, go for it here, or they'll say, hey, be really mindful here what you're calling on third down because I want to go for it on fourth. Like they'll have certain conversations like that, but the way Sirianni made it sound, and I don't know if he's just trying to cover and take blame. The way Sirianni made it sound was that he said, hey, Kellen, call a pass on third down. We're kicking it on fourth.
So are you in agreement with Choppy that they should have run the football? Then you either go for, and then what do you do if you come up short? Are you going for it again, or are you kicking a field goal to go up 6?
I run the football, and then I see how close. Am I fourth?
Let's say it's 4th and 2.
Probably going for it with them. Like the way that they were able to get the tush push to work last night. Like I'd probably go with their setup, but I mean fourth and 1, I'm definitely going for it. 4th and 2, I'm thinking like it's a little bit more of a conversation because to me it's like a kickoff. You are going to give them the ball at the 30 with the way the new rules are. Most likely they're going to be at the 30, whereas right there they're taking over from the 5 with no timeouts left and clock's been run down more.
Yeah. Also, what going up 6 does is it forces more aggressiveness on their part. Like if they're just down 3 because you didn't get the first down.
Yeah.
Like Bobby said, they got to go 95 yards, but also their number one goal is just getting a field goal range. Then you take your chances in overtime. Whereas this, they knew they had to go for the touchdown. So it's a little bit different. It changes your mindset a little bit, and that's a good point by. Was it Manning and Ryan that said that you want to really get a quarterback comfortable, put them in a 2-minute offense.
Yeah.
Pepe, the Tolos have asked you to start spying on Filthy. Again, misery loves company. What's it sounding like early on?
The hosts have jumped ship. They're saying this is a mediocre football team. The guy said win or lose. I said this was going to be a mediocre football team from the whole year. And so I was like, okay, that's golden right there. Had a couple callers. I think that we can piece something together here. But so far, it's been just angry hosts right now.
And this has to suck big time for Sirianni, who was on the hot seat last year. Many people thought that he and Mike McCarthy were both going to go, maybe even Brian Daboll as well. And now you're going to have this haunt you. This is a haunting loss with the way this happened at the end.
Yeah, I mean, this was, we talked about the
Don't get me wrong, people are already going to bring this up. Would you rather lose like the Cowboys or the Eagles? I'd rather lose like the Eagles because now I have major questions about my entire football team versus just game management.
So ESPN analytics and next gen stats and everything like that, they'll all have their different percentage chances of winning. Like their models are all a little different. Next gen stats had it with 1:56 left in the fourth quarter. The Falcons had 0.7% chance of winning. It was less than 1%. I mean, that is.
Then they try to screw it up with the Drake London celebration. I don't know whether it was firing gunshots into the air.
It was a gun.
Idiots. What an idiot. Stop being stupid.
Oh, it's hilarious, too, because they go over to Raheem Morris, and the official's trying to explain to him, and they've got this shot of Raheem, like the official looking at Raheem Morris and going like what do you want? He can't shoot a gun. Like, we can't have him doing that.
Yeah, he's mimicking it. And then I'm like, this would be classic Philly. Now they're pushed back to 48. And then Peyton Manning brought up a really interesting point about field position.
Oh, yeah. He on the Manning cast, he was, and I don't know how this is different now that you've got the new kickoff rules. Like, I don't know if enforcement is the same sort of options that you've had in the past. But if it is, Peyton had talked about when the penalty happened, he's like, I'm not taking that on the kick or on the field goal. Like, give me that on the kickoff. Make him kick it from the 20, like with the way the new rules are, and get yourself better field position. I would much rather have the field position on the other end than a 45-yard extra point, which a lot of these kickers are showing these days they can just make in their sleep.
877-881-1053. The Eagles lose in Filthy to the Atlanta Falcons, who looked lifeless throughout the entire night.
Yeah, they really did. Real quick on that extra on the kickoff, if they move it from the 20, does all the other players move back 15 yards too?
I think. I don't know. Again, this is such a new rule. We haven't seen enforcement yet of this kind of thing. I'm not sure which way it would go, but I would think they would have to move them back.
That would be a game changer. But yeah, the Falcons looked lifeless in this game. I mean, they didn't.
Other than Bijan,
yeah,
they didn't offer much. Philadelphia was. I mean, they weren't great either, but they were at least in control. For a large part of the game.
Were you watching Philadelphia last night again with that Cowboys comparison in the back of your mind, being like, "All right, they're going to win the East"? This is a problem in facing them. This is what they do. I was happy to see their run defense with what Bijan was doing to them. I know you said the Manning-cast was calling out Philadelphia's defense at certain points in times. I know Gardner Johnson came up with a big play, but there was nothing I saw and took off his helmet.
Yes.
There was nothing I saw last night that made me say, all right, they're definitely winning the East.
But
to be fair, A.J. Brown out, and he's going to be out for a few weeks. Add Deebo Samuel to the injury list as well in the NFC and Cooper Kupp.
What I saw yesterday, I don't know that I thought, well, Philly's definitely winning the East, but I did say the Philly's a bad matchup for Dallas. Like the stuff that they were doing, running the ball and having success with, I do think like that's probably going to challenge them. And look, Kellen's going to have an idea of some of the ways that he wants to attack them and the things that he wants to do. And so I do think Philly itself, that is the impression I just take. Not that Philly's great, but that Philly and Dallas, those are going to be two really tough games for Dallas this year.
I don't think that they're head and shoulders above anybody in the NFC East. Like, I mean, outside of the two bottom feeders, like they're not head and shoulders above the Cowboys. Are they better than them? I mean, they have a tough matchup, maybe. I mean, they're tough. Like, they're just a tough team. Like, they're a team that you feel the next day that you played them because they're going to bruise you up a little bit.
Mike, go ahead, sorry.
I think they split. I mean, I think they split game like they always do.
Micah Parsons is here to settle everyone down. And just how bad was the grading for the Cowboys' embarrassment against the Saints? Let's see if it's a little bit better than maybe we thought on Sunday. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
Like snakes in Sean's yard.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
September 27th through October 20th. Get your tickets at bigtex.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys licking their wounds from what happened on Sunday. This is Sean and RJ with the 6 a.m. Club, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Some leftovers before we move forward to a monster matchup, a desperation game for the Baltimore Ravens, coming in here on Sunday on this radio station for your full coverage. Jerry Jones this morning live at 8:30. The Saints had 432 total yards and scored 44 points while holding the ball for half the game against Mike Zimmer's defense. Last time the Saints did that, 2020, against a Mike Zimmer Minnesota Viking defense.
Oops.
Saints have scored 91 points through 2 games, fourth highest total in NFL history through 2 weeks. Just the third team in history to score at least 44 in 3 straight games. Alvin Kamara, with the Saints running back totaling 180 yards and 4 touchdowns, also had 172 scrimmage yards and 6 touchdowns on Christmas Day. 5th player in the Super Bowl era with multiple games of at least 150 scrimmage yards and 4 touchdowns, and the Cowboys become just the 5th team in the Super Bowl era to give up at least 44 in 2 consecutive home games. Before Sunday, last home game came in a 48-32 wild card loss, of course, to the Packers, and PFF, I imagine, RJ, was not kind in grading out this football team.
I mean, define kind, right? That's what we're looking for. They had, let's see, it was about as poorly as you can get. So after 2 weeks, the Cowboys ranked 23rd in overall grade. Now, they had a really good grade the first time. This one was just quite poor. They were given an overall team grade of 51.7.
Ooh.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all. And if you go, position by position, the
and
worst.
We're grading that like a report card, like 50 is an E?
An E?
Yeah. E, D, E.
F, right? You had E's?
Yeah, we had E's.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. An E, you got an E.
I feel like you're screwing with us. Are you
Communist
serious?
school is that?
Why are we going A, B, C, D, F? In Maryland, we just follow the alphabet,
I've never heard of that.
I'm totally thrown.
Got an E.
So, anything above, 67 is considered in the green, which is, starter level. They had 3 that were really, really poor, all defensively. They had a 29 coverage grade, a 35 run defense, and an overall 31 defense. Tackling was pretty decent, 70. Pass rush was mid. Special teams were a 90. Okay, so that's from the overall standpoint. Now,
way to go, Bones.
If you go a little bit deeper, highest graded player on offense got a 76. That was Luke Schoonmaker.
Okay, Bobby, you gave him a star up yesterday.
Nice one-handed catch. Filling in for Ferg. Dak can make any tight end money. I think we've figured that one out. Now that's with a pass block grade in the 30s for him, which is dreadful.
For Schoon?
For Schoon. Okay. But I don't know how many pass rush plays he had. Maybe Bobby was onto something with the Dak hate because he was the lowest graded starter on offense with a grade of 53.
Whoa.
So, everybody else was, kind of in the mid there. You had...
Yeah, but Bobby was, I think, punishing Dak more for his checks and his decisions. They're not factoring that in. They can't.
No, they can't. They can't.
I think they do at times, and they don't know. That's part of the reason why a lot of people have issues with PFF grades, is because it's they're trying to factor things that they can't know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. CD, Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, Schoonmaker, those were the 4 highest. They all had grades of 68 or higher. Everybody else between 65 and 53 on the offense. Now we get to the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Micah had an 86 grade. Okay, 86.2.
And Bobby, you went back, rewatched it, and you agree.
Not with an 86, whatever that means. But no, he was better than I thought. I don't think he was like a game wrecker. I don't think he was like great, but he played a decent game.
My big concern with him in that game was he getting blown off the ball in run defense? Was he a no-show? Was he a target from Clint Kubiak? The answer is no.
No, they did a really good job scheming, like operating around him, like identifying him, chipping him, understanding like, okay, he's over here. We're going to shift the play over here. We're going to do this and that. Clint Kubiak did a really great job going, I can't just stop Micah Parsons all day. I'm going to scheme around him and scheme around his aggressiveness.
So, again, the 86th grade, I don't know how they come up with that because his run defense was a 77, tackle was a 72, pass rush was a 76. Though
sounds like an E.
That does not add up to 86, but whatever. Damone Clark was the second highest graded starter.
Oh, so Mike Zimmer was right. Playing him over Overshown that much.
He was the only one that would have been in the starter category along with Micah Parsons on defense. Tank was a 62. That's a reserve. Everybody else was a 54 or below from a starter standpoint.
Wow.
Kendricks was a 53.8. Diggs a 51.7. Donovan Wilson a 51.
We didn't talk about these safeties. We're not going to talk about these safeties a lot unless it's a glaring play, like, I don't know, the first one to Shaheed. When your team gets torched like this with the run game, we got to talk about the safeties a little bit more. Where the hell were they at?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of the run stuff is...
Where's Jamal?
A lot of the run stuff was you getting just abused in the trenches, in the front four. The front four absolutely ruined some stuff for you. I will say, because I don't think I have this in the 720, the big throw to Shaheed where Hooker and them got... Kalen Carson's supposed to knock him off his route, and he didn't. Carson was supposed to jam him, was supposed to hit him, was supposed to do something to slow him getting into Malik Hooker's zone, and he didn't do that. So Hooker, I think, I'm going to give him not a full pass, but Hooker deserves a little bit of a break for he was expecting a jam or something to knock him off the route so that he didn't just get a free run into the seam, and he didn't get it because Carson didn't jam him.
5 starting defensive players had grades under 40. Carson 39, Osa 37, Leafau 34, Mozzie a 30, Hooker a 30. Overshown had a 79 tackle grade, very good tackle grade. Run defense was not very good according to them, 47, and then coverage a 63, but the tackle grade was pretty good.
So PFF lighten up the Cowboys. Stephen Jones yesterday was on with a KMC masterpiece and gave his thoughts on the embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, I mean, this is the NFL, and we've all had these days. Certainly didn't see it coming. Very disappointing. But, at the same time, we've got a lot of confidence in this team. We got confidence in, Coach Zimmer. Obviously, that was a tough outing yesterday for the defense in terms of, how the Saints executed. And, hats off to them. They did the younger Kubiak did a real nice job there for the Saints, and they executed and, were pretty much flawless on their first 6 possessions. So, those are things that we've got to tighten up and got to go to work. And I'm confident that, that we'll get the job done. Mike's been in this league a long time and very confident in this football team, our personnel, and, we'll get out here and we'll correct things and make the adjustments we need to make and move forward.
How much concern with your brand new coordinator's defense?
Yeah, I just think in general he did a lot of work, not unlike some other coaches that sit out a year, and he knows this game well. He's been a very successful coordinator, a very successful head coach, and have all the confidence in the world that he's going to put these guys in the right spot. He did a great job the first week, and we just came up against a Saints team that's hot, and they obviously had a very successful outing to start the season, and we just got to continue to our players and coaches getting on the same page in terms of what we need to do to execute the defense and get the job done.
Well, KNC said he would use the word execute, and I heard it a lot in those 2 answers. They're going to hope, and I think I'm going to hope, that the New Orleans Saints are a significant factor this year. And he already mentioned more on that later, but he already said we ran into a red-hot team. Oh, 2 weeks in, red hot. You saw what they did to Carolina, so they're going to try to use it's the NFL and the Saints are on fire. We ran into a juggernaut to try to flush this one.
Is that going to be universal messaging? You think we're going to get the same thing at 8:30 this morning?
Yep, I think. And they're in the PR meeting, sitting down with Mr. Tad. It was like, all right, these are going to be the 3 big bullet points to go to.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's...
Hey, these teams are good out here now. They pay their players, too.
Yeah, right. And look,
they put their pants on one leg at a time.
I completely understand the idea of it's week 2. Like you've got to kind of hold the line a little bit after. You don't want to look like you're panicking. Because that sends panic within the organization, too, I would imagine. It sends panic within the locker room and everywhere else. And so if they were to come out and give no vote of confidence after they played really well against Cleveland for the most part, and then they come back here and they have a dud, I think the messaging makes sense. Now, if you go out there and it looks like Mike Nolan's defense against the Ravens this weekend, it's going to get loud fast about the defense and about the run defense and what they're able to do.
I mean, that's a tough matchup. They see the Ravens every 4 years. It's not like they see them all the time, and they're accustomed to them, and they play them twice a year. I think you have a much better handle on Baltimore if you see them twice a year. If you don't see that, and now you're forced and you're tasked with Lamar Jackson,
NFL version of Navy.
Yeah, it really is, right? I mean, it really is. I mean, like that's or Georgia Tech. When they were with Paul Johnson. Yeah, it's a tough system to play against, and especially if you're getting gashed with the run, and that team loves to run the ball. I mean, that's a tough spot.
I don't know who got to Micah Parsons, how they got to Micah Parsons, but somebody got to Micah Parsons with a leadership injection, a maturation injection, because he went on his pod and tried to settle everyone down and take accountability.
My biggest takeaways from that game, one, the effort was not there by all 11. It doesn't matter who plays well, who didn't play well. The effort by all 11 wasn't there. The basic fundamentals of the game of football was not there. And, at the end of the day, you have a standard of who you are during training camp and throughout this process to get you ready for the season. We didn't uphold that standard. That wasn't the Dallas Cowboys that I saw or I knew that showed up last week. It was not the same team this week. Was it the preparation? What was it? I don't know, but I'm determined to get this thing right. As you said, I'm trying to step up this year. I'm trying to be that guy for our team, and we have to be a whole lot better. And it's going to start. It started today. I feel like we made a big jump. Obviously, breaking down the film is hard to watch. At the end of the day, coming on to the show, coming out live, it's hard to talk about the losses. It's hard to take it. But anyway, we got to take this loss and learn from it, right? It's early in the season. It's kind of reminders to the Broncos a couple of years ago, Arizona last year. But the championship's not won right now. We got a whole lot of time to get this together. We got a whole lot of time to keep getting better. And this is going to be a big week to kind of get better.
He is just reading off all the leadership cue cards, and he's hitting every one. I like hearing it.
I don't know that I agree with his first point, though, where he said that the effort wasn't there. I didn't see quit. Like when I was watching it live, when I was watching it back, I didn't see them looking like they were quit.
Well, I did say, look at the way we attack blocks. And again, that's why it's so important to listen versus read. When I first read him saying this after the game, I was like, oh, he's calling out someone defensively. He's calling out one or a few people of our effort wasn't there. But then you hear it, he's like, all 11.
Yeah.
All 11 effort was not there.
Yeah, and to me, I think by the end of the game, a lot of what maybe some people saw as effort was they were physically beat up. I think they were fatigued. Like, I just don't think they had it. And so I think that they were locked in. It's just they got beat by a team that right now is just better than them.
What are they doing in Carolina? The shocking news of Bryce Young being benched. Tua is not going anywhere. And do you want the Titans head coach in your press conferences here on 105.3 The Fan after he destroyed his young quarterback around the rest of the NFL? Then a college football kegger at 7 next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, us.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
I'm listening special Sunday, September 29th on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
3 receivers and Barkley in the backfield. Atlanta going to bring 4 this time. Try to get there. Hurts his hit as he throws. Bates talking. Jesse Bates interception. Yeah. With 32 seconds left, Jesse Bates comes up with the interception, and Atlanta, in the thick of the night, has stolen one from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Woo! Man, that was worth staying up for. I was staying up for my fantasy matchup. Screw you, Alec Medford. But it was worth it with the Philadelphia Eagles losing a stunner, a 97% chance to win, and some sites have it even higher. Kirk Primetime Cousins. Look, Cousins, we need to change the narrative about him in terms of the clutch factor and then also winning when the lights are on, because he, with the go-ahead touchdown pass, 34 seconds left in the game, that's his 15th one in the fourth quarter or overtime. That's the most of any quarterback over the last 5 years.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's
and he did it from under center.
Yeah.
He was not in the shotgun all night like Warren Sharp was worried about.
So Pepe has been spying on Filthy Radio. We'll see what tiers we can piece together a little bit later on in the show. College football kegger at 7. Texas is #1 with a new quarterback, and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But how about the news that came down yesterday as the Carolina Panthers, 24 hours prior, Dave Canales stands up there and says Bryce Young is our quarterback. Yesterday, breaking news, Andy Dalton, the Red Rifle, is taking over 3 games in.
Yeah, and this was very surprising yesterday because of the comments that Canales had made the day before, where he mentions that he is the guy. He's the starter. Okay, fine, right? I think this 100% was a Dave Tepper situation.
The owner,
who is a meddling lunatic.
New Dan Snyder.
The new Dan Snyder. I don't know what it is about the I-95 core. Are they even on I-95? I don't even know. Charlotte's on 95.
It's those E grades, man.
Those E grades. Yeah, he's in the E grade states. This is what's going on here.
They do things a little differently.
Differently, because it's very hard for me to believe that the head coach gives the statement that he is the guy 22 hours prior, and then all of a sudden has a complete, and I mean a complete about face.
He also would not answer a question about Tepper's involvement.
Correct. Wouldn't answer it. I mean, that to me that tells you everything, right?
So my first initial reaction to this is, you guys are stupid. What are you doing? And why would the owner not want to continue to try to force the #1 pick to succeed and get even more reps? Unless he's terrified of the fan base bailing and he thinks he can try to save the season with people showing up with attendance. But I'm like, I'm the owner. I want the number one pick out there. No offense to Andy Dalton. I've heard great stories about him here in the Metroplex. Behind the scenes, great guy, nice guy. We already know what Andy Dalton is, and he's even older. So why would you do this? And then I read some messages that Bobby was exchanging with someone in the know, and it comes down to that confidence factor. Now, do you want to break him? Do you think he can be broken? Let's look at his weapons now and what he's been given and afforded. Adam, friend of the show, Thielen.
He's not young.
He's not young.
No.
Adam Thielen, McCaffrey, gone. DJ Moore, gone. What have you given him to build around? What have you drafted around him? I was still stunned over the news. Over the news 2 games in.
I mean, look, and is it the right decision? It's a great question. Was the decision made by the owner, or was it made by the tape? It was made by the tape. And look, I mean,
and is it fine if the owner is also the general manager?
That's right,
It's
absolutely.
a GM decision.
Yeah. Now he's been the most sacked quarterback since last season. His release time to get the ball out is 24th or lower in the league over the 2 years that he's played. His air yards in 2023, he was 57th in the NFL among all quarterbacks with 3.3 air yards. Along with DeVito, Daniel Jones, Cooper Rush, and Heineke. Only one of those players remains a starter in the league. Young this year have gone down to 2.8 yards. 2.8 air yards. And he is dead last in efficiency, dead last behind Bo Nix. He is like awful this year. So that's nothing like to argue with, right? He's been bad. Is this the right move?
Yeah, because I mean, the idea is, are you going to work through some of these issues? Are you going to let him grow through them? Especially when it's a bad team. It's not like you're going to put Dalton in here and it's like, well, we got to salvage our season. We got to be a playoff team, so we got to put Andy Dalton in here. You're not going anywhere. So, like, ultimately, is it worth the risk?
What are you trying to save?
Is it worth the risk of jeopardizing his mentals and jeopardizing his confidence, and instead of just letting him work through some of this stuff? It's like the question we had earlier this season with Wyatt Langford. Like, does it make sense to like potentially kill his confidence by saying, hey, you know what, nice run, kid, you should just like stay in the minors and work things out? Or do you let him work through some of that stuff up here? And so for Bryce Young, I mean, he's not been good. So he has the second most 20-yard, like air yards in terms of air yards. He has the second most 20-yard attempts without a completion in the NFL this season. He's got 4. He's 0 for 4 on 20-plus air yards. You know who's number 1? Caleb Williams. He is 0 for 10. And those 2 are by far ahead of the rest of the league in terms of complete or incompletions with 20 air yards.
What was the stat on the number 1 pick being replaced like this?
It's the first time since 1967 that the number 1 pick has been replaced due to non-injury reasons in his second season. Like, has been benched.
Wow. Unless I know that he's broken mentally, he has to continue to play. He has to continue to be out there.
Yeah.
And I have to try to get some help around him.
Yeah.
But look, I missed on Kyler, because of the stature thing with the size, but I didn't miss with this guy. He's so small.
He's very small, and he
He's
doesn't
so
run.
Small.
He doesn't run the way he could. I mean, he's a much better. I mean, he was very smooth in college. He had the ability to move, but he's while other young quarterbacks kind of take a leap, and like if you look at young quarterbacks who succeed quick. A lot of them can move because they're able to move the chains and do things with their feet. He has that ability. He just doesn't do it as much.
And the other smaller guys are more stout. They're thicker.
Yeah.
Kyler.
Baker. Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, Jaden Daniels, could there be a similar fate for his future with how rail thin he is? But then, Bobby, you said there was a 5-inch height difference.
Jaden Daniels is 6'4", so Bryce Young is 5'10", and he's skinny.
I did not realize he was 6'4".
Yeah.
When you're short and skinny, Daniels is kind of more like the size Goff was when he was coming out. Goff was tall and really thin. There were questions about Goff and how thin he was coming out.
He's still thin.
Yeah, I mean, he still is. But that's one of those where Bryce Young is an interesting case because he felt like the guy that was so just like, at very worst, he's going to be league average. But like maybe he's not got top 5 quarterback potential. Like Stroud was always the guy who had the higher ceiling. But in terms of like, what's the baseline here? What's the baseline? Bryce Young was supposed to be, that guy's going to come in and can contribute right away because he's so advanced.
The comparisons between C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young. C.J. passing yards, I'll give you the passing yards category. 46.02 to 31.22. TD to interceptions. 26-5 to 11-13. Completion percentage 65 to 59. Win-loss record 11-6 for C.J. 2-16 for Bryce Young.
Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold with the Panthers. 22 touchdowns, 19 picks. Since they've left there, they have 46 touchdowns to 14 interceptions.
Wow.
It's a toxic place to play.
Well, it is. But those are two guys that have kind of resurrected their career. Not even resurrected, like, yeah, they have. But it also shows that there are some guys, it just takes time. It just takes time to click. Now, if Sam Darnold may never click, it may just be because he had a 3-game stretch in Carolina where they were like 3-0. And then the bottom fell out. And the bottom may very well fall out here in Minnesota, too.
Tua said he's going to meet with neurologists and doctors, but right now the early reports are no plans to retire.
No plans to retire. I would be stunned if he's not in a Guardian cap the next time he goes out there. I don't know why he isn't. Like, he is the poster child for doing that. I think the Colts have a guy that's wearing one. That's the one guy that wears one in the NFL on a regular basis. That would make perfect sense to me if I'm Tua, but this is what football players do. Football players, it's very hard to get these guys to quit. They've trained their whole life for this.
Yeah.
You've got such a finite number of years to play, and you're not just going to leave. Like his family could say what they want. The NFL, the NFL, like, what are they going to do? They're going to tell nobody to sign him? They're going to force Miami to cut him?
They've never done that before. You say you got a finite number of years, but you also got a finite number of years to live and to
Mike McDaniel told him, you are also the starting quarterback of your family. It's a good line.
He had it's 4 concussions in 5 years. Like, that's a lot. And like the kind of, I was looking at some stuff yesterday about the connection between like concussions and CTE and stuff like that. So there's definitely a link. But a lot of it, Boston University had a big study in 2017 on it. They said that every year that you play in the NFL, for every year you play, you add a 30% risk that you'll get CTE.
Whoa.
Like for each year that you end up playing as it continues on. But there was a study in Canada in 2020 from
like with no history of the concussions, like just playing?
Yeah, just playing. Because they call them sub-concussive hits. And those are just the impact hits you're taking all the time that aren't concussion hits. But the Canadian Concussion Center released findings in 2020 that said in their study of former athletes, they found that 3 concussions over someone's lifetime increased the likelihood of CTE, and 4 concussions increased the likelihood of severe stages of CTE later in life. So this is already a big risk, obviously, playing the game of football. And then when you're to it and you've got 4 concussions in 5 years, like there's some troubling data about what that means about the end of your life.
The Texas Longhorns are number one with a brand new quarterback. Let's talk about it with the college football kegger here. With Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The college kegger is next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you on over to Frankel and Frankel. Hurt in a car or a truck wreck? Call Frankel and Frankel first. Mark and Scott Frankel are...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Split right with DeAndre Moore. Tight end is Gunnar Helm on second down. Hand off Weisner. In there, pulling it back in is Manning. Arch breaks a tackle. 50, 45 to the 30. Dare I say it? Say goodnight to it. 67 yards. Arch to the house.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Is he? Is he him? Arch Manning comes in for the injured Quinn Ewers, who has an oblique abdominal type injury that also affected his wrist somehow because he was flexing his wrist in a very Joe Burrow-like manner. Never seen somebody get hurt on a handoff, but it happened. And obviously it wasn't on the handoff. It was like, I'm going to try to stick it out. I'm going to hand this ball off. And then, ooh, that tugged a little bit. So
that was the wrist?
That was the oblique.
The oblique was on a throw, apparently.
Right.
Sark said yesterday that it was a throw that he threw and that he tried to gut it out and he couldn't, but that he actually injured it on a deep ball.
Yeah, but then I think he said, tried to, like you said, gut it out. And then on the handoff, right, you're extending, you kind of extend your core a little bit. It pulls. But yes, it did happen on the throw. So Arch comes in. Arch Manning came into this game 9 of 12, 223 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks, an average yards per attempt of 18.5, a QBR of a perfect 99.9. He also had 3 carries for 53 yards and a 17.5 average, including one for 67. Okay, so they count the sacks. In college, sacks count as a reduction of your rush yards. But you could not have asked for anything more from Arch Manning than the first time you saw him. Could not have asked for anything more. And because of that...
Did you get that extra boost of adrenaline as a Texas fan? You're like, here it is. This is the moment.
I was excited. I do think the box score looks a lot better than he actually played, though.
Well,
like, because I mean, like when you look at it, okay, so like one of them's like a quick screen that Isaiah Bond ran 60 yards. One of the other, like, I mean, wide open, just easy toss to the middle of the field that was like a 70-yard touchdown. That was another one.
It's UTSA, put in perspective. But
and he but in terms of like there wasn't, when he was asked to make like a throw in the face of pressure or whatever, those throws did not look good. Now he's young. I'm not saying anything like, well, he's going to be bad, he's going to be a bust now, but it's like the awareness of the pressure when it was coming and getting the ball out and making like a really impressive. I didn't see a whole bunch of like, whoa, what a throw right there. It was all stuff that was easy, pitch and catch, and the throws that he did try to make that were a little bit tighter, one of them almost got picked.
Now, there are 2 avenues to take here. One is you're patient because you play Louisiana Monroe and then Mississippi State, both at home. You should have no trouble beating either one of them. Then you have a bye week, and then you play Oklahoma on October 12th.
Shouldn't have trouble beating them either.
And the way they're right, so who knows? So you could be patient with Quinn and let him rest. The thing you're going to run into then is like, Arch is going to put up great numbers against Louisiana Monroe. Like, that's just the way it is, right? They're going to beat him up pretty badly, and probably the same thing for Mississippi State. And at that point, it's like, all right, are you going to go back? That's the question, because
it's not a question for me. You go back.
Oh, and I think Sark does go back.
Yeah.
But look, I think it's going into their careers, they were both literally the highest graded.
And I wanted Arch as just a sports fan. I want Arch.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
Yeah,
I want to see if the hype is realized. You go back to Quinn Ewers.
But the chatter's going to happen.
Yeah,
the chatter's going to happen. Sark, I think he's got a handle enough on the program where he's not going to just be brash and make a snap decision based on the chatter on orangebloods.com.
You're not going to make a snap decision in anything related to the Manning family. Especially with what like Sark's done to make sure that Arch ended up there. But I'll say this, is that when they were both perfectly graded prospects, like you mentioned, like the highest possible grade in recruiting, most people obviously thought Arch was the next one. Like, I think Arch was still viewed as a better prospect than Quinn.
Higher ceiling.
In terms of higher, it had a better shot. I think most people at Texas look at it now and say, not just now, Quinn will probably end up being the better quarterback at Texas.
Okay, so that's interesting because Arch has I don't believe Quinn has the ability to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, right?
I don't,
but I think
Arch does.
He's helping his stock a lot.
He is. He's a first-round pick, no doubt. Arch probably does. So maybe the ceiling's higher, but I'm with you guys. I would absolutely go back to Quinn.
He's so athletic, Arches. That one run was longer than all of Peyton Manning's rushing yards over the last 10 years of his career combined.
He's a 4.5.
He is a really impressive athlete.
Should we ask Peyton what he thinks, or just keep him to Morton and Hammond and Brown in Lubbock with their quarterback situation?
Yeah, tell us what you think about Graham Harrell, Peyton. What do you think of that?
Former Mean Green quarterback.
Actually, he probably loves this. The last time Texas was number 1 was when stupid Graham Harrell threw that touchdown pass to Michael Crabtree and beat Texas in Lubbock, and they haven't been number 1 since that day.
What would you do when Ewers is healthy?
You go back to Quinn, but I don't think you play him again till OU. Let Arch go out there. He's going to put monster numbers against UL Monroe. He's going to put monster numbers against Mississippi State. You let him play it out. But yeah, this is Quinn's team. Look, he was at Tuscaloosa last year, won that game. He was in the playoff, in the Big 12 championship game. He's been there, done that. Let Quinn finish it out.
Paul Feinbaum on ESPN on Get Up was asked, does this do anything for Texas's title hopes if Arch is the quarterback for the rest of the way?
I don't think they really change. I think he is equal to Quinn Ewers in terms of what he can do. Now, the one thing he doesn't have is the experience. And what would be maybe even more remarkable is that the Heisman favorite at this moment in time gets replaced and doesn't get his job back. I think he will get his job back because that's the way Sark rolls in Austin. But I don't think it really matters who the quarterback is in Austin. They are a really outstanding team, and they'll probably be the number one team in the country by the end of this day.
And they were. They did leapfrog Georgia and became the number one team in the nation because Georgia struggled with Kentucky, and they beat them 13-12 in a game in which Mark Stoops at midfield on 4th and 8 with 3 minutes to go decides to punt the ball back to Georgia. You ain't getting that ball back.
I upset the little minor gathering that I had that turned into a Canelo fight watch party that I was not trying to plan. But when you have the group together that I did, they're like, no, I got to see the fight. Got to see Canelo. I'm like, I just beat up on some bum again. And then while the prelims were breaking, I'm like, something is wrong with this Georgia score. Like, I don't understand what's happening. Georgia and Kentucky are close, y'all. So I kept changing it to Georgia and Kentucky until I saw the 4th down decision.
Yeah, that was it's a terrible decision, and Mark Stoops won't take any kind of accountability for it. But that is what it is. So Texas jumps them. They're number one.
They punted.
As they should be, by the way. And I know I'll get the Texas homer angle from some people, but legitimately, given what Georgia did and how consistently Texas has been beating everybody down, Texas needs to be number one.
They
right now.
absolutely deserve to be number one. They're I don't believe there's a question about it. So Texas 35 first place votes, Georgia 23, Ohio State 5. Bama's 4, Ole Miss 5, Tennessee and Missouri. So the SEC again, 6 of the first 7 in the AP poll.
By the way, one last thing on Arch. RG3 tweeted something that he's catching heat for. I'm trying to understand it. He tweeted the black delegation has drafted Arch Manning. He was obviously making his reference to the legendary racial draft on the Chappelle Show. But I'm trying to figure this out. Explain this to me like I don't know.
Like I'm stupid. Like explain why people are mad? Or
explain the tweet?
Oh, I think he's okay.
And yes.
I think what he's getting at is Arch is very athletic. I think that's what he's getting at with what he's saying.
Okay.
Just like it's like when Michael Irvin, you were actually at ESPN when this happened. Michael Irvin got in trouble years ago on the Dan Patrick Show, where when Romo first got into the lineup and was playing and was really athletic, Michael made some comment about, boy, you see that athleticism makes me think one of his ancestors got in the barn with somebody, and that got him suspended.
I remember that.
But it's a similar sort of. I think it's an athleticism.
He's basically saying that's a bad white boy.
Yeah, exactly. It's. But I mean, get over it. It's nothing to freak out about.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Arch is up to 7th in the Heisman voting now, by the way.
In the odds?
Are you joking?
I'm not joking. So Quinn's off the board. Now, Quinn was like, he's off the board. You can't bet him right now at MGM or whatever. But Cam Ward's number 1, Jackson Dart, Milroe, I Am a Believer, Gabriel, Carson Beck, Arch.
Where's DJ Uiagalelei?
He is not there.
Damn.
You mean Daniel Jones, ukulele?
That list. Travis Hunter is. And Travis was the kind of the jumping point here for Deion Sanders. Now, Braden Fowler Nicolosi is the quarterback for Colorado State. He went to Aledo. Okay, he's from here.
Oh.
All right, he is. They moved here during COVID, I think, because they were from California or something. They moved here so he could play, and so he went to Aledo, and now he's the quarterback of Colorado State. Well, he goes over to the sideline, kind of bumps into Travis, and does the too short. He puts his hand down, does the too short.
Yes.
And Deion, I don't know if Deion is self-aware or not, but he after this, I think it's obvious he not.
At the end of the first half, their quarterback ran out of bounds, bumped into Travis, told him he was too small.
How stupid is that? This is Travis Hunter. Dude, this is Travis Hunter. This is Travis Hunter. Like, who does that? I wouldn't allow my kids to do that. And y'all know that. And that ought to be said. But when you allow kids to sit in an interview and talk against us, and you just got beat by 50-something that we won, come on, dog. Somebody help me here. Am I missing something? Straight up. Tell me. I don't see where that's done in sports. That has to be allowed. Ain't nobody crazy enough to sit up there and say nothing like, hey, who does that?
All right, two things. Number one, no one hypocrites like Dion. My kids don't trash talk. We know what brand of watch your son wears when he held it up to every end zone last year.
That's not talking, though. That's just showing them something.
Yes. Shador talked back to this quarterback in the post game. We know that they all talk nonstop. What Dion is right about is how crazy this interview was from the player.
So this is Fowler Nicolosi and then Torrey Horton, who were making this video about last year's game. Remember, last year's game went to overtime. It was a great game in Colorado. It's a fantastic game, great atmosphere, night game. This thing kept me up till about 1 a.m. But in this interview, man, these two Colorado State kids went after Colorado, and they got what they had coming to them in this game.
We owed them one, and that's just something that's been sitting on everybody, mind since we came back from break. We owe them, and we walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys, and they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world, and this ain't no Cinderella story, so we coming for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
Damn!
This is why
y'all know you lost the game, right?
This is insanity. And the head coach, Dion, that was deserved with Dion calling out the head coach for allowing this to get out there.
Yeah, you lost last year. I know you shocked the world. You were in overtime, but you still lost.
Is this the game where Derek White got in a fight at? I posted this on my
I had heard nothing about that. I saw that on your Instagram story. I was like, where the hell has this story been? Oh, my gosh.
It's like one of the Jokic brothers in the stands with Derek White.
You think Jason Tatum's going to get in a fight now?
So Colorado State wins 28-9. Two things real quick. One, if you haven't made a bet on UNLV to make the college football playoff, it might be too late to get some great value. They beat Kansas on the road. They're 3-0. They beat a Houston team by 20 on the road that went to OU the following week and lost to Oklahoma by just 2 points. And then finally, it shows where the state of A&M's program is, that
Texas.
Losing to A&M at home will get your coach fired. Now, he isn't fired officially yet. They're going to wait for the bye week, but Billy Napier, the Florida boosters, have come up with the money. They've put it into an account to get him out, and they want him gone after back-to-back 7-loss seasons, and then now this.
I watched him in the post, and I was like, how did this guy sit down and blow everyone away as the leader and head coach of your program? I was listening to him, and I was like, what? This is the head coach of the Florida Gators?
He was like the hottest name in coaching 3 years ago, and now he'll be back at La Tech.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy. We're going to ask Reddit at 7:40. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. And yes, Pepe has been spying on Filthy after the Monday night stunner against Atlanta. But every Tuesday, 7:20, we do post-game clarity. Bobby rewatched the disaster against the Saints. What position group was the worst? Was this superstar better than we thought? And does Mike Zimmer deserve all the blame that he's getting? Post-game clarity with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is next. But let me go ahead and get you an awesome gift. You're trying to go ahead and come up with something early for the holidays, or maybe it's that special birthday, or you just want to go with your barbecue bro. Brandon Hurtado and Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, has a master class that is taking place for you on October 5th, 10 o'clock at the Globe, right on top of the dugout of the World Series champs. So I'm always big on surprises. Go ahead and head to HurtadoBBQ.com, HurtadoBBQ.com, secure your tickets, Go pick up your buddy, your pops, your grandpa, your uncle, heck, maybe even your grandma. She's into smoking and grilling and cooking outside. Then you're heading on over to Arlington, and they're like, what are you doing? There's no 10 o'clock game. We're not listening to the Rangers today on the radio. You walk into the stadium, you go downstairs. There's Yvonne Pudge Rodriguez on top of the dugout as you eat, drink, get all the samples and the secrets from Brandon Hurtado himself. HurtadoBBQ.com for the
Ranger's home is
Oppo Taco to end it.
105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We're commercial free. This is the Expressway. It is a Tolo Tuesday with Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt will ask Reddit at 7:40. But every Tuesday, Bobby rewatches the film, the tape. Of course, Love of the Star comes out every 2-3 days. How many times are you guys doing it now?
I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to be 3 times a week, but
times a week.
It's not consistent like when we're going to record it.
Okay.
So it can change. It can be Monday, Thursday, Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. It just depends.
Well, that is our promo for Love of the Star. Brought us. I tried. But Bobby went and rewatched the game for post-game clarity.
He won't have to worry much longer. All right. So, we do. And I guess I'm going to have to come up with a theme song for this of some sort for post-game clarity. But I did go back. I did go back and watch the game, and I always feel differently about something. Sometimes I can feel worse about some stuff. Sometimes I feel better about it. And sometimes it's not even always related to what I saw on tape. Sometimes it's just related to you get away from the fog of that initial, boy, this was bad. And you think about it in retrospect and go, all right, maybe that was a little, it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought. So number one on this list, you asked me for star downs yesterday, and I talked about how I went down the roster. My star downs should have focused exclusively on the team's defensive tackles. They were awful, really bad. Jordan Phillips, Mozzie Smith, and especially Linval Joseph. Linval Joseph, the three of them did not look like NFL players in run defense. It was bad.
Okay, so when you're watching them and saying they shouldn't be in the NFL, what are you seeing? Are they engaged with the defender? Are they not getting off a block? How are you seeing that? What are you seeing from a D tackle?
Sometimes it varies on each snap what the problem is, but a lot of times it can be you ended up in the ground. You got blown off the ball. You didn't fill your gap right. You didn't get to your spot in time. The linebacker play was not great in this game. It's mostly due because the defensive tackles weren't keeping the linebackers clean. Like the linebackers were having to take on blocks and then fill their gaps and do their responsibilities. It was a lot because the defensive tackles did nothing. On the first Kamara touchdown run, it was 7 yards. I'll show you during the break. When the ball is snapped, Jordan Phillips gets driven into the end zone, all 7 yards within a second by Cesar Ruiz. Just no resistance.
Was Jordan Phillips, I'm not trying to call you out, Brian. Was that the one Broadus was pretty excited about, and everyone said he's a better pass rusher than run stopper?
Broadus was
Nick
a fan.
Harris said that.
Yeah, Broadus was a fan of his. And Brian, when we
more so maybe than who's the big D tackle they acquired?
Linval Joseph.
No, the other year they got him.
Oh, Hankins, Jonathan Hankins. Yeah. Well, and so Brian said,
and you had said no.
Well, Brian apologized yesterday, actually, to the fans when we recorded Love of the Star, where he said, I thought Jordan Phillips was a better player than what he showed on tape. He's like, I don't know, maybe I watched the wrong games or something. He's like, but he was not a very good player. And so this was...
Yeah, I saw some people tweeting yesterday, Jordan Phillips should not be in the NFL.
I think it was John Owning said, it's a little bit poetic that the Cowboys acquired the one 330-pound defensive tackle who can't defend the run. Then that's Jordan Phillips, right? But Jordan Phillips... Linval Joseph, you can see why Mike Zimmer was trying to mix and match and acquire people in August. They clearly just cannot stop the run. And it was bad. And Mozzie Smith has to be better. Linval Joseph, for the PFF ratings, which I know Chop is a big fan of, all three of them were 30 or less. Linval Joseph, Jordan Phillips, and Mozzie Smith. So that was awful. Good. That was absolutely terrible. 2, Micah Parsons was better than I thought. So he didn't light things up, but he was a lot better than I thought he was when I watched it live for the first time. So he was able to hold the edge well. He maintained his gap discipline for the most part, which is something that has at times been an issue for him. He won several pass rush reps. It wasn't as consistent or as dominant as it has been at times, but New Orleans deserves a ton of credit for recognizing we can't stop Micah all game straight up, even with our offensive line being really good. So we need to scheme around it a little bit, and we need to do some different things to try and take advantage of his aggressiveness and the way he likes to get upfield. And that they were able to manipulate all things. They were given chips. There was one play where Micah had did a spin, got free of the tackle, and didn't realize that there was going to be a running back waiting right there to then chip him off of the block. And so there were a lot of times, Brian had mentioned this too yesterday while we were recording, that there were a lot of different instances where you thought you had one-on-one because of the formation, the way that New Orleans was presenting the formation, and then at the snap, you realize, oh no, they're sending somebody to chip. And so it completely throws things off where Mike is expecting a certain thing or has a certain pass rush plan. But overall, I thought he was good. He was not great, but he was good, and it wasn't as bad as I had thought. New Orleans set up really good screens. They had quick throws, chip blocks, double teams, and Derek Carr deserves a lot of credit for his subtle movements in the pot, like just taking a step up or kind of sliding here. You see, like, that's a veteran quarterback who knows how to feel the rush and knows how to just make that one step that gives him the extra second.
Now, I heard a lot of people say the Saints, successfully attacked the Cowboys' perimeter, edges, corners in the run game. What did you notice from the guys on the perimeter?
Yeah, I mean, the edge was not great at times. I thought Micah did a good job holding it for the most part, but there were a lot of different times where they just started running to the opposite side of the formation. I mean, there were times they'd run at Micah, but there were other times where it was clearly designed to just run away from his aggressiveness.
But outside of Micah, like corners, run support.
Yeah, secondary was not good in run support. The linebackers, because nothing was going right with the defensive tackles, linebackers weren't really able to make a lot of the plays that they want. Now, again, linebackers were not great, but they were kind of hindered.
In going back and watching it, can you understand more why Overshown got such few snaps? Does it make sense with what the Saints were doing or the matchup?
So Zimmer views it as there are two different personnel packages at linebacker. This is my understanding. Base personnel 4-3, classic 4-3, which they were in two tight end sets a lot, so Zimmer felt like we have to be in base 4-3 a lot. That package is Maris Leofau, Damone Clark, Eric Kendricks. Nickel, when they go in there with 5 defensive backs, is Overshown and Kendricks. So for him, it's like Overshown was playing as much as he would normally play, which is the nickel snaps. It's just we were in nickel less often. I think Overshown should be in the base personnel, personally. That's just the way I feel about it. Clark, probably.
Okay.
But I mean, if you wanted it over Leofau, I wouldn't be upset. Kendricks has to be in there because Kendricks is just, he's putting everybody where they need to be. Yeah, and he's quick at diagnosing. Number 3, Cooper Beebe was not very good in this game. And I was critical of Tyler Guyton on Monday, and I still feel like that was accurate. Guyton was better against the pass than he was in the run blocking. The pass protection wasn't nearly as bad, but Cooper Beebe had a lot more issues than I had thought watching it live.
There was something on the interior because Dak started getting pressured, and it looked like it was coming straight from the inside.
Zach Martin is as I was.
Oh, don't say it.
I was kicking this around. No. I was kicking this around with Brian yesterday. Zach Martin looks mortal. He doesn't look bad, but he does not look. These first 2 weeks, there are definitely some reps that he's having trouble. Again, not like a bad player, a poorly graded player, but not the just impenetrable guy that he's been in the past. Beebe, I think the Saints worked him
That's a tough
really.
word to pronounce.
The Saints
impenetrable.
Unprecedented. The Saints worked him over pretty good in the run game in particular. He would get his hands on guys. Like they always say, beat the hands, beat the man. Like if you're the first one to get your hands on him, you generally will win the rep. That's like an old trope. But Beebe, it didn't matter. If he got his hands on him, they were able to just shed him. It didn't matter. And so Beebe had a lot of issues sustaining his blocks. His pass protection was fine for the most part. The biggest issue right now is their communication is bad on the offensive line. Or not communication. These young guys, they don't have that feel for how to pick up twists and stunts and do different things. Guyton and Beebe, they've got to get more in sync with Tyler Smith and Zach Martin and Terrence Steele, because that's going to be the cause of a lot of their sacks, I would guess, for the first half of the season, is you're going to see teams going, oh, we'll throw a twist here, or we'll just kind of throw an exotic blitz at you or an exotic pass rush or some of these games from our defensive linemen, and they're not in sync. They don't have a feel for each other yet, and we're going to be able to take advantage of that. There was one in particular where Guyton picked up a block that you see Tyler Smith stop and go oh, that was my guy. Okay, let me turn it over here. And rusher gets free and Dak has to throw it incomplete. I think that was a third down. But it was just they've got to get better at that communication. That's the kind of stuff that why Adoga was still in the conversation, is because he's going to have a better feel for picking up those sort of things.
Post-game clarity during the commercial-free expressway on the home of the Cowboys with our insider, Bobby Bell.
Number 4, Jalen Tolbert deserved to star up yesterday. I know I only gave it to Brandon Aubrey and Luke Schoonmaker. But Jalen Tolbert played a better game than I thought initially. His routes were clean. He wasn't perfect by any means. He had some issues.
He made the big adjustment on, I think, like the 39-yarder. That was a hell of a play.
And that's important. So
it's important because it's like the only play.
But what you saw there, like in the 3 years you've seen Jalen Tolbert, have you ever seen him make a play like that?
Never seen him make a play.
That was all over his South Alabama tape. Catches like that. That was the player he was at South Alabama. Where
Jaguars.
And he did it against current Saints corner and former Tennessee Volunteer, Alontae Taylor. When he got a chance at South Alabama to play Tennessee, he went for like 7 and 160. And he made big catches and he would talk trash. It is a completely different demeanor since he got to the NFL. And that's where you question confidence and where he's been. Seeing him make that play and get up and kind of bark a little bit also made me feel like, all right, maybe that player's still in there. Like, it hasn't been killed. Maybe he's growing back into that guy we saw on tape at South Alabama.
That's my favorite bet of the weekend, over 16.5 pass yards.
For who?
Tolbert.
You bet it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh.
Receiving yards.
Receiving
You say passers. I thought it was like, what a weird prop bet.
Yeah.
And then number
That's
5.
a degenerate pick.
That's a degenerate.
Number 5, Clint Kubiak did get the better of Mike Zimmer.
And to that point, maybe you're looking right early on. Bobby and I think are taking lowercase L's right now. You probably bet on Tolbert because you question whether Brandon Cooks was a legitimate number 2. And I heard KNC, they mentioned it yesterday, and it got me thinking about it more and more on the way home. Right now, it's looking like Brandon Cooks is not a legitimate 2, and that you are almost screwed if Ferguson's out.
You are, yeah. That didn't play into it. I just thought it was a low number.
Oh,
right?
never mind. I take back,
take
back all the credit I tried to give you.
I don't want to take the credit I didn't deserve, although I appreciate it. Yeah, I just thought that 16.5 too low for number 3. That he was. I mean,
well, forget about
not
that.
A bad player,
more about Cooks.
Look, it's not been a good start for him. Now he had the touchdown pass catch in the first game on a play though that was largely Dak Prescott's doing. The blitz comes, he recognizes it. The numbers showed that over the last 2 years he had dropped off a little bit in yards per play or yards per route run, whatever that wide receiver stat is. But I also think that could be sometimes flawed in what they ask you to do. It's about targets.
Progression and everything. And
he's got 6 catches on 9 targets so far this year for 59 yards.
Is he not getting open? Is that the problem?
And I mean, the Cleveland tape, I noticed him getting open. I didn't see him as much in this game. It wasn't as much of a focus when I went back and watched it, but he got open a lot last year, and he just was never part of the progression. I felt like last year was just about where he was in the pecking order.
How are you not part of the progression as the number 2 receiver?
No, in terms of CD's volume was so high, it's like you didn't get to that part of the progression a lot, to where it was just he beat his guy, but the ball went to CD. Clint Kubiak was better than Mike Zimmer, and this was something that when we were talking about it yesterday, I wasn't sure. I didn't know what to think about Zimmer. I definitely thought the players held a big responsibility, and so I needed to see, all right, where were some of the issues. Watching it back, the defense was absolutely terrible, but you can see that Kubiak definitely won the chess match. He had the schematic upper hand the entire day, so he was able to design around Parsons. He had some really clean route concepts. Zimmer didn't do a great job of countering it with coverages. It felt like, and to be fair, I think Kubiak had a slight advantage in terms of when you're talking about who knows the other one better. Kubiak knows Zimmer better than Zimm is going to know Clint Kubiak, because Kubiak coached for 3 years on the offensive side of the ball in Minnesota, saw Zimmer's stuff every day in practice, heard a lot of what Zimmer's philosophy was. Kubiak since then has developed different concepts and stuff like that. Not that Zimmer is stuck in his ways, but Zimmer's been around for 30 years. He has certain things that he thinks work more effectively than others, whereas Kubiak's probably evolved a little bit. But players have to be better, but I think Zimmer, and Zimmer did say this yesterday, I think Zimmer told you he's got to be better. He definitely lost. He lost the chess match in this game.
Speaking of the chess match, we have to ask Jerry Jones about this Shanahan kryptonite. What we talked about yesterday with the coaching tree. Dan Orlovsky on ESPN. These are good. These are 2 good clips. They just are. I'm balanced AF. I give it up when people deserve props, even people who I hate. And I'm not saying I hate Dan. There's other people I hate. I still give props to in the Metroplex. This is Orlovsky talking about that scheme, that system, kryptonite.
Not surprising at all. The Cowboys are an average football team. I've said that all offseason. They're an average football team. And if you paid attention to this style of offense, Shannon, who's the offensive coordinator? Do you know for the New Orleans Saints? Do you know his name by any chance?
I do not.
Clint Kubiak, the son of a guy that you played. Exactly.
Gary Kubiak.
Gary Kubiak's son. The offense that you played in for such a long time. That offense is the same offense that the Packers run. It's the same one as the San Francisco 49ers run. It's the same as the Detroit Lions run. It's the same as the Los Angeles Rams run. It's the same as the Green Bay Packers. Everybody in the NFC runs this. The Cowboys have always struggled over the past couple years with this offense. That's why I said last week on Thursday, I wanted to watch this team play against this offense. When it comes to misdirection, when it comes to motion, when it comes to play action pass, when it comes to cut split receiver, Shannon, everything you know about this offense, the Cowboys defense struggles with it. The spine of their defense struggles with handling all this. I'm not shocked by this at all.
Wow. So that's all the teams that run the same scheme. And we have a segment on this moving forward. What does trouble look like? And is there trouble with the Cowboys' future schedule? Dan went down it.
I'm not surprised by this. And candidly, this has got to be concerning to the Cowboys because 3 of the 5 teams that they play over the next 5 weeks in their schedule, they run this offense in some way, shape, or form. The Pittsburgh Steelers run game, it's the same one that they're going to see. The Detroit Lions and San Francisco 49ers, it's the foundation of who they are. So offensively, they struggled. Dak had missed throws. And defensively, until I see this team stop this very specific scheme, I don't believe in them.
Wow. And now the word that's kind of scaring me that I'm continuing to think about is matchup. How are they going to match up? Maybe it's not as talented of a team. Maybe it's not as good of a team. How are they going to match up against what Orlovsky's talking about with this offense? Everyone's copycatting.
Well, to be fair, and he's right, but he mentioned Detroit. They played Detroit last year and they beat them.
Yeah, barely.
Yeah.
And arguably shouldn't have.
Arguably shouldn't have, but they only allowed 20 points. It's not like it was a 38-37 game.
We all would have picked Detroit, though, if they would have gone up against Detroit in that playoff.
And you
run.
picked one game.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at the rest of the
Green Bay, they got worked.
Smoked. San Fran, they always get smoked.
Yep. They handle the Rams. They handle the Rams, but...
They handle the Rams, true.
So Todd Archer, and I knew this was coming up, but Todd wrote a story this morning that he has out. The headline is, Cowboys defense still can't slow Shanahan coaching disciples. And he says the last name Shanahan has become a 4-letter word around the star in Frisco. And he points out that he says over the last 9 games that they faced the Shanahan coaching tree, Shanahan or his disciples, they're 2-7. And in only one of those 7 losses did they hold the opposing team under 100 yards rushing. It's when the Dolphins rushed for 97. But you look at the...
Yeah, Miami didn't go off on them last year either.
No, they didn't. Miami won that game, right?
Miami won.
Yeah, but they didn't go off.
Right.
But you look at San Francisco...
I blame...
Didn't Lipke have a fumble at the...
I blame Pollard for not getting in.
Lipke had a fumble. Idoga had a missed block that blew up a red zone.
But the point is, Miami's offense did not explode and torch them. I don't remember.
Yeah, and one of the things that you look at here is, Shanahan over the 3 games that they've played recently, 460 rushing yards. They've got 3 more Shanahan disciples on their schedule coming up. Atlanta, Houston, and Cincy are all from that Shanahan coaching tree.
Little pop quiz for RJ Choppy. It'll go with the shirt that you're wearing today as well. Mike Zimmer yesterday said, my first game here as a coordinator was the pickle juice game. What game is that, Ralph?
That was the Jason Witten. That was the Jason Witten game. Was that... What do you mean?
You just associating pickle juice with Jason?
Yeah, because that was he used to do the pickle juice commercials. He would drink the pickle juice.
It was not the pickle juice game. The pickle juice game was the opener against Philly.
For the Witten pickle juice.
In what year?
That would have been... It was Joey Galloway's first game. It was 2000.
Machota wrote this. First game here as a coordinator was the pickle juice game. Cowboys lost 41-14 to the Eagles in 2000.
Yeah, so Zimmer was the defensive coordinator for that game. That was the onside kick to start, and that was famous because at halftime, Andy Reid got up there. It was 110 degrees on the field, and they asked, I think it was Pam Oliver's like, how are you guys staying hydrated? And he said, I had them all drinking pickle juice this week, and it became this big storyline.
And then Zimmer said, I vowed to fix it after that. If I didn't fix those, I wouldn't be standing here today. The Cowboys never had a practice look the way that they played against the Saints on Sunday. Quote, these guys are typically on point and do everything the right way. So he's referencing, I can hear Jerry now, 1 hour from now. You know, guys, Zimmer was part of a thing called the pickle juice game.
Yeah.
I can hear him. I can hear him coming up at 8:30 this morning. So there we go with a little post-game clarity. No one does it better, in my opinion, than DFW Sports Station commercial-free Expressway. The home of Brian Broaddus' favorite segment is Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's Tuesday, so it's time for Ask Reddit. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Get your answers in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. And you will also get your answers over on the Twitch and the YouTube.
I'm going to preface this. I did not like any of these questions. I was not a fan. I was going to stretch inside the star here to the end of it because I was not a fan of these.
Why is that? Why you weren't? You don't think you have good answers for them, or these are just what went viral?
Yeah, I know.
And
We got to do it. We got to do it. That's what the people want.
Let's lead off. I should lead off with you, Sean.
Do
but
it.
No. I'm going to lead off with Choppy here because I always throw it over to Peyton. Choppy, what do you regret not appreciating more when you were younger?
Time.
The passage of time?
Yeah, so time moves slower in youth and adulthood. Routine. It's like there's like studies that nostalgia moves slower than routine. That's why when you're a kid, it seems like it takes forever to get through the week, but when you're an adult, you blink and it's 4 years down the road because you go into a routine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that I also didn't appreciate the process of things as a kid. I was like just results based. And like that's why you don't practice golf. That's why you don't practice this. That's why you don't take time to do that. And you get down, you get too high, too low. But I would say time.
I remember it was around 2013 that I kind of had an epiphany that the thing I regretted not appreciating, not nearly as serious as something like time or life, and it's
real deep.
Yeah. I didn't like. Kobe was a good example for me of like, don't just like hate somebody because they're great. Like I grew up, I couldn't stand the Lakers because Kobe was great and they were kicking everybody's ass, and I hated the Kobe Shaq Lakers. And I realized by the end of his career, I was like, man, I wasted a good opportunity to just like watch somebody who was fantastic and like be able to just appreciate how great he was and just enjoy how awesome he was at the sport. I kind of blew that.
That's why I root for dynasties, because I do try to tell myself, yo, man, I'm watching something that is special in all time, whether it's Tiger, whether it's Brady, whether it's Floyd, whether it's Michael, whether it's LeBron. I don't have a great answer for this because I number one, had a good childhood.
Very privileged.
Very, very, very privileged. But I try to be reflective more than most. Like, I think I probably am bad about slowing down now. Like, oh, if we do well with a show, we do well with this, we have a good interview. I'm always like creating a problem now in my head of if someone's like, hey, how's work going? But I didn't really have that back then. I appreciated my parents' work ethic, the lessons. I know I was being taught well. I know I was fortunate with the upbringing that I had. So I don't feel like I rejected things younger or took them for granted. But now I'm just like, all right, well, what's the next issue? What's the next problem? What's the next project versus just sitting back and enjoying.
214
in my Emmer custom pool.
214 the lack of cell phones. 940 how much my parents work to provide for us. Peyton, what's your answer here?
So I went a different route with this one. Mine's having meals at home when I lived with my parents. Always having food there.
That just ended like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
no,
literally.
Well, so when I was younger, because what I was going to say is when I turned 16, I had a license. I was always eating out. I was always hanging out with friends. Going to eat out with before and after school. So I was spending a buttload of money when I had food at home, and my parents were cooking meals 5-6 days a week, and I was like, no, I don't want to eat meatloaf again tonight. I'm gonna go have Whataburger. I was spending so much money. If I found out the amount of money I spent from just 16 to 18 before college, I would be in tears.
Did you have a job?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing?
I cleaned and delivered bounce houses to places in DFW, and I also was an umpire.
All right, look at you, Peyton.
I thought you were gonna say that you neglected or didn't appreciate your parents' food at home because now you're food prep or you having to cook all the time. Can't just go downstairs and enjoying the family dinner.
Yeah. Right. And I still cook to this day, like you said. So my parents' food was great.
Oil.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, naps.
I still get those.
Me too.
My parents not paying bills, booty. That's one. I think that you don't get. That's when you reach the sign of adulthood.
Yeah. What are you? We are doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Getting your answers on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text and on the fan cam over at Twitch and YouTube. Sean Sharif, this one is made for you. Out of all of them, I would think you would have wanted this one. What is something people consider bad parenting that you think is actually good parenting?
Ooh, wow. This is a great one.
I don't think you're going to want to say it to Mike. I loved your parenting tactic that you told me about after leaving the party the other day.
After leaving the party. Which party?
When you were coming back with Ava and telling her how good she did.
Oh no, I'll say that. So my wife doesn't love a lot
This is
of these.
mental warfare with a toddler.
Yeah.
I will parent my son like through my daughter. So like I know my daughter at 4 months, she can't understand what I'm saying.
Right.
So when I want to get a certain point across to my son and compliment him, I'll be like, Ava, bad. Like, you're bad. Like,
Sure.
Ollie does this, Ollie does that. You don't do it. You're bad. I'm not harming her. I'm not screaming at her. And my son, like, his light goes off like, yeah, I'm doing well. Well, he was bad. Oh, my God. Taking him to a birthday party it's awful. He's terrible. He doesn't want to eat the pizza. He doesn't eat pizza. He won't sit down. He won't cooperate. He just wants to go do his own thing, but he doesn't sit down like the rest of the kids. And I did the opposite the other day. Like I had every grandparent listening is going to be so pissed at me, but I'm just like, you're so good, Ava. Like you're not a bad child. Like you know how to behave in public. You know what you're doing. You know, and it worked. It worked on Ollie.
Oh no!
He's like, I'm bad. He went to mom, and then I had to like bring him back in. You know, so I'm like the bad cop and the good cop
all in one.
All in one.
All in one.
Yeah, but I believe in the leaches now.
Oh my God!
I support you parents with the leashes
no.
out in public. Tie them up, attach it, connect it, do what you got to do. So 3 of them, but it's got to be a 3 kid minimum. You can't do it with 2.
No.
Can't do it with 2. You need the leashes in public to keep them all around and keep them from scurrying off. You go ahead and you rope them up.
You got a leash.
Yep.
No surprise, the overwhelming answer on the fan text here, spanking is the common answer here. You know what? For me, this is, and usually it's not. I don't think other parents think this is bad parenting. It's people who don't have kids. Is you can let them cry. There's sometimes you can just let them cry.
My wife is finally coming around to it, baby.
Like it's like Hootie and the Blowfish. Let her cry.
Yep.
If she's gonna go, just let her go. Chop, what's your answer for this?
I'm a big proponent of failure. I love failure. I think failure's great. I want them to succeed ultimately, but like I think a lot of parents like just try to like prevent their kids from failing.
Your kids need to lose by 25 points to the Saints sometimes. You need.
They
that.
do. They need to like. I think they need. I don't think you can truly like know what success is until you failed.
English.
So like I think they didn't realize they could fail first and then prosper. So I mean I don't want them like if it's like if I find out that my kid is doing 8 balls here, then all right, put a stop to that. But for the most part, it's like let him go, see where he takes this,
learn.
See where it takes this, and then
that's good.
When it gets to the point where now we're getting into damage here. Now you step in, but let him fail.
Twillo Vader over on the Twitch agrees with Sean. Child leashes, something that he's now in favor of. Peyton, as somebody who doesn't have kids yet, I mean, you're 8 months away, whatever it is.
I would never do it. By the way, I would never do the leashes. I don't want to be judged, but yeah, I support you doing it. I'm not going to look down upon you.
As somebody who doesn't have kids, I'm curious. Where do you fall down on something that you think, I think that's perfectly fine, and y'all seem to think as parents that that's bad?
Obviously as a kid I didn't agree with it because I got my ass whooped a lot by my dad, but spanking and discipline was one for me. Woke me up, kind of got me straight, and I think it's a perfect tactic. I have no problem with it.
All right, we're doing
That's
Ask
a good
Reddit
one.
here.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. You can shoot your answers over at 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what's something illegal you do on a regular basis?
All of mine are driving violations. In the middle of the night when I'm driving in at 3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning, I don't think a red light should be necessary to stop at. It should be blinking red the whole time. I do not have to stop because all these lights in Rockwell and in Dallas, they're all cycles. They're not sensors. So it's like I'm sitting there with no one going in any direction for 2 or 3 minutes. I'm like, guys, I should just be able to, in my righteous mind, I should be able to make the decision to make the turn if I want to. So it's all driving violations.
Over on the YouTube, Seidel San Antonio 210 says, big facts, Pepe. And David Sullivan just posted some emojis. I don't know what it means. It's a tree, it's a flame, and then some smoke. I don't know what that means.
I can't imagine what that would be.
No clue. Choppy, what's something you do that's on a regular basis that's illegal?
I think the tree and the flame and the smoke.
Wow.
Gamble. It's illegal in Texas to sports gamble. Punishable by a $500 fine each offense.
Is it illegal to even? I'm curious. I guess I don't understand this. Is it illegal to do it on like some of these websites, like Bovada and other things, where you have access to it?
Here's the thing. It's I don't collect. I don't cash out.
Yep.
So I don't think it's technically illegal because I'm not cashing anything out.
Is that really the rule?
It's like, yeah,
there's no way you can place a wager on a game, and if you don't cash out, it's not illegal.
I mean, you haven't done anything wrong at the moment.
I thought placing the wager was wrong.
I think it's the collection of the money.
I don't even know why. How is it? I just don't understand how the website's accessible to be able to do it.
Honestly, I have no idea either. I have no idea how it's even accessible for me to do this. It's on some offshore account. But
I've never done the speed limit.
China.
I don't think I've ever done the speed limit. I think I'm consistently 10 to 15 miles per hour over, no matter where it is. And I've also never, not consistently anyway, used a crosswalk. I'm just going to cross wherever I see the most sensible thing. But those are probably the two big ones for me. Sean, what law do you break on a regular basis?
I'm probably the goody-goody on the show. I don't want to go through the effort of a ticket. I'd rather, my conservative wife is probably not political. She probably playing a role in this. My blinkers are both out.
Oh no.
My blinkers, so
nobody's business where you're going anyway.
Every left-hand turn, every right-hand turn I make now, I'm breaking the law probably because I haven't got my blinkers replaced. Tolo Mike Osmond, I need you.
Aren't you supposed to do the stick your hand out the window and do one of those or whatever?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No, you're just probably watering your lawn too much. That's what it is.
Yeah, with the $600 water bill.
No, it's twice. I water twice a week. That's it.
How long did your inspection go that one time? How far over were you? Wasn't it like a year or 2 years or something?
Inspection of what?
Your car inspection.
4.
Yeah,
it was 4 years.
Ooh, that's impressive.
4 years.
The registration of these. I don't know how that sticker. I don't know how they didn't pull you over with that sticker.
Who's reading the sticker?
Who
won't read the sticker? Who won't wear the ribbon? All right, ask Reddit. Who knows the reference? Text it in 877-881-1053. You asked for it. Pepe delivered. Did you stay up for the misery and filthy? We have been spying on Eagles radio. We'll play it for you. Then Jerry Jones at 8:30 next.
Let's get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, boys and girls. SOTA weightloss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button. They'll be on the phone with you, getting you all set up to shed those pounds. I am down those 30. I don't know where they went, and I don't care where they went. And the best part is I've kept the weight off. And that is the beauty of the Sota Weight Loss plan, the diet, the structure, the coaching, is that they're always there for you. First of all, you lose the weight, which you can also lose weight on those weight loss shots, those fad diets, but you can't keep the weight off. That's the key. That's what Sota helps you with because they, first of all,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Takes the snap. Kirk looks, sails it. Drake there. Caught! Touchdown Atlanta! Drake London, for the first time in 14 games, he stands in the end zone, and the Falcons have tied the game.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
This team is abysmal.
I blame Nick Sirianni.
Go to hell today.
It needs to be boots in somebody's ass. I'm sick of it.
Oh, baby. Week 2 already, the NFL season, and we're already spied on Philly. I'll be honest, with about 6 minutes left, I hopped in bed, and I said, you know what? No spying on Philly yet. But then I got a notification from my ESPN Fantasy League that Bijan Robinson was in the red zone. I said, wait a minute. They got a chance here. And by golly, they did it. The Atlanta Falcons did it.
I'm glad you were looking at that versus responding to my text to you.
I was going to say, at least I could multitask.
Well, your text came, I think, 25 minutes after the game ended. So I was already asleep. Once the game ended, I laid in bed. I was done.
Sorry.
But, guys, we do have some Spine on Philly audio here from 94 WIP in Philadelphia. Now, man, I really, we did this last year, and there were some good clips, but they need Angela Cataldi back. They really do. There's not as much screaming and yelling. I mean, there were 17 clips before, our show started. Rolling them last year, or, when Angelo was in studio for them. But he's retired, he's gone, so now we got to deal with the other host. But, they took some calls earlier this morning on WIP, and some good ones here. But this first clip here is a host saying that he knew from the beginning of the game that this was just a mediocre football team. And then we get to a caller here as well, who's he's not too happy that the Eagles did not take the points on the first drive of the game.
The headline of the game, in my opinion, is that the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles appear to be a very mediocre football team. They look, to my eyes, to be entirely average. Let's go to Tom in Dover. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Doing all right, Tom. Actually, you know what? Struggling.
You know, Tom.
Let me say this to you, Joe. I don't know what makes you think you don't take them 3 points on that first drive. We got the ball. We drove the ball downfield. We didn't get the ball to Saquon at all. You take the 3 points, you go back to the bench and say, okay, we know we can move the ball against these guys. We'll get them the next series. You don't go back to the bench empty-handed, and now everybody's sitting there dejected. We needed them 3 points. I mean, man, our whole section, man, we wanted them points, man. We needed them points.
And I think, Sean, you texted us saying that was a stupid decision.
Yeah, so those are the types of things you tweet it out, and then they score, pick it up, you look stupid. But in that moment, I was like, this offense, I don't trust Jalen Hurts in a progression out here to find someone. A little bit too long to hand off to Saquon for 4 yards. Atlanta's offense, I'm questioning the Achilles and the back right, the right leg of Kirk Cousins pushing off. The Falcons' offense isn't going to be able to do anything. Just get ahead and start the momentum. Instead, 4th and 4, they go for it. They don't get it. I was like, just go ahead, because I didn't feel like the Eagles' offense was smooth, not like a juggernaut to go ahead and pick that up. So I'm like, just go ahead, take the 3, and get your early lead, because Atlanta's not going to score on you anyway. That was my feeling and thought in the moment.
Yeah, and so we get to this next clip here. Okay,
he sounded like Jack. It sounded. What's the movie with Jack Nicholson? With On That Wall.
You can't.
A Few Good Men.
We need those points. We had to have those points.
We need those points.
We sought those points.
So now the guys on 94 WIP, they start playing a blame game. They send the blame ball around. Who's to blame there? Do you guys have a quick answer on who to blame for the loss of the Eagles?
Are you guys both blaming Sirianni?
Well, I mean, look,
Barkley.
At the end of the day, if Barkley makes that catch that was in his hands, the game's over. Like, now nothing comes down to one play. I could go either way on the early field goal / go for it. I was fine either way. I would have, because inside the 20, you can make a case that anything under 4th and 5 you would go for it because it's like such a long. You're already down there. But
the analytics on ESPN had it as a slight go.
Slight go for it. Yeah, very slight. It wasn't like enough to be upset about, right? Either way.
Well, it's funny how none of you guys said Kellen Moore's name because the hosts on WIP, they're already, week 2 of the NFL season, they're already blaming Kellen Moore for the loss.
Rhea, blame ball. Who does it go to?
Kellen Moore, 100%. I hated his play calling on the first drive when Saquon Barkley wasn't featured. I hated it on the second drive when Saquon went 9-9-11, and then they bring in Kenny Gainwell. I know he needs a breather, but it's the second drive of the game, and then the pivotal 3rd and 3. The Atlanta Falcons had no timeouts.
Can we mention a name that we haven't said yet today? But you traded a 3rd-round pick for John Dotson? Like, really? Really? 1 catch? 1 target?
I mean, Covey was much better.
Brutal.
And the schedule for the Eagles doesn't get any easier. They go 2 at New Orleans and then 2 Tampa Bay the next 2 games.
Rhea.
By the way,
9, 9, and 11. That's 3 straight plays. I mean, he needs a rest.
By the way, this whole thing of their mid, they look just totally average. They dropped 34 on the Green Bay Packers. And there's nothing average about that first offensive performance in Brazil against Green Bay. But this is the difference with East Coast radio. This guy's a bust because we traded a 3rd-round pick for him, and in the second game of the season, he had 1 catch. Total bust. Total bust. Now, you do want him getting the ball a little bit more, especially with A.J. Brown out for multiple weeks, I think Adam Schefter reported. But I just love the misery, and I hope the heat on Sirianni gets turned up. I hope it gets hotter on Sirianni than here on McCarthy early in the season.
They are literally one Saquon Barkley fingertip away from being 2-0. And they're all of a sudden going from 2-0 to a very average football team.
Yes.
What a time to be alive.
Defense also has to stop somebody. Cousins was just able to this is easy. I can just walk right down the field in 4 plays and score.
Yes.
Yeah, but prior to that, he had scored 15 points. Like, that's not bad. That's pretty good defense.
Pretty good defense.
Yeah.
They were not efficient, though. They
Defensively?
they were getting some fortune breaks. They were getting gashed in the run.
Last night on the Manning cast, Peyton and Matt Ryan could not believe Filthy threw it on 3rd.
Got to stay on the ground here, right, Matt?
This ball shouldn't go in the air the rest of the game.
I know if they get it 4th and 1.
I think Nick Sirianni is going to go for it.
The push is coming. The push is coming. We can't throw it here.
No, they are play. No! Oh! Ooh. They had it. Wow.
It's why you don't throw, though. it's why you don't throw.
It is why you don't throw, but
And then, Bobby, you said Peyton Manning forecasted this, projected it. The X's and O's genius saw the interception coming, the final pick to clinch the game before Jalen Hurts even snapped it.
Safety help up top on Smith.
oh no, they're playing like
He's coming down. He's coming down. He's getting hit. Oh no. Safety read his eyes. Middle of safety read his eyes. He threw it late. He broke before he threw it.
Finally got a little pressure. He couldn't quite get maybe everything on this ball.
Devontae had to go inside release. He gets closer to the middle of safety, and now he comes over and makes the play reading the eyes.
Right at the top. They walk up to the line, he's like, that's safety. And the whole time he's like, he's coming. Jalen Hurts just never sees him.
I tried going on over to the Manning cast when I knew Belichick was on, and I felt like I was watching a slow death.
It's tough, right? Because of the delay?
No, the delay was fine.
Okay.
Bill was there at the stadium, but it was just in my mind that everyone's crapping on the Manning cast now and saying no one's watching and the ratings are going away. And I'm like, ooh, I'm watching the Mannings finally fail at something.
I did like Belichick saying that he owns 3 dartboards, 2 with Eli's face on them and 1 with Nick Foles.
Belichick took some shots at the Falcons yesterday, too. He's like, oh, well, was that one of the guys that they got caught tampering with? It was the receiver.
Wouldn't happen under my watch.
Yeah, nothing illegal would happen under your watch, old Billy boy. Jerry Jones live at 8:30, but we had some breaking news late last night. Diddy arrested, and the latest on another security breach for President Trump. That's next, followed by Jerry Jones in 20 minutes with Sean and RJ.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Huge day here on The Fan. Coming up in 15 minutes, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Brian Billick will join KMC at 1. Kamar Rocker on the GBag Nation at 3:10.
Oh, baby.
And Chris Young, who we need to congratulate on the contract extension that finally got done. He'll join GBag at 4:20. And then 6:40, Rangers pregame with Bruce Bochy. So a loaded show on your station to turn it on, leave it on. But the Chris Young extension got done.
It did get done. I mean, it would have been a wild thing for him not to be back here. You come here, you win a World Series, and then you leave like that.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
Rangers version of Jimmy, if they let that happen.
Or I mean, like the Astros did something similar with this with the guy his name has escaped me, but his contract ran out and he left.
Yep.
So yeah, it would be very odd.
Unless
it's deserved.
Unless Chris Young looked at it and said, "I don't feel like ownership is going to spend enough here to allow me to win more championships."
And you know what? That's a good point. And I do wonder if this is an indication that they are going to spend, because I don't think he would have come back. He's too competitive to come back to a place that they're going to nickel and dime him.
Yep, I agree. So CY with the extension, Kamar Rocker, Bruce Bochy, and the general manager all on the station today.
I will say it does make a little more sense, potentially, their trade deadline approach. If they knew Chris Young was kind of up in the air and they were trying to hey, he wants to remain competitive, he wants to be, it does make some sense to me that they would have said, all right, let's maybe cede to what CY wants to do here a little bit while we're still trying to get something done.
Diddy got arrested last night.
Diddy.
According to his attorney, of course, it has been a ton of sexual assault lawsuits, federal human trafficking probes. Got arrested, according to his lawyer, at the Park Hyatt Hotel in Manhattan, taken into custody by Homeland Security officials.
Yeah, Homeland apparently is the one that...
Is this a Diddy song?
It's I Need a Girl.
It's a great song.
Yeah, but is I Need a Girl the one?
Is this the one you would...
That's the one I went with.
Is this the appropriate one?
More money, more problems, something?
No, it might be appropriate.
Yeah, this is the one. Homeland generally handles sex trafficking probes, so that's why they had the jurisdiction here on this. But
look, I'll say it. Obviously, right to fair trial. Things play out by all the optics, by all the accounts. I hope this guy gets R. Kelly treatment. I think Diddy thinks that he is a mafia boss in real life. I think he really thinks he's the Godfather. And I love that show, Making the Band back in the day. Well, you saw some scary S from him in his faces where he's like, I run stuff. And you cross me, he just always gave off the energy, I will take you out. And all the stories, all the rumors, and the hotel video. The hotel video.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he gets what he deserves.
His character in the movie Made, very underrated movie.
I don't think I've seen it.
Vince Vaughn, Jon Favreau. That's who he wants to be. Like you said, he wants to be a mob boss. He wants to be sitting in the back of the Italian restaurant.
Yep.
Sipping on aperitifs.
Yep.
That's what he wants.
Or Ciroc.
Or Ciroc, which I don't know if he's a part of that anymore. But this is exactly what we all knew was going to happen. Once these allegations came down, it was only a matter of time before.
I didn't know if it was going to happen. You never know with celebrities.
It's true. I mean, look at
Presidents?
Timberlake.
Timberlake
got what DUI comes with a $500 donation?
Is that what happened?
That's what it is. It's a $500 donation.
But Morgan Wallen's going to get jail time?
Yeah, they said that he's going to get 30, 60, 90 days, somewhere in there. They're trying to avoid jail time, but his team's it doesn't sound like they're going to allow him to, because then it would just kind of set off a firestorm.
Boy, I think when it comes to the Diddy thing, though, it's wild when you look at, reflecting back, who kind of first pushes the domino on something like Diddy, who pushed the first domino on Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, that whole thing got started because Hannibal Buress was doing a stand-up act and made a joke about it in something that wasn't even publicized. Somebody was recording it in the crowd, posted it to social, and they're like, what the hell is he talking about with Bill Cosby? And then it went down from there. And then Cat Williams was saying stuff about Diddy that people were like, what the hell's he talking about?
He's
What is
trending.
this?
He's trending. Cat Williams may be a prophet. Never forget Cat Williams when he joined Shannon Sharp.
Makes you wonder about all the other stuff Cat Williams says.
What's the Trump update?
Well, there's a couple updates. The first one is the Secret Service admits that there was a loophole, a security exploitation spot where this shooter was Ryan Wesley Ruth, was able to find and go to this one spot where there was a clear line of sight from, about a football, a few football fields away, like 300 yards away plus, and get a clear look at the president. Now, there are spots where photographers and media have gone that are as close as 75 yards away. Now this guy was more than that. Okay, he was more than that away. He could have waited and only had been about 150 feet. But at the moment that they found him, he was about 700 feet away. So there was a perfect spot for him to be able to get a shot off should he wanted to, which begs the question. And the Secret Service knew about this. It
wasn't a secret.
It was not a secret.
So what is the loophole that you can get pictures of Trump golfing?
Well, yes, for the media, but in this case, this guy was able to get there. But
I saw he was like maybe sitting in a bush for 12 hours.
Yeah. So, how did he know, though? How did he know that this was a loophole that you could get? He wasn't a media member. He didn't have access like that. If he was a media member, he could have known.
A lot of people said this was a late change to Trump's schedule. How would you have known? How would any have known that he was golfing?
Yeah, and the first guy, Crooks in Pennsylvania, he lived there. This guy lived in Hawaii. So he traveled all the way to West Palm Beach for this. Why was he there? This is that's kind of the next question here.
Yeah, inside info.
I mean, if there's that many media that know about it, though, I assume there's
Reddit boards.
There's no telling how many different people maybe know about it. That then it's a connection and a whisper, and then to where it doesn't sound like this was anything that they concealed at all. That this was a more vulnerable spot, a more vulnerable opening, and it did say in the New York Post that photographers generally announce themselves when they go over there, like, hey, we're over here taking pictures, so that they don't confuse the Secret Service.
All right, was Sunday just Green Bay 2.0? What does Jerry Jones think about his run D now, and what did Mike Zimmer have to say about that embarrassment against New Orleans? Jerry Jones joins us live on Sean and RJ after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's Sean and RJ with a Tolo Tuesday edition here on DFW Sports Station. In case you did not know, we are your home for Dallas Cowboys football and the World Series champs. And we are the home, about 14 years running now, of Jerry Jones live every Tuesday, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. So we are awaiting Jerry. How was he after the game the other day, Bob?
I obviously disappointed, but had talked about that, this is early. And we're not going to overreact to something this early in the season. There's a lot of football left ahead of us.
All right, so we got to ask about the run D, the personnel, Mike Zimmer's defense. Is this Dalvin Cook time? All of the above with Jerry Jones joining us now here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
It's good to be on with you today, and let's hope we can straighten this thing out.
Yes, sir. Jerry, did that feel like Green Bay 2.0, the Packers playoff game all over again Sunday?
Really, not really at all. It felt more like, I think it was described the opening day many, many years ago. We just really felt like that you had the mentality of mentality being the lack of quickness, urgency, and the importance of in some cases not running around your block, in some cases not running through the block if you're a defensive guy. I just think they made us pay. They came in really ready to play at a very high level, and we were not. And that really took its toll because they used that to effectively make plays early that under any normal circumstances, when you get worn down with the running against the running game, you usually have an entire team that feels the impact. And that's the best way that I can explain it. What is a fact is that the players that we have out there can play what we were trying to do Sunday a lot better. They can do that. And all they have to do is do that with just more emphasis, more feeling that controlling that block on you, controlling it, getting to a spot quicker, that makes the kind of difference that we saw Sunday. So this doesn't call for a change in the system. It doesn't call for a change in the player as much as it does take what we've learned Sunday. You can look at it the week before, and we didn't have some of those same issues, but this can happen to you. So I think that's the best news. The thing that if I were a fan, I'd look at is this something that we've got the year to look forward to? And the fact is, it is not.
Jerry, in the off season, you had talked about the run defense. We've all talked about that as a weak spot for the Cowboys. Does this make you worry that what you guys did to address it is not going to work with what Alvin Kamara and the Saints did run game wise?
What you saw was an addressing of the run game during the off season. You saw the fact that we are doing some things differently in the run game, and you saw the results of it not being done well. And so you've got to do what we changed to do. You have to do that better than we did out there, to almost be trite to say that. But the point is that the players that we have can do it better, and each one of them cumulatively will make that defense better. And it looks dramatic, as though but these are not dramatic things that can be corrected that I'm talking about. And so you basically take, if you will, the group as a whole, and say, again, remind what the principle of the defense is, and then you go out there and you just do it with a complete understanding of if we don't do it, if we're not where we're supposed to be, if we're not there at the time we're supposed to be, if we let this guy get to us at a certain time, you could basically have the results we had Sunday.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, besides Coach Zimmer, what were some of those other things that you guys did to address the run D that you felt good about?
Well, we got bigger in the middle, and we are bigger in the middle than we have been. And principally that's it. And we got linebackers, I think, that have better skills at defending the run and are basically very capable of reading, if you will, what the guy in front of you is doing. We didn't look like that Sunday, but that's what we've done to address it.
Jerry, do you feel that when your team gets, like you mentioned, like they came in with a plan, they took it to you, do you feel like when your team gets punched in the mouth early in a game that they sometimes struggle to respond?
Well, when you don't respond, you always feel like that. You always feel like that. Since I was in high school, if you have a team come out, they're playing well, they make some good plays, and they continue that doing all play long, you say, well, you didn't come to play. You didn't give effort. That's the game. And that kind of, whether you're observing it or whether you're playing it, that's exactly what the game does. And at the end of the day, when you have two halves of play like that, you'll feel like your team wasn't prepared, didn't respond. That's as old as the game itself. You always feel like that.
Jerry, what did Coach Zimmer have to say when you guys gathered and met and reviewed the film about either the lack of adjustments or what the Saints did to the defense?
We can improve. This is something we can correct. This is not something that we can't look to more like we played at Cleveland than we played out there the other day. We saw things at certain spots we hadn't seen during the preseason. And we had players that were doing things in a way that they hadn't done it before. Had they done it before, we would have been able to correct it by example. So the point is, can we take exactly what we're trying to do and have it ready to go, and have it ready to go in a way that can win these games during the season and get ready for the playoff? The answer is a big yes, we can.
Was there a lack of adjustments by Coach Zimmer during this one?
No, not at all. He basically was on the money from the very beginning. We thought we could go back out there and adjust it in the second half, and we, of course, didn't do it successfully. But we can do this, and we can do it with the personnel that we've got out there right now. We've got some really, I'm about as excited over the things and the players that we've got that can adjust, if you will, or play better than they played. I'm as excited about those players, and there are many of them young players, a couple of them newer players. I'm excited about those players as I've been about any in a long time.
Cowboys owner, general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, you just mentioned that the young players that you guys have. How much of maybe some of the struggles that we saw on Sunday are related to the growing pains of having to rely on so many rookies and young players?
Well, you can put overall 100% a need to be aware of what happens if you do not execute each of your assignments. You can't run around blocks. And certainly if two players on one snap do that, you could really get gutted. And so Sunday will give us a very great sense of awareness, in my view. It will be a great teaching tool for as we get ready to play Baltimore. And you have to take, and this isn't a cliche, you have to take what we didn't do out there Sunday. And that's the job this week, to show each of those players what would happen had you done it the way that the plan and the West designed to go. Now, that's real stuff, and that works. And the question is, do we have the people to make it work? And we do, from the coaching staff right through the players. And so I can say that I can really not just hope and prayer. I can look and say, we've got the people and we've got a scheme that will keep from happening Sunday.
Jerry, to start off the interview, you had talked about urgency. How rare is it, or how common is it in your time doing this, that week 2, after winning the first week, that you would come in with a lack of urgency? What do you attribute that to? Is that really surprising to you?
I'm saying, when I say lack of urgency, it could be on a given play.
Okay.
It could be on a given play. It could be you've got to beat that guy to the angle. You've got to beat him to the angle. If he angles you, gets an angle on you, he's going to block you. And my point is that it isn't rare for it to happen to a player from one time or another in a football game. It's unusual for it to happen across the board as often as it happened.
Yeah.
That's unusual. And that's where I'm getting a lot of the confidence that I have, that we can correct what we're doing. We can play this scheme much better than we played it. And we've got players out here that, albeit some of them are young, but, boy, we've got some good talent out there. And this is the kind of thing, defense is the kind of thing that you can take talented guys that can move, guys that have some speed, guys that have natural instincts of getting to the ball. And you can correct some technical aspects of their game and really make a big difference. However, it's a team. And so you can have 2 or 3 doing it right and 1 doing it wrong, and you still get a bad play. So, this sounds like we're just essentially doing a primer here on football. But the kinds of things that coaching can improve a team on are the kinds of challenges and where we can look forward to improvement on this defense.
Jerry, the Saints offensive coordinator is Clint Kubiak, and he comes from Kyle Shanahan's offensive system, and that's a system that's been really challenging for your run defense in recent years. There's been discussion about, hey, this San Francisco scheme, it's kind of got the book on you guys. What do you say to people who say that Dallas just is not capable of beating this Kyle Shanahan type of run scheme?
Well, we've got to get capable of beating it if we haven't beating it. Systems in the NFL, systems in football come and go. And I've seen them my entire life and all the way back to when I was in college, and I've seen systems that are in vogue work, and they work until they basically develop ways, the opponents develop ways to shut it down. All systems have their strengths and they have their vulnerabilities. And so if you've got a system that's working good, one of the things that we were able to do when we first when I first came into the NFL, we were able to take a, relatively speaking, new approach to defense, smaller, faster, and we were able to get that implemented and get it in, and we were able to win with it. Systems do count. Chan Gailey told me one time, he said, there was a young quarterback in college, played at Syracuse, he said, you get me that guy, and I'll have 2 world championships, 1 before they know what hit them, before they make the adjustments in the system.
Jerry Jones. Sorry, Jerry. Go ahead.
Bottom line is that systems do count, and this one seems to be a working university. Are they perfect? No, they aren't perfect because that's not necessarily the system that, for instance, Kansas City's using. Not necessarily. I'm sure they've got plays and got aspects of it that are similar, but still, it's not universal throughout the league.
Jerry, how concerned are you about the state of your guys' run game, and do you anticipate Dalvin Cook to play this weekend?
I don't know how to pan out for us. We look healthy as of yesterday in the running back with the running back room, but right now we were pleased. We could have had some better protection in general with our running backs. That's a strong suit, of course, for Zeke. But Dak got pretty hurried there on a few occasions. So right now, across the board, Rico did real well, I thought, in the game the other day. And so I don't necessarily see a change that would involve Cook this week.
How do you feel about Ferguson playing?
Everything looks on go to him. We'll see how he responds the first of the week.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, I know you touched on this in your sit-down with Stephen A. It was a huge fan topic during the offseason. There's a certain big running back coming to town that you guys were connected with. Your thoughts on the Derrick Henry possibility or the reason you guys didn't try to sign him in the offseason, with whatever way you can answer it?
Let me say this. There are a lot of good players that you're connected with when you've got movement, albeit I'll bet you're connected with 90% of all the free agents that are out there. So that's not really connected at all. That's a name, and that's you know good and well that if you've got a good player out there and you don't sign him, guess what? You're probably going to be playing him. And so it works both ways. When you do sign him, you take one out of your competition and you put him over on your side. But the same thing works with other players. And so he's a heck of a running back, but you won't find any that do any better job than the one we played Sunday out there, Camaro, with the New Orleans Saints. And so have all the respect in the world for him. He's a top running back. Would just be we've got other things that we've got to get ready to do, other than just regret or lament on whether or not we signed one of those players we're playing Sunday.
Do you anticipate adding another running back at some point? I know Kareem Hunt's going to be visiting Kansas City today, via signing or a trade.
Now, again, I'm really, I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you're looking, what you're talking about there. But still, I like what we are with our running backs. We've got good depth. We just didn't get to run them enough Sunday.
Jerry, I know you guys were really excited about DeMarvion Overshown coming into this season. Played really well in week one. Only got on the field for 18 snaps against New Orleans. What was your thought on the limited snaps that he got in this game?
Not. They want to get him out there more and recognize that he got less snaps than they had planned on, and I think you'll see more of him in the future.
Jerry, what impact is there on your team, if any, from losses like Sunday being magnified by Mike being in the last year of his contract?
Well, again, I don't think where he is with his contract has anything to do with Cleveland, where we were giving accolades out to him and Zimmer, or how we played Sunday. I don't think that you pair them up to that kind of timing. We're trying to get this team ready and in place to really make a run at the playoff. On any given Sunday, you can have a bad day in the NFL. and you can certainly lose a ball game in the NFL. And the NFL is one that you can lose several games. And if you're playing well at the end of the year, you can win the Super Bowl. And so that's just what we've got. If we've got anything that albatross around our neck, is that we've been a good to very good team during the season over the last 4 or 5 years with Mike, and we haven't done well in the playoff. So let's trade some challenges during the season for doing well in the playoff, if you want to look at it that way.
Did last night at least make you feel a little bit better with how things ended in Philadelphia?
Well, I thought that I'm not so sure I understand what you're talking about. Did Philadelphia win or lose that game?
They lost at the very end.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Okay. Well, that's a rare one. You're usually all on top of it. Jerry, thank you so much for the time, and best of luck responding on Sunday. Thank you as always.
You bet, guys. Good day.
Jerry Jones every Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. So mine he didn't understand because he didn't see it. Choppy's he didn't understand probably, because of Choppy.
I don't know. That sounds, yeah, he doesn't understand 2.8 yards of carry, and that's bad, I guess. I don't know.
My notes are not good. Look, there's 5 things that I wrote down that were concerning about this football team heading into the year. Us and the majority of the fan base felt it, except for the Bluebelly homers. And obviously nothing that happened on Sunday made me feel different about that, and nothing that Jerry just said right now makes me feel any different about it. Run defense, your run game, your team's toughness, how they recover when trailing and getting punched early, and their depth did not seem to give the green light towards Dalvin Cook this weekend. All y'all correct me if I'm wrong with any of the things that I'm saying.
I don't know what I'm talking about now. Apparently there's nothing wrong with the running back room. That's what I got out of it.
And I would have sworn, and now look, they may do it, right? And they're just not going to say it today. McCarthy would probably have an aneurysm if Jerry came on here and said, yeah, I expect to see Dalvin this weekend. But there was a lot of hope and a lot of selling right there. A lot of hope and a lot of selling, but I'm numb to it after this offseason. Now, my wife always tells me that I'm a naive individual, and I got to learn my lessons a little bit later because I'm a little bit too trusting of people. So finally, after 14 years, I'm more numb to it with the selling and the hopes and the dreams. But after this offseason and hammering down on these 5 things that I just went through on this list, nothing's affecting me with Jerry trying to sell it to me right then.
Yeah, I think he very clearly wanted to make clear that he does not think that it was the Zimmer scheme that was an issue. That he thinks it was more players just got to be better.
Yep.
I was surprised he went as extended into that answer about Mike and potential distraction, where he said, look, if we're trading some struggles in the regular season for being better equipped in January, all right, fine, because January is where we've fallen short. So I found that interesting that he was willing to go that deep into it. But the exact quote, Nick Harris over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram now had transcribed it on the running back question that Choppy asked. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. I like where we are with our running backs. We have good depth. We just didn't get to see them run on Sunday.
Okay. Scoreboard took the running game out of it. It's not the running back room.
Now,
it's the scoreboard.
That wouldn't be the first time that the scoreboard took the running backs out of it. But nobody really likes that running back room.
And that's the first time I can remember Jerry not watching one of the other games that were taking place. So let's go around the entire. Let's laugh at Philadelphia again. Misery loves company. And everything that we learned in week 2 of the National Football League next on Sean and RJ.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3 receivers and Barkley in the backfield. Atlanta going to bring 4 this time. Try to get there. Hurts his hit as he throws. Bates
Pick it up, Jesse Bates.
Jesse Bates interception. With 32 seconds left, Jesse Bates comes up with the interception, and Atlanta, in the thick of the night, has stolen one from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Jerry didn't watch it, but we did, because misery loves company. And if my life sucks, I want your life to suck too, Philadelphia. And a 97% chance of winning that football game goes out the window. Flushed by Kirk Primetime Cousins, and the Atlanta Falcons stun all of filthy. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour of the show. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, as the Eagles fall to 1-1, and Nick Sirianni is getting absolutely destroyed for his decision to pass on 3rd and 3, which Saquon Barkley botched.
And in that scenario, I was thinking they might not have any timeouts there, but obviously they did with the incomplete pass. That would have came down to maybe a minute, and so we wanted to go up 6 points, and it didn't work. So, the decision to pass it there, again, like I said, where they were junking it up inside, with it being 4th and 3 to go for it, I thought. With them not having any timeouts, I wanted them to be down a touchdown and see if they could drive the field, and they did. Hats off to them.
So there's Sirianni. Oh, I take no greater pleasure in anyone's sports suffering than him. His face. I can't stand his face, his eyes, Big Dom out there. Oh. And I know Saquon is getting blamed. Sirianni is getting blamed. But on the Manning cast, Eli and Matt Ryan, they did not like that strategy. How fast did Philly go down the field? How quick was that?
40 seconds?
Yeah. I mean, it was 3 plays, and they were in the red zone.
And they did not love the strategy on the Manning cast with the former QBs.
Other than that pitch shot, all outbreakers. Yeah. All I'm surprised they let them have that. Let them have the outside. Yeah, you would think, hey, take away the outside, let them throw over the middle, run clock.
Yeah, they allowed them to save so much time, to the point that Peyton was like, Atlanta's almost moving too fast. He's like you're leaving too much time. Like, they were like, when that last one was caught inside the 20, don't even go out of bounds. Just get yourself set, get yourself ready. He's like, I would have been in their ear like, guys, let's slow it down a little bit. Let's make something happen here. But it was odd that they were completely willing to concede the sidelines.
And maybe we shouldn't listen to too much of what Matt Ryan says. Hey, bizarre.
Matt had a stroke. Had a stroke. I don't think he knew who was in the lead.
What was the setup for this? This was kind of crazy. This is Matt Ryan as a guest on here, and it was 18-15 with, let me get the clock.
It was a minute 40 to go,
minute
right?
46 to go.
And Philadelphia was ahead 18-15.
Yes.
And he was talking about it as if they were losing and needed to somehow make an onside kick.
All right, so they'll get the ball.
Let's do some math here.
So they'll
kick a field goal, a minute 10.
You got to run it. You get it back with a minute. Get a touchdown, no timeout.
Yeah. You got to stop them here.
I was always in these situations, guys, as soon as we do this, let's get the ball back, let's get into field goal range, kick that field goal as fast as possible, and then let's go for that onside kick and try and just save as much time as you can for that end-of-game Hail Mary. Like, to me, that's your only chance now.
What?
Well, it's up 3, so you can hold them to a field goal. You hold them to a field goal, you're just down 6.
You got to hold them here.
Okay. The Mannings are trying to be so nice.
They're trying to be so nice. All right. So I think what Matt's saying is,
if they score a
touchdown, what you do is you go down the field, you get a field goal quickly, and then they do the onside kick. But I mean, that was like 4 steps ahead.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Well, he said in these situations, like I think he was just completely confused.
They were down 3.
They were down 3.
They were down 3. They weren't down 10 yet.
No, they weren't down 10 yet. If they're down 10, that makes sense.
Yes.
Right? That makes sense.
Go and get your quick score.
Yeah, but cart before the horse.
Yes. wide receivers are dropping like flies everywhere. Deebo Samuel, gone. Puka Nacua, gone. Cooper Kupp, gone. Last night, A.J. Brown, according to Adam Schefter, is going to miss a couple of weeks. Now, Justin Jefferson says that he's going to play with the quad issue, but the Rams decimated at receiver. Deebo, A.J. Brown, as NFL receivers are banged up.
Yeah, it's not been a good start to the season. Just in general, like you talk about how some of the limitations there have been with the passing game. Two guys who held out for deals in CD and Brandon Ayuk have not had necessarily the starts they wanted.
And Jamar's not getting good press.
No.
In Cincinnati.
No.
He is not getting good press. Fighting with Burrow. He was pouting afterwards in the postgame with reporters. Now, I was looking to see how the Cowboys could benefit from all these receivers being hurt. They don't. Baltimore, New York, neighbors went off on Daboll, it looked like, on the sideline. Daboll stared down this reporter, too, that asked about his job status. He stared him down in the Giants' postgame presser. Pittsburgh, and then the Lions. So, no. And then you get San Francisco October 27th, but that's after the bye week. That's a long ways away, and hoping that Deebo may not be there for that. And then McCaffrey should get San Francisco punished and lit up because he's gone for a while now, being put on the IR.
Yes, and he'll be out for
Friday night. We didn't know.
We didn't know.
We
had no
didn't
idea.
know.
We had no idea that he was going to be out a whole month.
And then you hang Jordan Mason out to just dry and make him stand up there in front of the media and like, hey, don't you know how you're supposed to lie for us?
And then, of course, the stunner yesterday, Bryce Young benched after 2 weeks for Andy Dalton in Carolina.
Yep. And, this was 22 hours after his coach gave him a vote of confidence. So you wonder how much of this was the owner, David Tepper, stepping in. And
are you furious if Tepper made this call? The owner?
In a vacuum, maybe not, but he is overstepping his, he does this all the time. The guy he's been the owner, 7 years? He's got 4 head coaches.
Has he been there that long?
Man, yeah, is it that? Jeez, time is flying. He's had a ton of head coaches, and
not even 7 years.
Matt Rule was there, had an awful, I don't know how many players are even left from Matt Rule's draft classes. It's like a couple, but I mean, they've pretty much purged everybody. I feel bad for Bryce Young because he threw an interception the other day against the Chargers, and he honestly looked like he was about to cry.
He's had Rivera, Perry Fewell, Matt Rule, Steve Wilkes, Frank Reich, Chris Tabor, and now Dave Canales.
Jeez.
And that's since 7 coaches he's had, 4 full-time coaches since 2018 when he took over.
Daniel Jeremiah is not usually just ripping organizations, and he tweeted on Sunday, said, Panthers roster's in rough shape. They're years away from being good or competitive. Derek Brown is a stud. He's out with an injury. There's not a single other player on their roster that scares you on either side of the ball. They desperately need difference makers. And then he says, one unscientific experiment I do every week is look at the jerseys in the stands. When 95% of them are former players, you've got a big problem.
Yes. He's throwing to Adam Thielen.
Right, and it's Tepper just has no patience. He doesn't believe in operating under patience, and that's the problem here. If it was just anybody else, okay, fine, you get your shot, but this guy does this all. He also has not really been given a chance with this team. That's a bad football team.
Well, at least he's not getting talked about by his head coach like Will Levis in Tennessee. Oh, yeah. What happened here, Bobby, in week 2 after week 1?
So Will Levis had a very critical fumble that, Brian Callahan had already addressed with him, hey, let's protect the ball here. Let's do it this way. So he has another red zone fumble, and he is seen on TV just mother effing Will Levis. And in the post game, he was asked about, and typically coaches will soften it a little bit, we just got to be better, whatever else. Not Brian Callahan when he was asked about Will Levis in the post game.
I think the camera caught it pretty clear, if I had to guess. So, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown-up, and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
Woo! So that's pretty strong. That was dumb. He's a grown-up. He knows better. It's okay, that's a little aggressive. Well, I'm sure he had time to think about it. Look, cooler heads prevail. You step up there and go, let me say, look, I obviously wasn't happy about it, but I could have handled that a little better. Nope, not yesterday when he was talking to the Tennessee media and he was asked about his his issues with Will Levis that were caught on camera?
Sometimes that one surprised me again. I thought we had coached that one, and then just to see his instincts take over in that moment and that to happen the way it did was obviously clearly I was pretty upset about it. I still am. I mean, it's not something that I think is an acceptable way to play. But I think on the flip side is that Will did have a much better game than last week. I thought a lot of things he did, we saw improvement. That part was positive. I coach Will hard, but I do love him pretty hard too, and I think that's okay. I think we can have those moments, and unfortunately, an intense moment got captured because I'm also the head coach, not just the offensive coordinator, and so those conversations don't always get caught on television, and it happens a lot, but mine happened to be in front of everybody. So I don't regret it, but I do coach Will hard, and I think he's accepting of that coaching, and I thought he did a lot of things a lot better.
I don't have a problem with it.
Really?
I like the answer. He gives his generic, just like Jason, with Brian Callahan being really blunt, really honest, and you have a problem with that too. You can't have it both ways. I think if they have, it all comes down to the relationship those two have. All right? Like, people are like, oh my God, why'd y'all get Bobby on the show? You hate Bobby's guts, straight, da-da-da. Bobby and I have the relationship. We can go at each other like that. I think we all do on the morning show. We love hard. We love hard. We love intense. If they're cool like that, I don't have a problem with it. If he knows Levis can take it, he's sending a message to the rest of his team. He's telling the truth. Will Levis has made some stupid
Very
decisions. Dumb. So a lot of times we're like, hey, just tell us the truth. Stop being generic and all this BS. Brian Callahan did. I wouldn't make a consistent habit of it, beating him over the head. But if you feel like what I did week 1 did not matter in being harsh about it, so I'm going to double down.
Look, one of the things I give McCarthy credit for, and one of the things that he gets high marks across the league from, is his...
Very rare. That's a rare bout.
Okay. I was like, I didn't say interesting or funny.
No.
One of the things he gets high marks for across the league with other players is he protects players from the outside. He will shield them from stuff. He'll deflect stuff. He'll address it internally.
You know what, though? Maybe he's done it too much.
Maybe
because nothing... I have no reason to believe that anything is going to change around here in terms of mindset, toughness, responding, or this team folding up. Well, maybe Mike has made a mistake. I'm sure the players appreciate it. Maybe it's actually harmed them.
Maybe so. I think that he holds them accountable in a different way when they're behind the scenes. It's just that he's like, there's no need for me to publicly throw you under the bus. That's not productive to what we're doing here. And so I think he gets high marks for that. My issue is when it's pointed outwardly. That's my issue with Mike, is when you get a generality that's kind of pointed outwardly, like, well, y'all, or like, oh, that's convenient criticism, or oh, I know you guys are talking this way, where like you externalize any responsibility on your side at all. But I mean, Callahan, to me, it's just like, if you want to have your blow up, you have your blow up. I think saying dumb and he's a grown up, he knows better. Like there were certain descriptors that felt a little unnecessary, and there was no, I don't regret it. I coach him hard. Like there was no softening of it the next day.
The Packers had a 3rd down, and what a bad loss for the Colts, by the way. Green Bay.
Malik Willis.
Putting it in Jared Sandler's face, getting the W with Malik Willis. I think this was 16-10. They had a 3rd down, and like Malik takes off running, and Matt LaFleur is like, yo, it was a pass. Why aren't you throwing the football?
I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that 3rd down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Matter of fact, the official came over to me, Sean came over to me and said, we saw your center thrown up on the ball. Do you want us to take him out next time? I said, absolutely. Please do that because, I mean, you're talking about a critical situation. And it's 3rd down, and I've never had a throw with vomit on a football. So I don't know. I don't think Malik probably didn't appreciate that.
Wait, so
That's disgusting.
But seriously, if I'm going to throw the ball in rain, I can't throw it with puke on there?
It's not can't. It's you have chunks of you porridge.
How awesome would that sight have been? The slow motion of the spin rate, the ball flipping around.
And then you got a quarterback, the receiver catching it, and what happens when he catches it? It sprays in his face. It's disgusting.
Malik Willis has enough trouble just throwing a football in general, like vomit on there. But the other thing is, you got to remember, it's not rain is just wet. With vomit, it's wet, but it's also like there's the viscosity, there's the slime. It's just not a great grip. They ran the ball 53 times in this game, Green Bay did.
Who's the center who pooped himself?
It's like they were playing the Cowboys. The center who pooped himself?
Yeah, he was a center. It was an NFL center. We played for the Raiders, he pooped his pants in the middle of the game, and then like they kept saying, "Don't go under center. You got to go shotgun," because the quarterback's hands were there.
Around the NFL here on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones, Choppy says on the fan text, is not getting the greatest reviews for the interview that
Sleepy Jones
that he just gave with us. Let's touch on some of the points from the Tolos. Is there a chance we can feel good about this and just like the Saints being good? Is that our out here? Are the New Orleans Saints actually legit? And can we use that as a little possible excuse? Next on The Fan. But get ready to take
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, we're going to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. Jerry Jones joined us about an hour ago here on DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. What are some of the Tolo responses that you've been seeing on Twitch? I'll handle Twitch. I'll handle Twitch here in a second, but you've been checking out the fan text.
No accountability. Actually, people are saying that with the Callahan comment, that's accountability. The Cowboys could use some.
With the Titans head coach killing Will Levis?
Yeah. Beyond that, just this is more of the same. How do you not watch the Eagles game?
Yeah, I got this one tweet from Dustin. A general manager did not know that the main divisional rival lost last night. Wow. I didn't even think about that in the moment because of owner Jerry.
Right.
I'm thinking of owner Jerry Jones first. I'm like, okay, business meeting or early night or at a dinner doing something else. But then Dustin had the light going on in my head. Oh, yeah, general manager as well.
Yeah. How do you not have a running back problem?
By the way, does that matter? Let's have a real discussion.
No, I don't care. It's not.
Does it matter if Jerry Jones finds out what happened this morning or today about the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter that he didn't watch the game live. You know, that doesn't matter to me. Now they were playing the Eagles this week. That would, you know what I mean?
Well,
but
you couldn't just catch up on it today.
Well, you could, but I mean, theoretically, you would want to watch it live. I guess I don't know, but yeah, it doesn't matter that much to me. I mean, McCarthy doesn't. He didn't watch the Thursday night game, the Ravens Chiefs. Did we have a problem with that? I mean, I bet you most coaches don't watch it.
Well, Ravens Chiefs is different from the Eagles.
It is, but you play the Ravens, week 3.
Yeah. 3 weeks prior.
I don't have an issue with it. I mean, would I expect he would normally know? Yes. Do I think it's, here's our example to point to that shows, oh my gosh, there's gross incompetence in this building or that's running. I think that would be an exaggeration. I don't think it's that big a deal.
Other people say, how do you not have a running back problem when none of your running backs can make somebody miss? This team was dominated and they're just head in the sand. Nothing to be excited about right now with this football team. Then said he was on the money. So I don't know.
Keep going up. I want to see the Twitch.
That's the YouTube.
That's the YouTube?
Yeah.
All right, this is for YouTube. Pablo, keep on going up. There was one more. I wanted to get it by name. Stop right there. Brings rating the show. That's when Jason goes on the station. I don't know whether Workout is deserving of it. But for the 2 or 3 or 4 stupid comments that continue to be on there, and I shouldn't even be giving you attention of, oh my gosh, what a joke of a show. Why don't you ask? You're just stupid. You just lack any brain power, or you have zero responsibility or zero awareness of relationships with people that you work with. We asked Jerry Jones in a respectful way about the run defense, about his personnel, about his team lack of response that always happens when they get punched in the face, about the head coach on the lame duck status, about the run game, them not being able to run the football, and all the problems that we talked about in the offseason. Every single one of those things was asked about. But because it wasn't done with yelling, screaming, and cursing towards someone we speak with every single Tuesday for 15 years, your lack of brain power can't comprehend that. You can do it in a different, respectful way. He asked about every single thing. You think that was a pleasant interview for Jerry Jones? I don't think it was. We're sitting there laughing. I had written down on Sunday before the ass kicking, joke about Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, joke about Tom Brady. They got killed. Didn't call for that. You can do it in a different way, but you're just too dumb to sit there and absorb it. And
they want pitchforks. You
must just work by yourself.
And here's the thing, and not look. I mean, everybody, you can have your own opinion on there and think that if you want, it's wrong. Because here's the thing: is that to pull back the curtain a little bit, we spend a lot of time not only just figuring out what we want to ask Jerry, but the exact way we want to ask it, because there is. If you guys want to hear an interview where it gets shut down and dropped, and you get no answers about this or no insight into how Jerry's approaching the team, we can throw it out there that way if you like, but that's not going to be a very good interview, and you're not going to hear the sort of things that you need to hear.
It doesn't matter if Jerry's told. I just have to do that once or twice a year. I have to vent. Otherwise, I ignore it, but I just saw a couple smart asses on the Twitch or the YouTube, so I had to say something. All right. Is the only out for us right now the Saints being really, really good?
I mean, look, if the Saints wind up going 12-5 and win the South and are the 2 seed, sure. But it's an answer you won't get for 3 months.
Well, why can't we get it by week 8? What if they're 7?
We could. Yeah, because they got an easy schedule.
We will know if they're good by mid-October. They've got coming up Philly, Atlanta, Kansas City, Tampa.
Or will it still not justify the way the Cowboys got murdered?
Well, I mean, look, they did get emasculated. Okay, like there's one thing. It's one thing to get passed on. It's another thing to get run on. And when you get run on, I mean, that really does shake you to your core.
91 points through 2 games for New Orleans, the 4th highest total in NFL history through 2 weeks. The 3rd team ever to score at least 44 in 3 straight games. All right, so they scored 48 in their finale. I guess I just can't bring myself. I have a hard time with the Geno Smith type breakout or play. I'm like, I've already made up my mind about it. You've been in the league 7-8 years. I've seen you, Derek Carr. I can't bring myself to believe that Derek Carr is going back to that MVP year, Derek Carr, because it was so long ago.
It was 8 years ago.
And that Dennis Allen is not just an anonymous name who's known only for defending Tom Brady, and that this defense, like Tom Brady had me thinking on Sunday, man, I really underrated this defense. Demario Davis is like an undercover fantastic
He's 60
player.
He is a good player, though.
He is older,
60. But he's a good player.
Cam Jordan, I shouldn't just think of him as a media personality. Oh my gosh, they're a tough defense. I should think about as a top 10 unit while listening to Brady here. What are the chances that they're really, really good, Bobby? And is that our only way out? Or what's happening with the rest of the NFL? Which would be a very Jones-like answer. Well, all you got to do is look at San Francisco. All you got to do is look at Philadelphia last night. All you got to do is look at Baltimore. It's the nature of our league.
Yeah,
versus I'm just judging you. It's like disciplining your kid. I don't give a crap what you're telling me about Tommy and Susie and what their parents are doing. This is what we're doing in this house. Well, the Cowboys, I don't know whether I should get on them for saying, look at the rest of the league and look at other teams losing, and it's just the nature of the salary cap era. I don't know how to process it all, balance it, and which direction to go in. I want to blame them first and foremost. That's my initial gut.
Ideal.
Yeah, I think they are good. I think New Orleans is better than we thought. I think Clint Kubiak has. Derek Carr looks really comfortable in that scheme when you watch the tape the first 2 weeks. He looks like he's kind of found a rhythm, and that it really leans into a lot of his skill set. That offensive line is really good. And that they've made some additions there. They've had some young players who are kind of stepping up and coming to their own. So I mean, that offensive line is something where we legitimately didn't know how good it could be until this season. So it's not like smoke and I think you're seeing it's coming to its own now. And so if you're going to have one of the top offensive lines in football, you've got Tyrann Mathieu, who it looks like he's prime honey badger these first 2 weeks. That interception Dak threw, when I'm watching it back on tape, that second interception that was such a bad throw.
Did he see him?
Tyrann Mathieu totally played him. Where Mathieu, there's Kevontae Turpin coming around on a crosser, and Tyrann Mathieu is going towards him, shading over towards him. Dak sees that and turns and release, and as he's releasing, Tyrann Mathieu just hops into spots it, jumps in front of it, picks it off.
But I can't bring myself to be like, Alvin Kamara, still a fantasy must-have stud.
I passed over him twice in the draft.
Yeah.
It's, I was like, nah.
If I gave you Saints over under 10.5 wins, what would you take?
See, it's funny. I was thinking 10, 11 wins.
Schedule.
So, I mean, that's right around. So I'll say over based on who I've seen on tape.
And what was their next schedule, Bob? Do you have it?
So, so they've got, what they have coming up is they've got Philadelphia, Atlanta, which, we'll see how good Atlanta is. But Philadelphia, Atlanta, Kansas City on the road, and then Tampa Bay, which Tampa seems to be a good team.
Ooh.
And then after that, though, it's Broncos, Chargers, Panthers, Falcons, Browns, bye week, and then it's Rams, Giants, Commanders, Packers, Raiders, Bucks.
Over.
Yeah, I think it's an 11-win team.
That's a tough 4-game stretch.
It is. It is.
If they're 5-1 or 6-0, then we can feel better about this. I believe.
I think based on what I've seen so far, and it obviously can evolve, but it looks like a team that's probably going to be a top 10 team for most of this year.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. If you missed it, it did not sound like Jerry Jones was given the green light for Dalvin Cook.
Very disappointing.
It's inexplicable. Why not?
Because there's nothing wrong with the running back room, apparently.
Why would you not? We just didn't get a chance to use it.
He didn't understand the question.
Are you embarrassed?
Hey, I don't understand.
They got bigger in the middle, as a lot of people are saying that Jordan Phillips should not be in the National Football League, and that Linval Joseph was getting blown off the ball as well. Yeah, you got bigger in the middle, like at the 11th hour.
Mm-hmm.
These were desperation signings that no one else was competing for.
This is
Don't confuse activity for productivity. You went and got some guys and some names, and oh my God, a flurry of signings. Well, it's what was left on the shelf when you went late shopping for your hurricane supplies.
Yeah, I think based on the way things sounded in this interview just after one loss, it's going to get really, really loud around this football team if they start losing a few games in the next few weeks. If this gets to 2-4, 2-5, it's going to get. I think this could get bad.
They lose to Baltimore, an 0-2 team. Now, granted, they're not an 0-2 team, right? There are levels to 0-2 teams.
Never made the playoffs in their history though when they started 0-2.
No, but what I mean? Like there's 0-2 teams at the Panthers, and then there's 0-2 teams like Baltimore. That's a good quality team.
What's after Baltimore?
Well, they got
Baltimore is the Giants. Then it's on the road against Pittsburgh, at home against the Lions, on the road against the Niners.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Takes a snap. Kirk looks, sails it. Drake there. Caught! Touchdown Atlanta! Drake London, for the first time in 14 games, he stands in the end zone, and the Falcons have tied the game.
That was the call last night on Falcons radio.
That was only the second of 3 times I thought the game was over. Obviously, the Saquon drop, but then when the Eagles started moving back down the field, I was like, all right, they're going to figure out a way to get a field goal and win this thing, and then that ridiculous interception that you could see coming from, I don't know, a mile away.
Did any part of you think about defending Sirianni? Because are we just going off the result of the play that Saquon Barkley should have caught it, should have been game over? Yeah. Meanwhile, Sirianni's getting destroyed.
I don't think he should be. I'm well for that. I know there's other things that came along, but that was a great play call. It was successful, and Saquon has been very adamant last night and probably just last night that like if he would have caught the ball, the game was over. I thought it was a really good play call. It worked. You saw he had that easy.
You play to win the game. And that was a play to win the game. It just didn't.
Oh, okay. So you don't have a problem with it?
I don't have a problem with the play call. I have a problem with Barkley not catching it.
Although you could say Saquon has like led the league in drops, and when you do pass, I'm just playing devil's advocate. When you do pass, you leave open this possibility.
You're right.
We're just so double-sided with play calling. It drives me crazy. When we're down by the goal line, people get so ticked that the Cowboys run a jet sweep or reverse. You're getting too cute. But when the cute thing happens, that's awesome. You are so unpredictable. You totally caught them off guard. It's a no-win.
I've always kind of felt like if you're the theoretically better team, you just go to finish the game and win.
Finish the game.
And if you're not, then I would be like, hand the damn ball
Especially with the word identity, right? Like the Eagles' identity is
interception.
Short yardage power, in my opinion. Hand one off to Saquon, get a yard at the very worst.
Tush push.
And then tush push.
That's what I would have. No, look,
or two of them.
Yeah, I didn't have a major problem with the play because it was a perfect pass. It was a perfect play call. The design was right. He dropped it. Like, what are you going to do?
Even when he dropped it, were you still kind of like, well, they're not actually going to lose, right?
No,
I didn't think they were going to lose.
I didn't either.
I probably would have gone for it there still. Win the game. Okay. Win the game, right?
Yeah,
win the game. Yeah. But like I would have ran it twice. Or, run it the first time, see what you get, and then make a decision. Because when you run it there on third down, third and 3,
you're going twice.
You're going to go twice because you're going to get at least a yard.
Did you think after the machine gun in the air penalty that maybe Atlanta was going to beef the extra point and it was just going to end up overtime?
They're going to get this would be perfect Philly to luck out here with that 48-yarder. But Peyton Manning had said he would have taken the yardage on the kickoff.
I would have too. Just because, it's become like a 48 yards seems like a long way, but it's become much more like, you're good. And if you would put it on the kickoff, then I was like, well, you're going to get field position. You still have a little bit of time. And I think you saw, if you could have bumped up 15 yards, that would have made a big difference.
Yeah, we're not in the era of Scott Norwood anymore. To the point of, you still thought Philly was going to win.
I really did.
I did
How
too.
How could you not? The Falcons' offense was lifeless out the entire night. We think Kirk Cousins is a compromise. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to go down, right down the field and score a touchdown. That's why I lose the analytic argument when I'm like, no, make them score. I don't view 3 and 6 as a one score, the same on a one score level. Scoring a touchdown is a lot harder than kicking the field goal, but a lot of analytics disagree.
Well, and that's why it's we've talked about this before with, I'll talk about how, the way when Mike talks about certain things with baseball, where I'm like, oh, I don't understand the game at all. Like I think I do, but I clearly don't. Like, when you hear Peyton, leading into that drive, and he's like, look, in a lot of instances, and Matt Ryan was saying the same thing, he's like, in a lot of instances, this is a new offense for Kirk Cousins. This is likely to be the sharpest drive of the night for him because it's 2-minute offense. It's basic concepts. It's just football where he steps out there and goes, I know exactly what I'm running. This is just comfortable. I don't have to worry about new schemes or anything else. And he's like, and you saw it on that last drive. He was more comfortable than he had looked the entire game.
And it's a softer, totally different defensive look.
Which I kind of
Prevent defense,
always hate to.
Yeah, but then if you line up like normal,
then you get crushed if you give up a big play.
And someone catches a bomb, you're a moron. Again, another can't win situation. Corey Majors, what's coming up?
Guys, we do have Brian Billick joining us at 1 o'clock today.
Oh.
Not his brother Tom. Sean has a long-time joke amongst the show and station here.
He got so mad about
it was really funny. And also, Mike asked all the football questions at 10:20 today. Mike is very invested in this. I think, as a matter of fact, he said yesterday, I already have them ready. So
on the plane.
Yeah,
That's
he had
right.
his football questions prepared on the plane.
What's up, Mikey? Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
It's all right.
Why? He said, hey, how's it going? And it just sounded almost sarcastic. I don't understand. I don't know
no
why.
one means a how are you unless it's in therapy. Like no one, like that's why I always try to answer real to catch someone off guard.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey,
dude, fantastic.
How you doing, guys? A caller calls in, like, hey guys, what's up? And I try to throw them off by giving a real answer.
Yeah.
No one cares how anyone's doing.
Would you care if somebody was like, "Look, I'm having problems, man"?
Yeah, I would care, but I probably
I think it would
wouldn't
shock
ask them.
you because
That's
they would
probably
be answering
true.
it honestly.
Yeah, that's my
What
point.
kind of problems?
That's why I'm asking Sean.
Yeah, really throw them off.
Yeah.
Like, dive into it, man. We want you to dive into
Marital
this.
problems?
I
or
don't have
just-
problems. I'm just saying.
You don't have any problems?
I have
Man.
some problems.
He's got a ridiculous water bill.
How's
That's
your
a problem.
prostate?
I could see that.
I don't know.
What was your water bill this last month?
Oh, yeah. What's the update on this one?
Now they're adding sewer to it.
Sure.
And for some
Do
reason,
they do trash as well?
yeah, it's $80 sewage per month, which I think is. I don't know if I've ever paid that.
Are you sure if that's always the same? Because like in Garland, it goes on kind of a proportionate scale. So the higher water bill is, the higher your sewer and trash part
so
will
if you
be.
poop a lot.
I guess so. Yeah.
It was a $600 water bill
Jeez.
because of your child having to play in that
With
bounce
your
house.
child.
In that
With
bounce
your
house. My kid was
child.
probably inside, we're chilling, but we had to entertain the haggling kid and leave the hose running for 4 hours.
Whoa.
So he was,
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, I
of the
didn't
party.
remember all of those out there.
all of what?
The hose.
All the
hose.
hose. Where the
It
hose
was a
at?
Paul Pierce party.
Oh man.
Yeah. You got Diddy update?
There is a Diddy update.
Try to read this without
Is he
getting in
gonna
trouble.
read from the indictment?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Hagelin, I will read
Okay.
from the indictment. Have you heard of a freak off? I have not. But
I heard the freak. That was a thing.
Oh my
that is literally off. That is literally off.
Oh, it's literally
okay, so
Yeah, we just call that a format flip.
yeah. So according to the indictment, he forced women into these freak off sessions with male men of the evening.
Male men of the
men of the evening.
I've never heard male
So you're
ladies.
comfortable
Man, you
saying
have to
freak
specify
off
that in this day and
sessions,
age.
but you don't want to say prostitute.
I didn't want to.
Okay.
Men
They
of the
were
night.
recorded while Diddy sat in the corner and did the old Louis C.K.
Right.
Well
Okay.
done. Well done.
So
by
he's-
himself.
This is an art form of you
Thank
reading
you.
Had a
this
show
with
that
these.
went on too long and wasn't really that
They were
funny.
elaborate and produced performances that he arranged, directed, Louis C.K'd himself during, and then recorded electronically.
He thought he was like making the band again, like directing and
Yeah.
making the porn.
Who knew
During-
that Chappelle sketch was like so
I
true
need
to life?
Cambodian.
During these regularly scheduled freak-offs, which would last for days, he would give out drugs to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant, according to
Wait a second, lasting
the
for days,
indictment.
not like, all right, come back tomorrow for the session, like you're
No, no.
all staying
They're
here?
staying the whole time, right?
What the hell?
He kept videos of the sessions without his victim knowledge. Afterwards, the victims would receive IV fluids to recover from the physical
Holy
exertion
crap.
and drug use.
If you have to give somebody IV fluids just in a normal, like a regular life situation, there's probably something wrong.
No, that's drinking for the next day. They have those portable IV units.
It's like Pudge getting one after a game at the Globe.
That makes sense to me.
Right?
Or Dion getting one at halftime.
It's actually nothing like it, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's it. That's,
A lot of
that's
different
the indictment is, this is bad. Oh, this is not good.
And that's coming from the official, like,
That's from
court
coming from the
documents?
official indictment, yeah.
Wow. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We are live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I don't have anything for the final 2 minutes.
Oh,
yep.
That's a shame. What have you done in the last month or so, or since you got the bill to counteract your hefty water bill?
I do not refill my pool.
Okay.
Is
it starting to gurgling?
Yeah, it's evaporating.
But
but what do you do from that point?
Well,
you have to fill it back up, or your
I'm doing it
stuff will mess up.
one time a week versus like I had it on every other day for like 30 minutes. I'm doing rain dances outside in order to try to turn off the sprinkler system.
Yeah. How often do you run your sprinklers?
Twice a week.
Okay.
You?
Yeah, we got a really hefty water bill because the lawn looked great. My wife was like, hey, I started running it like 3 or 4 times a week. And I was like, that is too much.
I run mine once a week.
Yeah, I could see that once or
But
twice.
we have lots of trees, so there's a lot of shade. Trees and tables. That's what we have in Plano. Lots of tables, lots of trees.
Lots of tables?
Yeah, I have the most tables. We've pointed this out. We've had a long discussion about this. I have a lot of tables.
What's water tables?
Just tables.
Oh,
Just table, like picnic
table in the
tables?
kitchen, table in the parlor, table in the bedroom.
Parlor? Do you have a parlor?
Table
I don't
in
have a
the
parlor.
little,
I don't even know what a parlor is.
Breakfast nook area.
Do you have fancy conversations in the parlor?
Yeah. This is where you go take your cigars and your bourbons, and you just kind of sit there. I take Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey
in your ditty room
and pour it in there.
Oh my gosh!
So you have a lot of trees. Do you have a lot of like grass that won't grow?
No.
Zoysia?
Yeah, it's St. Augustine. So it's very thirsty grass.
The other day, Steve Michelle's neighbor came out to the
Catholic
firehouse, and we were sharing lawn notes.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm looking for like a golf course mower. It's called a real mower. It goes like, instead of going circular like a counterclockwise, it goes up and down. Trying to get one of those. I'm gonna really take this lawn to the next level next year because I saved it. I saved it this year. I had a water leak or whatever. So all the iron, all the minerals and the iron and what was getting on the grass, killing the grass. It's fixed.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. Alec, screw you.
Oh, wow.
Screw you. Nick Sirianni, Saquon Barkley screwed me. I'm getting screwed in fantasy. I got a high score and explosive team, and I'm 0-2 off of bad luck.
Hey, at 11 o'clock, we're going to talk to Mickey, but also nobody cares about your fantasy team. But today we do. So tell us about your triumphs and tragedies. Well, maybe not that word.
The KMC masterpiece is next on The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. I have a question for you. I was going to talk some about 0-2 teams in the league, but I might want to pivot just a little bit. Power rank the power rankings, and does last night make you feel any better? Or does this weekend make you feel any better? And the reason why I brought that up is I know the Cowboys still got crushed, but you look at some of the results from across the NFL, it did feel like a fairly shocking weekend. I know Jerry was on with Sean and RJ, and there was plenty of stuff he said that I did not care for at all. But when he went back to the cliched any given Sunday, I look at the Bucks beat the Lions, the Vikings beat the 49ers, the Raiders beat the Ravens, and the Cardinals smoke the Rams. And then last night, the Eagles lose. I know it's early in the NFL, changes a lot, but these are all results that I most definitely would not have predicted.
Yeah, I blame a lot of it on lack of preseason football. I mean, I'm dead serious about this. These guys, they roll out there. There's a route. If you go watch the CeeDee Lamb, he got overthrown in the end zone. CeeDee Lamb's going one direction, Dak throws it a different direction. Yeah. They've talked about, their lack of communication, the miscommunications that are going on. I still think that the entire NFL, their starters don't play, and so they take the first 3 weeks of the NFL season to kind of get ramped up and get in gear.
Well, number 5 on Mike Ask All the Football Questions is, how bad is football after 2 weeks?
Okay.
No practice like this is. I think this is the tough thing. I think to make strong definitions on teams and players is very tough because of what Corey just said. So obviously I'm marking that one off of we don't need to ask it because I'm kind of throwing it out right now. My answer is nobody tries and practice. That's why I hate going to Oxnard.
Sure.
It's just walk around. They just walk, and then we have to make all these, well, he looked really good walking today. Like, nobody's trying because they're not supposed to try. They have rules against trying. And then they decided, let's not play any preseason football. I get it. You want to have your guys as healthy as possible. So nobody tries in Oxnard. Nobody tries in preseason. You play guys that you know aren't making the team because they make you play the games because it's a moneymaker. And so it's really tough. The first, to Corey's point, 3 to 4 weeks. I remember Troy Aikman saying, Bill Belichick, when he was in his prime, would say, the first 4 weeks of the season is just kind of, we're just trying things out.
Mm-hmm.
And then after
this is the actual preseason.
Yeah, after 4 weeks of NFL regular season football, we're hoping we have a good record after it. But then after 4 weeks, we feel like we're in a rhythm. We kind of have an idea of who can do what on the team, what we might be able to accomplish in that season that we have. But the first 4 weeks, they all count, but you're really watching preseason football with the games counting right now.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the passing numbers. Those being down, that's a clear. So, I mean, Dak didn't look right. And I don't know how much of that. He got all the reps. He got every practice rep you could possibly think of in Oxnard and every rep that you can think of when he's out at the Star. But why doesn't he look okay? I know I'm going to get a lot of sarcastic answers on this. He doesn't look crisp at all right now, and he should be at his crispest. So, I still feel like that's one of the big deals there. And defenses look ahead of offenses right now.
Now, I'm going to throw this out because from the 2-1-0, the Eagles lost! ! Question mark! !
Jerry's texting in?
Yeah, it could be.
He likes the show.
Let's go ahead and play cut 2 just to hammer home part of how this went down because there was a lot to it.
Cousins looks right, has a man, touchdown, Drake London. And we are tied with the extra point to come.
Now, there would be an unsportsmanlike penalty for fake machine gun shooting into the air, which forced the extra point back to essentially 48 yards. The Falcons still get the extra point, and they take the 22-21 lead. They hold on. They win. So, yes, if we're breaking that news for you this morning because you went to sleep and you're like, this game is over, it was not over. And Saquon Barkley on the other side dropped a pass that would have gotten a first down, and the game would have been over.
That's why the Cowboys don't spend money in free agency. It just showed. Barkley lost the game.
Man, I would have loved that.
I was barking for Barkley yesterday, but obviously that's why. Did Zeke drop a pass that cost him the game yesterday?
Oh, yeah, they didn't even look at him. Yeah.
He did not.
They didn't even look at Zeke on those.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so is it safe to assume? Actually, I don't want to assume anything. Does anything change for you because of all the upsets this past weekend of the NFL season? Or are you like, hey, that's great. I don't really care about these teams. I care about the fact that the Cowboys got demolished.
I mean, I care about the Cowboys getting demolished the most right now.
Yeah.
Fixing and correcting that at the moment is because my biggest concern with the Cowboys is not that this is that they're going to be scrapping more than I thought they would to try and catch up to what they should be, and that they don't have the personnel to make the corrections that Mike Zimmer needs to make. I think there are a couple guys on the defensive line at certain positions.
I don't know. I heard this morning we have the right person.
No, I don't know. They could probably say, "Hey, it's time to retire." Back. No, he's not. He's not, Mike.
He's already on the team.
No, he's not. It's not going to happen. But there's a lot of things that are still wrong there. I don't know if they can fix those. Jerry says he's convinced of it. Jerry says that he has full faith in what they did in the offseason to make this thing work, though. So, and I think every team has their own. What is Jerry's Jello to handle? Where the Jello just kind of melts in your hands and falls apart, and keeping milk on the table. Every team has their own situation that they're dealing with. I mean, right now the Niners have a lot of injuries that are building up on them, so every team's got a lot of crap they're dealing with, except for the Saints, obviously.
Side question before I've got power rankings for you. Have you ever seen somebody carry Jello with their hand?
No.
Yeah.
Jerry must.
I've tried to pick it up before. I mean, because you scoop it up in your hand and then you like the claw real quick. It doesn't last that long. It's going to melt.
Now, at this time of the season, power rankings, I think, are actually really fun because they can be wildly different. Do you guys want to go with ESPN, CBS, or NFL.com?
The NFL only covers the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
I feel like last week Kevin told me.
If you never want me to cheat, go to CBS because it says I have a code on here that won't allow me to see CBSSports.com.
What?
Yeah, that is true.
I remember that.
Carter, can you come in here and save this computer for me?
Last week, Kevin told me that NFL.com might have the Cowboys ranked the lowest, and then it turned out they were ranked the highest. So I will go with NFL.com.
That's a spicy decision right there.
Oh, no.
All right, let's start with the worst teams in all of football. Who are the three? The Panthers are dead last on NFL.com.
This should be very easy. The Giants.
The Giants are next to dead last.
Not the Patriots.
By the way, the Panthers are 32nd in all three of these. The Giants are 31st in all three of these. And the Denver Broncos are number 30 in all three of these.
Talk.
Thanks, Mike. Kevin, hold on. This is going to be stupid, Mike. Kevin, remember last week I said how the rankings should work is any team that has 1-0 should be at the top and 0-1 should be at the bottom?
Yeah, Mike, what do you think about
the Ravens? They're 0-2.
Okay, the Ravens are significantly higher than that.
They're an 0-2 team, Kevin.
But Corey,
then you wouldn't do power rankings. You would just do record
rankings. Exactly.
All right, then
we already ranked the records. That's what matters. We just have to fart around and do powers.
Bears or Broncos? Bears or Broncos?
The Broncos are 30th on all these lists.
Okay.
Hey, what about your Bo Nix thing that you said?
That's the Broncos
before the season started.
It's not working out right now.
Are you like this is bad?
It's looking bad.
Can I tell you?
All the rookies except, I mean, even Jaden Daniels still doesn't look completely comfortable yet.
It goes to like, should you? I mean, it worked for C.J. Stroud. It's worked a few times, but it's like, should you start rookies in the first 4 weeks of the season?
You know what I think about that as well? What you were talking about with training camp. I feel like we kind of saw some Bo Nix's Rugnet Odor in training camp in the preseason where you're like, oh, man, he looks really good. And just these first two games, like he has looked historically dreadful. I'll circle back around to that later. Just awful.
But you just block guys. No scheme. Like, how do you block this person? Who cares? Just try your best. We'll tell you how to block in week 1.
Yeah.
You know, like there's just, hey, go sack the quarterback. Well, how do I work against this offensive tackle? We don't care. We're not teaching you this offensive tackle. Just figure it out and see what happens.
Who do you guys think is at the top of the heap?
It's gotta be the Chiefs.
Heck yeah, man.
What did they do to lose it? They were already there.
World champs.
Yeah.
Back to back.
Hold on.
And then they win again.
Let me ask you this.
They just know how to win. They did it with.
What did they do to
lose the spot?
They've played two of their kind of competitors to knock them out of the AFC.
Combined 0-4.
Because they beat them.
They won by a toe.
Yeah, because they beat them.
Yep.
And then a field goal. Yeah, and then they also lost to the Raiders and the Patriots.
By the way, the Bengals are one of the worst, 2-week teams. Joe Burrow, I don't know what it is with him and that team, but aren't they horrible every? I feel like we've done this now for 3 or 4 years. The Cowboys beat them. Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
And we're like, this is going to be really tough. Or was it last year?
And then they're like, we're fine.
Yeah.
They beat them with Cooper Rush that one year.
Yeah. Bengals.
By the way, you guys are correct. The Chiefs are number one on all of these.
Damn right.
I have to admit, I do not think that's as much of a slam dunk. Like I said,
you're a big Eagles guy.
They won by a toe and a 52-yard field goal against two teams that are still winning.
Who would you put above them?
He's a Steelers fan.
No, not this. Ew. The Steelers offense, hell, I would put Alec out there at quarterback, and I think it would be about the same.
Who would you put above the Chiefs right now?
I wonder if you put the Buffalo Bills at
I'll listen to
number
that.
one.
I'll listen to
because
that.
the Bills beat the Cardinals, who then beat the crap out of the Rams, and then the Bills throttled the Dolphins. I just wonder.
And Josh Allen really didn't even have to be Josh Allen
true.
against the Miami Dolphins.
All right, who's number 2 on y'all's list?
I would say Houston.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. Well, you just said Buffalo, and that was kind of where I am surprised that they're this good. I thought that they would struggle this year.
Houston's number 3. Buffalo's number 4. So you guys are right
San Francisco
there.
made the Super Bowl.
Vikings. It's got to be the Vikings.
Oh, the Minnesota Vikings are
no way.
Number 15 on the list.
Who's number 2?
I'm very sorry, because from the 7-6-3, the Vikings should be in the top 10. Where are the Vikings? I didn't make this list.
Who's number 2? Tell me who number 2 is after you just told me what you said about the Vikings.
The Lions.
San Francisco.
Oh, are they number 2?
Whatever, dude.
It almost feels like
I said they're the
NFL.
Well, I mean, I get if you're basing it off of just 2 games, they shouldn't be number 2. If you're basing it off of still what you think they're going to be in 2024, I get it.
Okay, but just to show how wildly different these are. So I was going off of NFL.com because that's what you guys asked for. It goes Chiefs 1, 49ers 2, then Texans, then Bills, then Lions. All right? ESPN, the 49ers are 3rd. In CBS, the 49ers are 8th. And the Vikings are 5th.
I feel like that's appropriate. Hold on. In CBS is where the Saints.
The Saints
because I feel like
should be top 10.
Are 6.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
And they probably started off not top 15 , right?
Yeah, they were probably down.
They
the 20s.
moved up from 19 to 6th.
Oh, and
week.
this week. So they probably were 23 or 24.
So they rocketed up. So then the question becomes, where would you put the Cowboys?
Out of the top 10.
They are out of the top 10 in every single power ranking. Well, these 3 power rankings.
But not too far.
Number 11.
11's a good number.
Yeah, because Micah Parsons, he's a big-time guy.
That's his number, Kevin, if you didn't know.
No, I understand. I was just thinking, do we bring up the thing from his podcast where he's like, I don't really feel like my level of play changed too much from week 1 to week 2. But anyways, the Dallas Cowboys are, in fact, number 11 on the NFL.com power rankings. ESPN, number 14. And CBS, number 13. So they're all kind of in that same, and doesn't that kind of feel like the way a lot of us think the season's going to go? Hey, you'll make the playoffs, probably, but you're on that fringy playoff cusp.
You don't feel like they're one of the most dynamic teams out there. You just feel like they're good enough to do some things.
No, I'm definitely with you.
Is this
on
true?
that.
Joe Burrow's 1-9 in his first 10 games of the season in the last 5 years.
I'm telling you, it's horrible. You want to play the Bengals the first 2 weeks. They are horrible.
This is a very
and then they get better, and then it's just a matter of does Burrow stay healthy the rest of the way? If he does, they end up making the playoffs.
Yes.
If he doesn't, they don't make the playoffs. But You might as well just start off 0-2 and start week 3 if you're the Bengals.
And yes, Baseball Jesus on the Twitch said, "Are we power ranking the power rankings right now?" Absolutely, we are.
Right. We'll bring you QB power rankings tomorrow. Coming up next, though, it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
I am.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, I have them.
Commercial-free K&C.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's the Bengals and the Chiefs. Why would you think it would be anything different than this? A 51-yarder officially to try to win it by Butker. 25-23 Cincinnati. Placement is down. Butker's kick. Leg through. It is high enough, and it is good!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
Do you know why Harrison Buckner made that field goal?
It's Butker.
Because he was able to relax so much because his wife did all the work around the house.
That is the exact right answer. Oh, my God. How'd you know? He knows.
Dude.
Yeah.
Women. Am I right?
Yep. What? All right. First question after that question. You got it right. You got the answer. You didn't have the answer.
I was not going to give that answer. Is correct.
Okay. So you guys agree.
I was not going to give that answer.
Okay. Who's the worst 2-0 team in the NFL?
It's the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I will hear nothing else about this. All right. Here's the deal.
I don't know, man.
That's fine. You can have your own opinion. Nobody's going to change my mind that the Pittsburgh Steelers absolutely suck. I'm a huge Steelers fan. I know. They are 2-0. And you would think, like, oh, their defense is badass and everything like that because they're only giving up 16 points. The two quarterbacks they've played are Kirk Cousins, which people thought he was broken and he might not be healed just yet, and Bo Nix, who we've talked about, has been historically bad to start his rookie season. That is the worst 2-0 team.
But, Kevin, on the other side of that, how many points have they scored? The lowest amount of all the 2-0 teams at 31 points.
Yeah.
That's like, I think there were 48 with all the other ones. It's pretty significantly terrible.
Haven't they scored one touchdown?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Justin Fields, this is great for Justin Fields, though. He's like, I'm a winner, baby. Look at that. Look at the Bears over there. They're struggling. I'm winning.
They're 2-0 and they scored one touchdown in 2 games.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Steel curtain.
Hey, what wins championships? Defense and strong quarterback play.
All right.
They'll get that by the end of the year, I bet.
What 0-2 team are you confident will make the playoffs?
I think I might have changed my answer because of the fan text.
You were going to say Baltimore, weren't you?
I was thinking about it, but I want you to look at that Baltimore schedule. Is there a shot they could start 0-5?
Yeah.
Wait, don't they play the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Are you
Mike?
suggesting that the Cowboys won't get up this week?
I'm going to go with the Bengals just because, like.
Oh, my God.
I know.
Jeez. Cowboys, Bills, and Bengals next. Hey. I mean, that's time for the Bengals to
Shut
get
up,
good
Mike. That game's going to be awesome. We're going to have 2 Cowboys-Ravens ticket giveaways tomorrow in the 10 o'clock hour and the noon o'clock hour.
You get to see a 2-time MVP and a guy who finished second in MVP
That's a good
voting.
point.
If you didn't know, Dak finished second in MVP voting last year. The Cowboys haven't promoted that enough, so I want to make sure to do
they
it.
definitely have. So I'm going to go with the Bengals just because we historically know how poorly Joe Burrow starts off. I'm going to go Bengals.
Okay.
I'll stick with Baltimore. They score points. Their defense has let them down a number of times already this year, though. So then I think they'll fix that.
Will you change your mind if the Cowboys beat them this week?
Nah. They'll be an 0-3 team, and I'll be like, that was a tough schedule to start the season for them.
Okay.
I will.
Except for the Raiders game. Like, that was stupid.
Done.
If they win, if Baltimore wins, will you change your mind and say Baltimore's still going to make the playoffs?
I don't think so. Just because the beginning of their schedule is brutal.
On your face, Lamar Jackson. All right.
I still like Lamar Jackson.
Question number 3 or 2, whatever. When will Bryce Young be the starting quarterback again for the Carolina Panthers? Now that he got benched yesterday on our show, they're listening to me talk about his height, and they're hoping he grows. They're hoping his growth plates are still open. I think they gave him a hand X-ray.
Nothing in that decision that said anything about that. You can X-ray a person's hand,
and you can see if the growth plates are still open, and I think they're hoping that there's still 2 more inches in there.
For the record, there's nothing the Panthers said that would indicate that.
That his growth plates are open or closed?
That's what they're hoping for.
All right.
I say 6 weeks.
Ooh, he's going to sit out 6 weeks?
That's right.
Okay.
4.
I get that too.
Yeah, 4 weeks. But that
I'm going to answer it once.
I heard on Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton this morning. They asked the question of, is this the owner stepping in because he's afraid that the fans might leave because they're giving up on Bryce Young?
I didn't think this was a good question.
You didn't?
No, because I think it's the opposite. Does anybody go, well, thank God we benched him. Let me go get some Andy Dalton tickets right now.
But does Andy Dalton give you a better chance to win?
I don't think people care to go. They already know they're going to lose.
I think the Panthers are a bad football team.
If you're a Panthers fan, wouldn't you, in a way, rather go see Bryce Young? As bad as it is, you're like,
1,000,000%.
At least there's the hope that he has a good game this week. Like Andy Dalton, like you said, you didn't like Andy Dalton here because you're like, he's probably going to win like 3 out of 7 games. I don't think he's going to do that in Carolina.
Just enough.
But
to screw things up for you. The other thing, too, is I do think that there's this part. Bill Parcells would say this a lot. You don't want to lose the quarterback. I mean, he might lose all confidence. That team's so bad. Their offensive line's miserable. He has no weapons to throw to. I think you might lose him completely.
I'll compare it this way. If you're a Rangers fan, and hopefully you are listening, let's just say Urania wasn't hurt.
Yes.
He's out for the year. And they're like, well, we think we have a better chance on Sunday beating Seattle. We'll start Urania and not start Leiter if that was your choice. You'd rather, as a fan, go, I want to see Leiter pitch. I know that he hasn't been perfect or great or anything, but
I want to watch
I would rather see if Leiter can figure it out.
What has he got?
Yeah. And so, okay, so now moving on, I say it's only 2 games. I say that Dalton plays 2 games, and then after 2 weeks of kind of backing up, and I think they're going to go, look, we have to get him back in there. There's sitting at this point could help him, but I don't think sitting out most of the year or a lot of the year is going to help.
Let's just say I don't think this is going to happen at all. Let's say Carolina wins those 2 games, though. Then you think Carolina's going to fool themselves into thinking we could do this?
For sure.
I
don't think they will. Because I make fun of Bryce Young a lot. He is probably their main issue, but not the only issue.
Yeah.
There are a lot of issues there. Now, based off of what we heard yesterday, Bryce Young getting benched, the first quarterback to get benched in 2024. Who will be the next quarterback benched in 2024?
Just based on the last 48 hours, I'm not going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Will Levis. Because his coach said, hey, Will, what the F are you doing? And then he was asked, hey, do you regret that? And he said, not really. So I'm going to go with Will Levis.
Did you see, his face when he got to that bench? Because his coach did say this, though. In the same moment, he said, what the F are you doing? He said, you're better than that.
Yeah.
So he did throw that at him. But he went to that bench, and he just looked frazzled, man. So I agree with you. The other one I would take a wild swing on would be Bo Nix. They have Zach Wilson, and he looked pretty good in preseason too. He has a little more experience, and I think Sean Payton, if he can't get too much further into a hole here before he has to make a decision. So
both very young quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Or
I don't.
Would it?
Guess who's 0-2 right now in Florida? Only produced 30 points.
Trevor Lawrence.
You don't. I don't think at $55 million they will. I have this. Let me throw this out back at you guys. I know they're 2-0. You just mentioned them, and maybe this wouldn't be a benching because he didn't win the job, but he is 2-0. Would it be Justin Fields? Let's just say they don't score a touchdown this week, and then Russell Wilson's healthy. It's weird because he's in the. Well, he wasn't really the starting quarterback. He got it because of injury. So then you wouldn't be benching him.
I like
you could sell it to the media as Russell Wilson's healthy. He's back.
Yeah, I think it would be that as opposed to an official benching.
Okay. So you mentioned Will Levis as the next quarterback to be benched. The 2023 draft class of Young, Stroud, Richardson, Levis, and the Tennessee Volunteer quarterback.
And Hooker.
He was like 36 years old when he got drafted. He was the Michael Penix of the draft.
How old is he now?
He was 25 when he got drafted, by the way.
So he's 80.
So he's 26. Let's not include him. But besides CJ Stroud, I know this is super early. We're 2 games into year 2. Will any of those guys get a second contract from their draft team?
Because my early thought is no for Young, no for Levis, no for Hooker. Richardson is really hard to predict. I say Richardson does.
Young has. Oh man, that's an interesting one.
If I have to guess right now, which I do.
Richardson does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Richardson. But Young's interesting because, as we always say, first overall picks get a lot of leeway. And maybe they can fix it before his tenure's up, before his contract's up there. They still have 2 years before that happens.
Can I ask you guys a bonus follow-up question?
Yeah. Kevin asked all the football.
This little question.
Wow.
What's more likely, Mike? You're gonna love this question. C.J. Stroud makes the Hall of Fame, or Bryce Young goes down as one of the 5 worst draft picks of all time.
What's more likely?
What's more likely?
C.J. Stroud makes the Hall of Fame.
Wow. Okay.
Saying he's a Hall of Famer, huh? Wow. Mike Bassick right there with a hot take.
Yeah, I'll hot take that because I think Bryce Young being like, because there's just so, like Ryan Leaf. You go through who is the dude who liked the scissor up from LSU? Jamarcus Russell. Like, I mean, there's plenty of guys that will probably be Tony Mandrich. Once he stopped taking steroids, his career went the wrong way. They should have kept giving him roids in Green Bay.
From the 512, speaking of Will Levis, his Parfum de Mayonnaise came in the mail the other day. It's actually pretty nice, which is kind of weird.
What?
Smell like mayo.
All right, so the Rams. Puka Nacua is out half of the season, it looks like.
Yeah.
And then Cooper Kupp, who had 17 catches in 2 games, is now hurt and I think out for a little bit. We don't know the amount of time, but probably out
potentially 5 to 7 weeks.
Yeah. So, one, are the Rams done? Because everybody thought they were a playoff contender. And then 2, who in the world is Matthew Stafford throwing the ball to?
Is it going to be, I don't know, DeMarcus Robinson? I think they are done.
DeMarcus Robinson is more of their big time, threat outside and everything. I don't know if he's the same kind of character there. I would keep an eye on Jordan Whittington. Would be a name that I would kind of keep an eye on. I'm not saying go put this guy on your fantasy team right now, but that would be a name. He's kind of a bigger type receiver, not necessarily the Cooper Kupp shifty kind of guy, but I'd keep an eye on him. Maybe Tutu Atwell, one of those options too. He could be that guy.
So the Rams do have their first round pick. I looked this up. Would this be, in a weird way, would this be best for them? That Stafford is at the end of his career. He won the Super Bowl last year. He was better than a lot of people thought after the year before. Would it be unbelievable for them and their coach is if somehow, some way, these wide receivers' injuries led them to like a 4-13 season, and then they were easily able
to get Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, probably not Quinn Ewers, but wow. But I was just thinking of the Rams could have this adjustment where like Stafford under contract 1 more year, I think.
Yeah.
And then
you might still be able to get back.
Yeah, so you're like Stafford's coming back 1 more year, and then the first round pick takes over for Stafford. So it could work out well for the Rams. My last football question, and this is where I really don't understand football in like their war for baseball. It is their QBR and their QB rating system. I'm going to go to Brock Purdy. I had more questions off of Brock Purdy, but we're running out of time here. His rating against Minnesota, 101.3. His QBR, 46.5. Those are huge differences. And people say, well, it's a different rating and the different scale. I get that. I understand. But then I go to the Jets game where his rating was 89.9 and his QBR was 82.5. They're so close.
That is super confusing.
I don't like WAR is different from baseball or Baseball Reference and why am I drawing a blank on the other website? But they're very little difference on WAR, but there is a difference because it's a different. How are these so different in the same game?
That's a great question. I'd always thought that QBR was developed by ESPN because they really hated the old school out of 158.7, 158.3 rating. And so, but that's surprising to hear in one game. It was like 80-something and 80-something.
Yeah, it confuses me on trying to look at that and go, oh, this one's better. Because I think some people like ones differently. And I get it because some people like the WAR on baseball. I follow Baseball Reference just when I'm looking at WAR, but you can go to another one and they'd say, well, this is the one that I like better because defense is valued more or not valued as much, whatever. But the Brock Purdy thing, because I wanted to look at him because I watched some of that game, not much, but I did watch some of it, and I like him. But he kind of makes me, I think, is there a little bit more in there? I know he was the last pick.
I think there's more.
He's one of these guys where they didn't consider him a top 10 quarterback after making the NFC Championship game in year 1, making the Super Bowl in game 2, and people aren't giving him any respect. So I'm like, I want to watch him because I really like watching him play. And then I go to rating, and I'm like, well, one of them thinks he stinks at football, and the other one thinks he's pretty darn good at football. And which one is it?
Good question.
Yeah, I know. Let's answer more football questions. No, it's time.
I mean, you have that option.
It is time.
Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets, or maybe Mike will ask another football question in there, too.
Never say never. The magic number's still at 3.
It'll never happen.
Coming up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
The 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. He chased a high fastball at 99. That's the hardest pitch that DeGrom has thrown yet. He picks up his first punch out.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so I'm going to ask you guys another question, but it is going to be a baseball question.
Hey.
What are you looking most to the rest of the season? It can be Rangers, it can be Major League Baseball. My question is there anything that's interesting to you these final 12 games for most teams this year?
Lighter, rocker, and 50-50. Those are the things that have my attention right now.
Rocker, DeGrom, and more Wyatt Langford, just how he finishes the season up.
Yeah, mine's 50-50 for the first one because I click on box scores and I'm like, how did the Dodgers score 9 runs on 4 hits? Was there a grand slam? I was like, is there a grand slam hit by Ohtani? It's really weird. I'm not like a huge Ohtani fan. I don't dislike him at all, but I'm like, I really want him to get to 50-50.
Yeah.
And what's weird is this. If he doesn't, he's just going to be a 40-40 guy because we don't care. Is it weird that we don't, like if he goes 49-49, right now he has 47 homers and 48 stolen bases.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get to 50 bags pretty easily with about 12 games to go. He will get 2 stolen bases. He gets to first base quite a bit. But I'm just like, we don't care about 45-45. Like, it won't be a new club unless he gets to 50-50.
You're right.
There will be no, even Acuna, I know it was 40-70 and we do say 40-70, but we still look at it as more of like a 40-40 guy because he didn't get, if he would have got 50, we'd say he's a 50-50 guy.
Yeah.
So you have to get to that number because, you know, it would be really cool if they just had, if we really represented prime numbers more.
Uh-huh.
Isn't 49 a prime number?
49 is not a prime
47.
number. Yes.
We're at the big prime number.
Do you know why 49 is not a prime number?
Oh, great. Is there a joke here or is there just
That's a math question.
7, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at you.
7 times 7 is 49.
Boom.
The next prime number is 53.
Wouldn't be 51.
Is that 3 times 17?
Son of a gun, you're right. Man, Mike, you just schooled me. You're right.
So prime number. He's hit a big prime
job.
number, but we don't care about prime numbers. Maybe we should care more about prime numbers.
Are there other avenues in life you think we should care more about prime numbers besides just baseball statistics?
You really going to ask him this?
I don't know.
You know, Mike.
That's a bad question.
You really
I would like to withdraw my question,
So,
Mr. Majors.
50-50 is definitely what I'm looking forward to the most. Don't worry, I'll get to Rangers talk here real quick. I do want to give this to Corey Majors. He's texted me this morning, and we were following this on the road. The other thing that I was following is, just so you guys know, I'm way ahead of the game on everything. All of a sudden, you know whose cards are going up a lot, but he just ended his 22-game hitting streak. Yeah, Lawrence Butler. Mm-hmm. Everybody started following Lawrence Butler. Well, his 22-game hitting streak has come to an end. That happened over the weekend when, by the way, watch out. The White Sox won 2 games over the weekend. So they're at 35 wins.
What do they have to get to? I guess I am a little bit intrigued by that. To not have the worst
I just think
record.
I don't want them to get to 40, but I'm like, there's no way. They're not going to win 4 out of their last 12 games, are they? They'd be going 4-8. That'd be their best 12-game stretch of the year.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you include the last 2, I think they won either Friday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday. But this is from Luis Ariz. He is Tony Gwynn, except everybody hates Tony Gwynn now. Not Tony Gwynn, the dead one, but like the game Tony Gwynn now. Padres infielder Luis Ariz struck out last night for the first time since August 10th, batting .397 during the 141 plate appearance streak. It was the longest streak in 20 years, dating back to Juan Pierre's 147 plate appearance streak in 2004. Wow. It is amazing to me how much general managers hate Tony Gwynn. Because if I just change his name to Tony Gwynn or Wade Boggs, Nobody wants Tony Gwynn or Wade Boggs on their team.
Nope.
And it's stupid.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense because, let's just face it, he's probably not going to be on the Padres much longer either. You're like, well, he doesn't hit 25 home runs. We hate him. And it just, how many guys do you wish on the Rangers would hit 397 in a month? Let's just give it. It's a little over a month. But in a month, they hit 397. And you're like, well, what was his slugging on it?
Yeah.
And if you're like, well, his slugging during it was 470. Like, I don't want him. He's worthless.
You get 3 singles, Kevin, in a row. That could be 3 base runners for your cleanup hitter, or it could be a run already with 2 guys on, or it could be 2 runners scored with 1 guy somewhere or at first.
Have you had an in-depth, I'm sure, conversation with Jared about this? Is he with you on this? Or I'm curious.
But I do think this. The turnaround of the offense of the Seattle Mariners, because being there, we were asking a bunch of questions, is based off Edgar Martinez teaching how to hit 1990 style baseball. So now they're averaging the most runs. I can't remember what date it is. It's like since August something or other, right? It's not
when he got hired.
Yeah, he got hired, right? Okay. They fired Scott Service, I believe. They hired Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson then said, hey, we're bringing Edgar Martinez in to teach these guys how to hit. August 23rd. They're the best offense in baseball since August 23rd.
Wow.
At least in the American League.
Yeah.
Maybe National League, somebody's doing better like the Dodgers or something like that. But what changed? So we're asking, we get it, Edgar Martinez, Hall of Fame hitter, we get it. And they're like, well, he's really working hard, especially with Julio Rodriguez, to use the whole field. Hit the ball where the ball is pitched. Why are we trying to pull an outside fastball? Why are we trying, if a slider is breaking away from you, why are we rolling over it and hoping that it gets through the ground? Or why are we trying to hit a home run on that pitch? The pitcher didn't throw you a home run pitch. I can't hit a home run if they don't throw me a home run pitch. So their philosophy has been, we're not going to strike out. We're going to make contact. We're going to put pressure on the defense. We're going to hit the ball where it's pitched.
We're going to hit it hard.
And when the ball, when they give them, hey, we're also going to hit to the count.
Yeah.
If the count is 2-0 and 3-1, guess what? You've earned the right and the ability to take a home run swing. Obviously, if they hang a breaking ball on 0-2 and you hit a home run, you hit a home run. But you didn't earn the right to get off your best swing because you got behind 0-2. Now we're going to battle. We're going to figure out, can we make the guy throw 3 more pitches? Even if we get out, can we make him throw 3 more pitches to throw 5 pitches in this at bat?
Exactly.
So all of these things that has been wiped out and said it's a bunch of trash and will never work against today's pitchers. Today's pitchers are just too great. They're the greatest we've ever seen ever. But then an old hitting coach, and I shouldn't say old hitting coach, an old Hall of Fame hitter comes in and says, hey, if we do these things, which worked from 1890 to 2010, if we do these things, I think it can still be successful. Yeah. And he's proven so far in a short sample size to be right. The problem is a lot of people would lose their job if you actually went back to hitting. And I'm not saying it's perfect and because
then you can't just crunch.
I love the analytical numbers. I'm not saying old school is the right. I don't want to look. I love Jeff Fry. He's a friend of mine. I'm not Jeff Fry on this, but isn't it interesting that Edgar Martinez was hired and now they score the most runs in the American League? And well, what did he do different? Yes. So what? Well, he said, well, we're gonna go with the 1990s approach to hitting. We're going to see if it works against, hey, guys, throw harder. Okay, well, let's see if it works. Let's see if going the other way works. Let's see if using the whole field works. Let's see if getting ahead in the count works. Let's see if working the pitcher works. Let's see if all of these things work. And I'll be darned if it doesn't still work. So part of the reason offense has gone down, and I will go this extreme, is the new philosophy of, I want Josh Smith to hit 30 home runs. Well, Josh Smith can't hit 30 home runs. I will tell you the one way he can. Pump them full of steroids and HGH.
Well, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
You'll get him suspended, but there's a way you can do it. There's a way I can have Marcus Giles hit 40 home runs. Pump him full of it. But you can't do that anymore. We have testing. So if that's the case,
before
there was a time
do it. You just
where
we
could definitely take a little guy and make him a big hitter, but we can't do that anymore. And from a Luis Ariz to Edgar Martinez, there are ways to hit. By the way, I didn't get to it. Maybe I'll get to it in Mike Likes It, but boy, watching Rocker pitch, and you get to see him Thursday. We're going to be out at the park. So I know it's a day game, it's a school day, it's a work day. I don't expect a big crowd. I don't know the tickets sold. But this will be your one time in 2024. And I will tell you, I will do it again. The way that the Seattle Mariners fans cheer for their own players, the Julio chants and the Randy chants, if you don't give Kumar Rocker a standing ovation when he takes the mound, what are we doing? Why did you go to the game? Why are you going to the game Thursday? Kumar Rocker is making his Rangers debut at home. I know. Come on. When Josh Young came back from injury, we thought there were people producing the game that thought people would cheer for Josh Young coming back to the Rangers in 2024 after nobody cheered. Like, literally, you could have said I was coming up to the plate, and they'd be like, I don't know, whatever.
A lot of cheers.
Please, let's Ranger fans. And then Friday night, you have Jacob deGrom making his one and only start in 2024. Whatever you think of the contract and all, man, he's come back. And you know what? If you have any chance of making the playoffs next year, I would think it's somewhat based off Jacob deGrom becoming a Cy Young candidate again for you next year. Why not show him so much love that he's like, I got to do this, man. I know he's already working really hard, but what if Kumar Rocker and Jacob deGrom and the rest of the Rangers said, whoa, what changed in Texas? Well, it was Mike Bassick on the radio talking about this.
Yeah.
Why not standing ovation these guys? Why not, if they have an inning in the first inning where they don't give any runs, you stand back up for 30 seconds of your life and cheer for these guys having a good first inning just to make them feel like, man, we might have some really good fans here that I really want to pitch for because, man, do they cheer for me when I do well.
For the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, but also no one cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. Share your triumphs and disappointments with us, 877-881-1053. We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's turn our attention back to the Dallas Cowboys and talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, boys. How's it going?
Well, we're pretty good. We gave you 24 hours and a very simple plan of fix it all. Have you figured out a way to fix everything that went wrong for the Cowboys on Sunday?
Yes, I did. And for fear of my humor falling flat, I was going to respond to you by saying, first place Dallas Cowboys.
It's a fair point. That is a fair point.
They are tied with two other teams.
I'm glad you laughed because I was worried you were going to go, what's he talking about?
Unlike some, I watched the end of the Philly game. I knew who had won and who had lost.
They've just given up more points. Okay, I see where you're going.
It's just like last night, right? I'm sitting there going, golly, Kirk Cousins, what is this guy doing, right? And then the last series, he's like, okay, let me march 70 yards downfield in about 6 plays to score the winning touchdown.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't have expected that watching the other 48 or whatever, 58 minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It was brutal. And then he does that. That's amazing.
The conversation with Mike Zimmer yesterday, he got up there and he's very upfront about it, and I don't think he's ever really minced words about things. What was the main takeaway from what he wants to do to fix this?
Well, he kind of, very humbly took the blame and put it on his own shoulders. He didn't really blame the players. He said, I've got to make them better. We've got to prepare them better. But again, when you look at what happened, it just doesn't make sense, does it? What did you see in the first game, and then what did you see in the second game?
Yeah.
Right? Now, I would admit that New Orleans is much better than Cleveland, but they ended up winning this past Sunday, right? Cleveland?
Against a crappy team.
They tried to lose it.
They tried. But yeah, it just didn't make sense. Everything we saw in training camp, everything we saw in the first game, the things they did against the Rams, and then they fall flat like that. It was. I'm looking at it, and it's like the whole thing turned on one series, because we forget that with what was it? 7:43 left in the second quarter. It was a one-score game, right? 21-13.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the roof caved in. They marched 70 yards for a touchdown. 59 of the 70 yards were running, right? It's like, how do you do that? Kamara had 48 yards and Williams had 11 on that drive. And it's like, well, what are they doing? And you thought they almost got off, and then Donovan Wilson got called for the holding on the 3rd and 6. And then, of course, as it goes, they ended up with the pass to Jalen Brooks, and he falls down and goes right to the DB that
I
they
did
were
not.
picking on.
It was a tough game for Jalen Brooks, I thought.
Right, and then they get the score right away, and now the thing got out of hand, and suddenly it's 35-13 when 7 minutes ago it was 21-13. So,
Yeah.
and then he gets away from you, and then the roof caved in. So, look, they got to be better against the run, and they're going to get tested by Baltimore, right? And,
Yes.
Maybe I'm not saying maybe. They probably ought to use Overshone as a spy on
for
Lamar
sure.
Jackson, right? And, and all the questions about why didn't he play more, well, that's the way they were playing their defense. When they were playing 3 linebackers, they were playing Leofau as the 3rd linebacker. And then when they would go to their nickel, then they would bring in Overshone to play with Kendricks. Well, they didn't really have to use chose not to use the nickel because they were playing a heavy set. They were in 2 tight ends, or they were playing Taysom Hill as a fullback. And so they said, okay, we're not going to make the mistake they made last year by playing those skinny safeties, up there against run formations. We're going to use 3 linebackers. Well, that didn't work out so well because New Orleans had a really good plan. I don't know if, you want to say they out-schemed them, but that's why.
Yes, I do want to say that.
And that's why Overshone didn't play, because he wasn't playing on their normal 4-3 defense. And we'll see if that changes.
Now, Zimmer also did say that he was here for the pickle juice game, and if he hadn't corrected,
So was I.
if he didn't, I was around. I was a fan at the time, just kind of watching as a kid. But he said if I hadn't fixed it, I wouldn't be standing here today. Do you know what happened the next week after they gave up 306 yards to the Eagles?
I don't think I remember looking at that. I remember looking up the 306.
They gave up 98 to Arizona and then 107 to Washington.
Hell yeah!
So he did correct it a little bit. I don't remember how.
Well, I think it was. I can't remember which. If it was at training camp or maybe when he first got here and he did the interview, and he told the story about the first time he was a defensive coordinator, which was that game, right? And he said that. He spent the whole week devising all these blitz packages and these fancy coverage packages, and then they got run right over. And he said to himself, okay, I learned a lesson. You better stop the run if you're going to survive in this league. And I think he adjusted on what he was trying to do defensively. Now, I'm sure they knew that New Orleans was going to run the ball, so it wasn't like, well, I wasn't prepared to stop the run. The problem was, and the guys up front just didn't do much. And I think I said it yesterday.
I completely agree with you, Mickey.
And I know we're talking about one specific aspect, but I think on both sides of the ball,
they got beat on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they
right?
could not win the line of scrimmage at all.
No, and defensively, so they tried to get bigger, right? They bring in those big old veteran boys, right?
Yes.
Between those two, Joseph, Phillips, and Mozzie Smith, they zeroed out. They didn't do nothing. And it's okay if you don't make tackles, but you got to hold down the line of scrimmage, right?
Yeah.
They didn't do that. And so the linebackers are getting picked off. So that was what I think bothered me the most. The screen pass to Kamara for 57 yards, it was one of those, I got you, because the Cowboys blitzed 2 of the 3 linebackers on that play, and it left Kendricks all by himself with 2 offensive linemen coming at him. And they were also in man defense. So the corners, who both were on the same side of the field, the Cowboys' right, the whole left side was wide open because they were in man and they're running downfield with the receivers, and no one turned around to look to see, oh, they've already thrown the ball to Kamara, and he goes untouched, 57 yards on that screen pass. So there was a couple weird things that happened, but, sometimes they get you. But to go to the offensive line, I mean, Dak seemed to be under siege the whole day.
Yeah.
He got sacked 3 times, got hit 4 times. And this is usually my indication when a quarterback's not comfortable in the pocket or he's hurrying himself. He had 9 passes defensed. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
He's accurate, right? Well, a lot of times when you're hurrying yourself, you're not scanning the field. You're saying, okay, I got to get the ball out, and maybe the guy's not open. But that's a lot of passes defensed. So yeah, I thought both lines just did not do the job, and I thought in this game, the way they wanted to play this going into training camp was Sam Williams playing defensive end, and not having Micah have to stand up against double teams on the run at defensive end.
Yeah.
But they had no choice.
Yep.
Because they were trying to use some of their backup defensive ends inside to get a pass rush. But as it turned out, they didn't do that either, and they didn't stop the run. So, yeah, it was like a perfect storm, and boy, they got blown away.
Excellent stuff, as always, good sir. We will catch you again tomorrow.
I'll see if I can do a better job of fixing it now by tomorrow.
All right. You got one more. You got 24 more hours.
But it's still going to be the first place Dallas Cowboys.
That's the spirit. There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We've got a lot of feedback for the rest of this in terms of nobody usually cares about your fantasy football team. They might pretend, but they don't. But today we do. For the 972, share your triumphs, your sadness. I had 0 players left. Opposing team had Hurts. He was ahead by 1.5 points before the final Hurts interception, which put me in the lead. Eagles lose, I win. It's a win-win.
That's awesome.
That
Whenever
is awesome.
the team you're rooting against is also like something like that happens and you're able to get a victory and you get to watch them lose. That's an awesome moment. I love it.
From the 901, in my money work league, both of my starting running backs, Christian McCaffrey and Isaiah Pacheco, are hurt and on injured reserve.
Dude,
do I need to pack it up?
Kevin, I got this picture just a few minutes ago that I showed you, and it was a guy it's a meme that's going around. His fantasy team has Jordan Love, Mostert,
brutal.
Kenneth Walker, A.J. Brown, Devo Samuel, Njoku, and Kupp. All of them are out or doubtful. That's his whole starting lineup. Sorry about that, man. That's tough for you.
Do you guys think I have a keeper league?
All right.
Do you guys think I should keep Corey Seager? I'm struggling with that one because of his injuries.
Yeah.
Fantasy baseball.
I would keep him. I mean, he performs. But you're trying to win each week, right? In baseball?
No, it's an accumulation league.
Okay.
But I think I would keep him.
Yeah, I'd keep him.
Okay. I mean, he led me. He helped.
Yeah.
I also had Acuna on my
And he's getting the surgery at the right time.
That helps.
That not in the off season. He's getting it done now, so he'll be healthy by next year.
Yeah, I've
kind
been
of the off.
And then trust DeGrom, you know?
He's not on my fantasy team.
Never mind.
From the 214, my work league commissioner decided to do 1 point per completion for quarterbacks, and it's the dumbest thing I've ever witnessed in fantasy. Definitely making things more interesting / frustrating.
Wow, I've never seen that before, but man, that puts an emphasis. If you're getting points for touchdowns and points for yards, then that puts a huge emphasis on your quarterback because he could have you 30 points by the end of the half sometimes. I don't know about that.
It sounds like that person is right there with you. From the 318, I had James Cook, J.K. Dobbins, and Jonathan Taylor, and I only won by 4 points.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, I was playing against Alvin Kamara. That makes sense then. I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
From the 254, I benched Marvin Harrison Jr. for Amari Cooper because I stupidly thought Dallas's defense just looked that good in week 1.
I got a question, Kevin, for the world of fantasy. Marvin Harrison Jr. He gets the 2 touchdowns on 4 catches, 130 yards.
Yeah, Randy Moss almost style stat line.
And then does nothing for the rest of the game.
Right.
Do you get frustrated by that, or are you like, you know what, that's good enough, man. You got everything in 1 quarter, although he did nothing else for the rest of the game.
I mean,
I think I got to be okay with the whatever, because that's a lot of points.
I fell into this trap when Aiden Hutchinson had 3 sacks after the first quarter, and I was like, okay, he probably won't get 12, but maybe he could. And then he had 4.5, which is still a monster game. From the 8-1,
teams are going to adjust.
Yes,
to the guy.
well, sometimes
maybe,
or they might just let Kamara keep going.
Yep.
From the 8-1-7, I was up 4 points with a minute to go last night, and I lost thanks to that TD for Drake London. The fact that it cost the Eagles to lose as well, though, makes it well worthwhile.
I agree.
How much money has to be on the line for you to not agree with that? If you're let's just say for some reason you play head-to-head and it's a $500 cash for the winner. The loser gets nothing. You still feel that way?
Did you bet $600 on that playoff game, or it was
Yes.
$600?
It would have been me giving you 600 or. Yeah.
So you bet 300?
It was 310.
It was 350.
Okay.
I just remember going.
It was the most nervous I've ever been in a game where I literally had nothing on the line.
He was like, I just don't want this to happen for Corey's sake.
I was like, don't do this.
Because then, as Mike said many times, I would have had to do with something I didn't want to do.
Oh my God. Don't lead him down that tunnel again. No, I'm not answering your question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
But Robert Redford would.
And here I thought you weren't picking it up, but you were.
I knew the whole time.
I want that as a drop. I want that as a drop.
I knew the whole time.
Coming up next, it's time for AM on the
There's
FM.
only one way out for Woody.
Yeah, we got the question of the day plus my fantasy story that wrecked Sean Sharif's morning. Coming up next here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to read you one more heartbreaking fantasy note. I lost my matchup because the Eagles didn't kick the extra point on the second touchdown. If they did, I would have won by .06.
Oh!
That is freaking brutal. Hey, speaking of brutal, it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Not how to tough girl.
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Kevin Hageland, it is not as brutal as 640 on Thursdays. It's AM on the FM, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that's the payload. Yeah, it happens. Don't really listen that much, but you know.
Oh my God!
The Odyssey app is great because I can rewind and go listen if Peyton throws any shots at me.
Do you think the segment was bound to go downhill when he didn't call it WrestleMania?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
You know, I thought Payload was solid, but then WrestleMania is just, I feel like that would have been a lot bigger of a pull there.
But Peyton does a good job of never changing his tone of voice.
Mike.
He is a very monotone man. We'll give him that.
Well, he could have gone with Russell's Reserves, something like that.
Would have been great. Yeah, I like
Could have
MLB
been
better.
with, you can't tell if I'm happy, sad, or
Okay,
mad.
Mike.
It's
Jeez.
the Peyton Show.
Well, thanks for giving him his content for Thursday. We start off with a question of the day. I'm going to tell you how I broke Sean Sharif's heart last night, and I got some sound to play for you as always. But 877-881-1053, that is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. But the question of the day today, it's actually based off of a random car conversation that I had on the way to go hang out with some friends this past weekend. It was a random conversation that somehow ended up at, what is your favorite children's movie that you enjoy as a grown adult? And for me, the one that instantly came to mind that I've watched recently and I enjoy it every time I watch it is Moana. I think that movie is a masterpiece. I think all the music in it is awesome. Yes.
Yes.
He plays Maui.
The second one.
And the second one is coming out somewhat soon, so I'm excited for that as well. But I really do. I love most animated Disney movies just because I feel like they put a lot of time and a lot of effort into them, and the music element's always fun. Yeah, but other than that, I don't really have any others that come to mind. Moana is one that if I see it on the TV, I will sit down and watch it. It's like a comfort movie for me sometimes. Like, on a weekend, I'll throw it on before I go to bed.
Oh, wow.
It's very soothing. It's very fun.
I'm going to go with, I believe, the 1992 animated film Aladdin. That soundtrack could still get it, and I don't care what anybody thinks. Yeah.
You're trying to sex a soundtrack?
What?
No, that soundtrack is... You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. Except for that Peebo Bryson
Aladdin
song. Oh man, if you get Peebo Bryson
Carpet Ride?
singing, that's
I can
right.
show
yes,
you the world.
that song right there. But that movie is awesome. That soundtrack is awesome. Go back and listen to that one song. Not when the cartoon characters are singing it, but when Peebo and whoever else are singing it. Woo! I'm telling you.
I can totally see Kevin having the lights dimmed in the bedroom and some rose petals laying around, and all of a sudden he hits play on the tape player.
Look, do I need to admit right now? I should probably stop. Alec, I should probably stop, but I'm gonna. My first real girlfriend I had.
Oh, no. Don't do this.
We did make out during Aladdin, and I think that's
in the movie theater.
I was at somebody's house. Well, it was at her house.
Yeah,
Not
somebody is like,
not at somebody's house.
randomly went to a house and started making out with a girl.
Knock, knock,
Hey,
knock.
everybody.
Let me in.
No, it was at her house.
Oh, man. See, you know what's great, Kevin?
I regret that.
I said that we had a really random conversation that led to that. It was a similar conversation of music that plays at certain times and what is the weirdest song that is played. And that's how we got to, okay, what's your favorite children's movie that you enjoy as an adult?
Okay, because I want to keep it on this topic, but I want to ask everybody. Feel free to text in Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or hit us up on Twitch, or hit us up on YouTube. It's a fantastic song, but what do you think of when you hear the song Wild Horses?
Sing it for me. I don't know how it goes.
I will not. Haven't I already embarrassed? And wild horses.
What's the rest of it?
Nope.
Couldn't drag me away. That part? Yeah.
What do you think about when you hear that song?
I don't know.
The 90s?
All right, let's just see what kind of feedback we get on that.
Okay.
What do you think about?
Horses?
Oh, I know exactly what I'm thinking about. Back to you, Alec.
Let's see.
Recently, Alec.
Oh, you're really close with that answer.
I watched Rango recently. And
I love that movie.
It is so cool. No, it's not the James. That's Django. That is.
What the hell?
It is so cool looking. Like, it's really cool looking. But as we were watching it, Adrian and I were like, this isn't really a kid's movie. It's animated, but it's not necessarily a kid's movie. So I'm going to roll out Finding Nemo. I love anything that, I love The Little Mermaid. Anything that's under the ocean, I always like. I wish I could live underwater.
Huh.
I really do. That's like a lifelong dream of mine.
Would you live or stay in one of those bubble hotel rooms underwater?
Are there such things? Or are we making this up?
No, I think they really exist sometimes.
As long as I can have an emergency air tank.
You swim.
Yeah. No, you don't. I don't
take an elevator.
Yeah, how do you open the door?
I don't know. I haven't stayed at one of them.
Google it.
I don't think.
Google. Look it up, Mike. He's not wrong. This is a real thing. He's like, I don't believe you. But yeah, Finding Nemo.
Underwater hotels?
I always love.
Underwater rooms?
Yeah. See if it works. Wreck-It Ralph is also really good.
That is a really good movie. 682 Sausage Party is not a children's movie. That is not a children's movie.
And
Thank you for
they
that.
made an animated series, and my only thought was, but why?
Yeah.
Who is that for?
It's an awful movie. Like, I thought it would at least be funny.
Yeah.
It was terrible. It was not good to any extent.
9 best underwater hotels in the world.
By the way,
hotels?
Paperman that played before Wreck-It Ralph, that is one of the best short animated things I've ever seen.
And Luna.
That is a really good one, too.
Yeah.
Let's see, from the 682 Space Jam, from the 469, the original Lion King. Let's see, from the 856, The Year Without a Santa Claus. I love that movie.
I do not know if I've ever seen that.
I've seen it a billion times. My mom loved playing that. We were big on the Christmas movies and Christmas music growing up, so I've seen pretty much every holiday film that there is known to man, even on TLC.
Oh, yeah,
on Hallmark. I've seen all of them, and I'm not proud of it.
That thing terrifies me. The Year Without a Santa Claus, the one from whenever we were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the fiery. That thing scares me, dude. Claymation like that is frightening for me.
Yeah, it was kind of creepy as a kid. As an adult, I don't mind it, but as a kid, I definitely I wasn't really locked in. Wasn't really locked in. From the 951, Shrek and the Grinch. Those are both good.
Animated Grinch or regular Grinch is what I need clarification on that. Because
for me, I'd say the regular one.
Whoa.
I do like the animated one a lot. I will watch it. I watch it every year. Like I said, big on the Christmas movies.
I don't like the Jim Carrey one.
Ouch.
Yeah, because I got disillusioned because they made fun of me for shaving. That's what they came up with?
Because he shaved?
Yeah. Come on.
Let's see. Keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. The question of the day is, what is your favorite children's movie that you still enjoy or now enjoy as an adult? Real quick, we don't care about your fantasy football team, but right now we do care about mine because someone even texted in, Sean ended crosstalk by saying, screw you, Alec.
Yes.
And that is because I beat him in our fan fantasy league 124.56 to 122.3. And it is because I had Jake Elliott as my kicker. I went into the game down by, I want to say, 5 points.
Wow.
And that drop by Saquon Barkley sent out Jake Elliott for a field goal. That put me ahead of Sean Sharif when I was down by 0.8 points.
Holy moly, that's amazing.
And so that's why I hate you. I like it.
And that was a team for me that was without A.J. Brown this week, too. So I thought I was a lost cause for sure.
That's wild.
I had no business winning that game. So thank you, Saquon Barkley, for sucking on one play and one play only.
If you're not on Sean's hate list, are you really living?
No, not really.
I used to be on Sean's hate list.
How do you know you're not anymore?
Yeah, you'll be back on it.
That's a fair point.
And like I said a few days ago or last week, what was it when the one time I've been to Sean Sharif's house, he German suplexed me into his pool.
I saw that was cool.
And now he's blaming Kevin for his kid making his water bill too high.
$600 is a lot for a water bill. That is shocking.
We got to work something out there. But let's see. I do want to play this for Kevin and Kevin only because this is his kind of humor. I don't promote the work or the ideologies of Dan Orlovsky very often. But this was on First Take yesterday, and I can't lie, this was fun.
What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
Panda!
Mike hates that joke. He's about to say something inappropriate off air.
I'm not going to make that dark joke.
I saw that on something over the weekend on dad jokes, and I was like, that's really good. I like that one.
Yeah, that's probably his best work of his
Dolly
career.
Parton had that too.
It's a good point.
Yeah, Dolly Parton had it first.
Yeah.
Yep.
She wrote it. She was
This is
very
true.
happy that Whitney Houston sang it, though.
Yep.
She just said that.
Speaking of having it first, if you go to a wedding, does every dad-daughter dance in the history of the world, is it like, I knew her first, I know her best? Like, stop it. Come up with a different song, people.
Yeah, it is run its course, absolutely. And one more thing on Whitney Houston. If you haven't seen Julian Edelman's podcast, 1, it's really good. 2, he just had John Bon Jovi on the show.
To talk about the stopping the jumper?
I think it was before. I think it was recorded before that, I think. But I did listen to most of it, and he has some great Whitney Houston stories and just great stories in general about really famous musicians and some of the things that they've done when they're on tour or at football games together. Really, really good stuff there. But that's my time. Appreciate it, boys.
I've been clicking on these underwater hotels.
No.
You changing your trip from Italy?
No, some of them, they're not so underwater. You know, they're not selling the right product.
Okay.
What are they selling?
They're saying they're underwater, but they're like in the water, but not below the water. I'm looking for below the water.
Have you found a single below the water?
There are some where the door and everything, there is above water stuff, so you don't have to swim down to your hotel room and then open the door, which then I think would flood it pretty quickly. So I just can't imagine being in these things in a storm.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of
You're
stuck.
safe from the storm. You're underneath it.
Yeah, but you can't go up to the door.
And what if the power goes out down there?
I would just always be afraid of like a crack in the glass.
I know.
And I'm like, where are you going to go?
Jaws comes along and cracks it.
Samuel L. Jackson gets eaten.
Man, if you'd ever seen Deep Blue Sea, that was shocking when he gave his big speech and then a shark ate him.
By the way, none of these are in the United States of America.
Okay, we'll need to work on that. Coming up next,
Get working on it, U.S.
it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's go back and talk some more about the unbelievable ending of Monday Night Football. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Hurts gets hit as he throws and intercepted. Picked up by Jesse Bates.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If your question is all that Mike has cared about in the break under the water hotels?
What?
The answer is yes. He has lots of thoughts about how the prison system could adapt and many
Make a
other
prison
things.
under the water, but you put only prisoners there that can't swim, and so they're stuck. It's kind of like Alcatraz, but that one was on a rock.
Mm-hmm. That's why
You only know that because of the movie The Rock?
I've seen it. I'm going back, man. Get to see all the homeless people there.
Oh my God! All right,
they're not at Alcatraz.
No, I think they would like to be. There's indoor stuff there.
Well, okay, fine, Mike.
It'd be really weird for the tourists.
This is your fault because we went
of
this
homeless people.
In the break, Mike defiantly said he would rather be homeless than live in that one underwater hotel.
I'll figure
does look terrifying.
I'll figure out homelessness.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
And let's start with Corey. What's the word on Justin Fields?
Brooke Pryor, who prior to this I did not know about, in an ESPN NFL reporter, by the way, says that Tomlin says Justin Fields will start against the Chargers. Tomlin, quote, "We're readying ourselves around Justin. We'll stay in that mindset until something happens. Hypotheticals are a waste of time." So they're just saying, hey, just keep going this way with Justin Fields, and we'll figure out the next thing whenever the next thing comes. Because, Kevin, I think he's right about that. You just keep focusing on what you're doing each week with that guy because, A, he could get hurt. And then, so now you got all these other things. So I think he's dead on there, and they got to figure out how to win with him. And they've done that so far. And it's not by scoring lots of touchdowns. It's by just being able to scrap out wins.
Now, in news that I know at least Carter wants to know, the next UFL season will begin March 28th of 2025. That's a Friday night. As the UFL has said, they will start using Friday nights as one of their windows to play games as well.
In the spring and summer?
Yes.
Okay. That's because
in the fall you think that
would be stupid.
Yes.
Yeah, that wouldn't work at all. But that's very interesting.
So we'll see if it works. Bengals Chiefs. We all agree was a fantastic game. went down to the wire. CBS announced that their viewership for that game, 27.87 million viewers. That's the most watched NFL regular season game on CBS since September of 1998.
I would like to know from the audience out there,
or Mark Cuban,
are the Chiefs still lovable?
Heck yeah, they are.
And I agree
Are
with
they?
Mike. I don't hate them yet. Like the Patriots, they were an easy team to be like, don't like you guys. I don't feel that way with the Chiefs. They got fun personalities. Their game is fun. They're not like the Spurs. Okay, that's an off-field stuff, Kevin, that I really don't care about, honestly.
You don't care?
I don't care about when it comes to Patrick Mahomes, no.
Okay.
And he gets paid by the franchise. Like, I get that. No, it's Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey. Rice is a different story.
Yeah.
But again,
or Andy Reid, and yeah.
Not Andy Reid, his son, right?
Okay, but
did Andy Reid do something bad? I'm not
No. It
remembering?
is with his son, but he helped with a lot of those things. But let's just not dive into that right now. We'll move on to our next story. All right, let's go from that back to Monday Night Football. Were you guys locked in to the Monday Night Football game because it included the Eagles, because it was Monday Night Football, or not really?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That is what Jerry said. I know you know what happened.
I know what happened, but I was locked into another Monday Night Football game, and it was my son Carter's first ever middle school football game. They won 27-6, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Schimmelfinnig.
Is that a Plano school?
Yes.
Yes, it's a Plano middle school.
I don't have TV.
Oh, yeah. Mike doesn't have a TV anymore.
That's right.
His kids couldn't watch football over the
You have
weekend.
some streaming services?
I have MLB, like all the MLB games and stuff.
Okay, but that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kevin.
Is that going to make it more difficult to do your job at all?
A little bit, because I didn't watch Monday Night Football
Okay.
because I didn't have it. But I'm saving money.
Okay.
I'm going to get it in mid-October when I get back from Italy.
Okay.
That's so because I'm leaving Sunday again to be on the road, coming back like late Sunday night again, coming back for a week, and then being gone for 10 days. So I figure I can save a month's worth of television.
There you go. The game I was keeping track of while I was up in the stands, and then I did get home at the end of it to see kind of how it all wrapped up. But was it you that asked the question of who, or maybe Sean, who was more likely to go off? And was it Bijan Robinson or Barkley?
Yeah.
So I have Bijan Robinson in a league, and so I was kind of keeping track of what he was doing throughout that game, and I wanted to see what Barkley was doing, and Barkley let him down.
Let's go. Actually, I do want to stick on that for just 1 second. I'm sorry. Because A.J. Brown, we already knew he was going to be out, but he said he expects to miss a couple of weeks with a hamstring injury.
Okay, good.
So,
I mean, not good, but yeah,
wow.
I mean,
Barkley's mom's going to be mad at you.
McCaffrey.
Or McCaffrey's mom. And even she really is. Well, she's mad at the station.
Oh yeah,
I remember.
They came to a reasonable conclusion, didn't they? Didn't they
Probably
all
not.
kiss and make up on the Super Bowl?
They fake did.
Okay, Saquon Barkley. That was his 16th drop since the start of 2021. That's the most among all NFL running backs. I know we had talked about a resurgence in his career, and he could absolutely still have that. But I did not. I have to admit, I didn't realize his drop levels were that alarmingly high.
But you also know he played with Danny DeVito and
Tommy
Daniel
DeVito.
Jones.
Only half the time, though, because he was out the other half of the time.
Valid point, too.
Well, you know what? That is taking over with all of the marquee injuries. So we're talking about A.J. Brown. You mentioned Cooper Kupp earlier. He's expected to miss an extended period of time. Deebo Samuel is expected to miss a couple of weeks. Isaiah Pacheco, I think it's up to now they're thinking maybe closer to 8 weeks. I know there's always injuries in football, but man, this feels like a lot of early marquee injuries.
Kevin.
Although I guess last year Aaron Rodgers
I
got
think
hurt
what you do
straight
is
away.
sit out the first 2 weeks of the regular season, too.
And then you're good.
Yeah, and don't practice. So then they'll all be healthy for week 3.
Saquon Barkley had 91 catches his rookie year.
Wow. That is a lot.
Yeah. I mean, and
How many
since
did he
then,
drop?
he had 121 targets, so 30 he didn't catch. He was targeted 121 times. He had 91 catches.
Hands have gotten worse.
Well, I mean, he
like
hasn't
it.
gotten as many targets by any means since then. But that is interesting, the 16 drops there. But still, lots of production. But yeah, he needs to be better.
This is just a side note. We've talked about how, not automatic, but how seemingly much more automatic 50-plus yard field goals have become, or maybe just field goals in general. So Michael David Smith of Pro Football Talk put this out. Justin Tucker this year is 0 for 2 on field goals from 50-plus. The rest of the NFL is 35 of 37.
Yeah, Justin Tucker's lost his touch.
I mean, fair, but also that's amazing for the rest of the NFL.
There are more capable legs to do that than there ever have been before. And I mean, you find them anywhere now. How they found Brandon Aubrey.
When do you feel confident that the guy might miss it against your team? Because it used to be 45 or more. I was like, okay, like this is, and I get it.
I think it might have to be 55, right?
Yeah, I feel like now, like a guy's setting up for a 52-yard field goal. I'm like, well, I don't. It feels like 9 out of 10 times these guys make it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're pretty good at this point, man.
Now, we talked about the Steelers earlier. I wish I would have had this information ready to throw out there. Pittsburgh is 2-0. The Steelers have just one touchdown. They're the first team since the 2000 Lions to be 2-0 with one touchdown scored.
Oh my gosh!
What happened to that 2000 Lions team, Kevin? How'd they do?
They didn't make it to the Super Bowl. I know that.
Oh, how do you know?
Because they've never been to the Super Bowl.
Hey,
oh man,
serious question. Did Barry Sanders retire after that year?
Oh man, that is a good question.
I think that was his last year. Or am I crazy?
I don't
Maybe he played
remember. I'm trying to see that team record right now. So they ended up going 9-7.
And they lost. Yeah, they didn't go to the playoffs. It doesn't look like either.
Ooh.
Yeah. Dang.
So
what a crappy team. That
we'll see how this Steelers team is able to pull it together. Let's talk about Patrick Mahomes. By the way, I think it is Patrick Mahomes' birthday today. Happy 29th
Heck
birthday.
yeah, Patty.
Patrick Mahomes, he just knows how to win, right? Like, he's great, but he also seems to have that inherent quality of, I don't know what it's going to take, but I know how we're going to win this game. You know what I'm saying? Because it can always be different.
By the way, real quick, Sanders, after 98, retired.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought it was
He
my
only
senior
played-
year.
Yeah, 89 to 98.
That is wild.
Yeah.
So with Mahomes, Kevin, it just feels like a lot of times you're like, man, we need this touchdown. And he's like, we need this to happen so I can get within field goal range or whatever it is. I don't have to be a hero. We're just going to get in position to win.
And that feels like what played out in the Bengals game. He's like, I know exactly what Butker's range is. Let's get comfortably in there, and we can go from there. And that it worked to a T, not the quarterback.
That's a rough
the expression to a T. All right, so my note for Patrick Mahomes, he has 76 wins. So for quarterbacks in their first 100 starts, the record is 76 with Mahomes, Roger Staubach, and Tom Brady.
Wow.
That's a hell of a group to be in. And Mahomes has only started 98 games. So he still has 2 more opportunities to break the record for the most wins ever in the first 100 starts of your NFL career.
And you think I saw too that he has the most Super Bowl MVPs at before age 28 or at this age.
I believe that.
It's nuts.
He feels like he's on pace.
He's tied for third with most Super Bowl wins by this age.
Huh,
I don't know who
fascinating.
I guess he's tied with Troy Aikman, maybe?
Yeah, because Troy Aikman would have been really young.
Jomo. Joe Montana.
I think.
Did you say
Mahomes is
games played or
younger.
games started?
Games started.
Okay, because I'm just looking and I don't know Brock Purdy's. He's played in 27 games. I don't know if he started all of them. He's 18-5. Because I was like, is this ever going to?
Wow.
And I was like, Brock Purdy. I don't know if they're going to stay good for a long time, but he's off to a great start with this situation.
Absolutely, that is an incredible start. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, MLB teams don't repeat. So why did the Rangers season feel so sad? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So I was actually doing a lot of digging into, not into the ground.
Okay.
After you win the World Series, what do teams do the next year? I know we're all familiar with the fact that they don't repeat. At least they haven't repeated since the Yankees won 98 through 2000.
Rangers haven't yet.
They haven't yet, and I'm so sorry, they're not going to.
Astros lost yesterday. Only 10 back.
Are they mathematically out,
12 to go.
I don't think they are.
You're quitting on them.
Magic number's still at 3.
Before they even have a chance.
Okay.
To finish up.
I'm gonna try this.
You want to know the number? Oh, they are a 0% chance of making the playoffs, it says on ESPN.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
0.1?
No, not even that.
Greater than 0.1.
Hell yeah! Less than 0.1?
Less than 0.1,
Okay.
yeah.
Here's what I'm going to try.
The Pac-Man goes this way, and then that's greater. How's the Pac-Man work?
So, cut number 10, Alec, if you can have that ready to go. The Rangers season is over. They are not making the playoffs. They will not defend their World Series title. I'm sorry.
I feel like you're trying to hurt me right now.
My consolation prize
Just
to
real
you.
quickly, if you're listening and you're a Rangers player, still show up to the game tonight.
True.
I know that Kevin just said the season's over. Technically, you have 12 more games to play.
Keep playing. Just know you're not making the playoffs.
Okay.
My consolation prize to you is this.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
No, you're not.
The Rangers are the World Series champions.
They still are.
After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
Now let's get to the other sad stuff. I just wanted to make sure that I'm really curious, though. Why has this felt like a disproportionately sad season? Because teams don't repeat.
Right.
But
they mostly compete for the playoffs or make the playoffs, right?
Okay, let me ask you this. I'm glad that you brought that up because this is what I did.
I don't know the numbers.
This is what I did my research about. In the 21 full follow-up seasons, so I didn't include 2020 because it's a shortened season.
Everybody made it.
And this season isn't over just yet. So I've got 21 follow-up seasons. Of those 21 seasons, how many times do you think a team made the playoffs or didn't make the playoffs?
I will say made the playoffs 14 out of the 21 times.
I'll say 9 out of the 21 times.
They made it 12 times and did not make it 9 times. But to your point, and I think this is where people have gotten upset with the way the season's gone. Out of those 21 teams, 1 went 81-81. 4 had a losing record. 16 of them had a winning record the next year. And I think that it's not that the Rangers didn't make it.
Yeah.
It's that we've known, I get it, math and everything.
I guess I should have known Bochy 3 times
Yes,
didn't make it.
That's true. And even then, I'll get to that in just a second. But it's that we've been out of it for so long, right? And I think that's the part that's made this season really sad. I understand technically, like, you're still alive, but how long has it been since you actually thought the Rangers were still alive for the playoffs? 2 months?
Even at the trade deadline, I didn't feel good about that. Like, I remember having this discussion because Bobby wanted to trade the whole team, and I was like, I know he didn't want to trade the whole team, just the guys that were kind of going to be free agents. And I got his perspective, and I said, most likely they're not going to make the playoffs. I've seen them play for 4 months. This doesn't look like a playoff team, but I think you have to still try because you're only 3.5 out. So that's not a big number with 2 months to play, but I didn't feel good about it then. I didn't feel like they were going to make the playoffs. So I don't know. In a weird way, I have to go back to maybe the start of June. June felt June. Bad. June was the month where I was like, I don't think this team looks right.
And the thing that got you so excited the previous year was DeGrom.
Sure.
And you knew, but you wanted to be excited about something. And okay, we got Max Scherzer. And then he can't pitch for most of the season. And then, like, all these things that you were very excited about. Corey Seager doesn't look like Corey Seager. And to start the season, it was brutal. So, yeah, Kevin, it was most of the season you've just been like, can we do anything?
And you look at the flip side of all the numbers. 76% of the teams the year after they won the World Series had a winning record. 57% of the time they went to the playoffs. And 38% of the time they made it back to at least the league championship series. And I know what people have said all year. Well, Boch doesn't go back-to-back. Even Bochy joked about that because there was an interesting article in the USA Today, and he goes, well, you're obviously talking to the wrong guy. And he kind of cracked a smile. And I get all of that. But in his follow-up seasons, I know people are like, he didn't make the playoffs. Remember, the playoff field used to be smaller, too. He won 86, 76, and 84 games. So even 2 of those 3 years that they didn't make the playoffs, they were still a solid ball club.
So this could be his worst record ever after winning the World Series, right? They're going to be right around that 76
They're on pace
number.
for 77 wins right now, and 76 and 86 was the worst one by far, because the other 2 years he went 184 and then 186.
Okay, you didn't dive this far, I'm betting.
Okay, let's see.
Because somebody just said I would rather lose 10-9 every night instead of losing 3-1. It's so boring.
I don't have a breakdown of the types of losses, but I can look into that.
That's been part of the sadness, is like if you were a productive offense, there's some excitement going into it, but you've been less than non-productive.
Let me play the other side of this.
Okay.
You usually win by pitching. So as a Ranger fan, I get it. We're used to losing 10-9. But when you do have the positive part of the future being hopefully a healthy DeGrom, hopefully a healthy and great Kumar Rocker, hopefully you get back Evaldi. Hopefully Jack Leiter, who's shown improvement this year, and he had a very good game against Seattle the other day. He had a good game, not a very good game, but a good game. Gave a 2-run homer, but 7th, 8th inning, pitched out a jams late in game. That was a really good positive for me. But you do have John Gray under contract. I can't tell you John Gray's going to be in your rotation next year or not. So I do think that there is this, hey, the rotation should on a piece of paper be good next year.
Yeah.
That gives you a chance. If you don't have a good rotation, it's very tough to just offensively whack your way to the playoffs. Now, you can. I'm not saying you can't, but
you have to have offense.
I would rather have the issue of, can these guys get better offensively, then what are we supposed to do about our pitching?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I'm worried about the bullpen next year, to be honest. We'll see how that has to be done through free agency, and that costs money.
All the best teams this year, Mike, and I think last year was you could look at the same way with the Rangers. Dodgers plus 115, Milwaukee plus 138, Phillies plus 115. 92 for the Astros, plus 123 for the Yankees. All the best teams have a huge disparity between the amount of runs they score and the amount of runs that they give up. They have both pitching, and they can put up 6 runs in a game.
And I'm not saying next year the Rangers I know are going to make the playoffs or bounce back. I don't know, but if they were giving up a lot of runs throughout the season, I would go, well, I don't know how to fix this. We would go into they don't develop pitching and all this stuff. But if they have developed Rocker, that could help you out a lot. And there's still a lot. It's one game so far, but I did really like that one game.
I'm guessing this probably won't help, but I just wanted to check nonetheless. Does it make you feel any better that the Rangers are probably safe from being the worst since the last repeat in terms of worst record? Because the 2014 Red Sox went 71-91.
Dang.
And I know this didn't count because the season was short, but that Nationals team looked like they were going to be pretty bad. They were on pace to go 70-92. Right now, the Rangers are at 77-85. I'm not here to be like, hey, look how great we are. But does that help at all that it's not going to be the worst follow-up performance? Or are you like, and what did okay, because what did the Red Sox do after that? They went 78-84. So they didn't immediately bounce back after a bad season and then get right back in it. They had another tough season.
Yeah, man, set records either way. Yeah, just go out there and set records.
Whether they're good, whether they're bad.
No, but seriously, it doesn't really matter to me that much because it just kind of becomes a lost season for me.
Okay. Yeah.
A lost championship defending season, too, and that stinks.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Like, if it was the worst, I guess it would matter because we were like, let's not be the worst defending champ. And you brought up the point of the Nationals. But I look at it and I go, I never thought there would be meaningless baseball in September this year.
Yeah.
It not making the playoffs, I could see that. I could see Seattle and Houston being better than the Rangers, and the Rangers didn't hit the wild card spot or win the division. I could see that. But I thought they would be in a race at the end. And like you said, it's been a long time since even if you're the most optimistic fan, it had to be like mid to late August once you kind of said it ain't happening.
And then I found this quote, again, from this USA Today article to be particularly sad. This is from Jordan Montgomery, who obviously not even on the team anymore. I think we're all really surprised at what's happened there. I thought they'd be back, but I remember being with the Yankees and Rizzo kept telling me about the World Series hangover they had with the Cubs. Maybe it's real.
I wonder what it is. Is it because when we talked to Derek after they lost the World Series, what did he say? I just want to get back.
Yeah,
and he said why, he was like, you can't match the adrenaline. You can't match the feeling of playing in the playoffs.
Yeah, in 12, right? They totally lost it.
Yeah. And so I wonder what if
they got back, but then they looked like they were getting back and then lost all the energy at the end of the year. I do think this. I don't think this is the only reason. I'm just going to give you a reason. And nobody, like our buddy Kyle, who runs the Dallas Card Show, he's paying 5 times what he had to pay for current Texas Rangers.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because they won.
And because the demand is so much higher because of that. Yeah.
Who's doing all that work? The agent.
Yeah.
The agent does have you running around this world after you win. It's time to take advantage of the championship. Now, all of a sudden, instead of $2,000, you're getting $10,000. Instead of Rawlings giving you $10,000, I want $50,000.
Yeah.
Instead of Adidas giving you $20,000, I want $100,000. So now, and then you deserve this. Hey, we're trying to get out of this. We're trying to get you into this. We're trying to do that. We're trying to do this. There's a lot of pulling. And sometimes as a player, I'm not saying these guys didn't try to get ready for a season and everything. I think they did. But there's a lot that goes into it, and you have the satisfaction of winning, and I think that's what makes Patrick Mahomes so special. And then he tells his teammates that he's like, I don't give an S. You know, you're coming along for another championship. We're not satisfied here. And I can remember reading the Magic Johnson book, and I know that they were only a repeat champ in 87, 88. Anybody that came on the team couldn't ride the first bus. First bus was for champions. You're not a champion. He's like, I'm on the Lakers, man. I'm playing. I'm in the rotation. Like, no, you're not a Laker. You've never won a championship with us. Second bus.
Yeah.
You know, like, so there has to be this crazy mentality that it's rare. That's why we don't have repeat champions.
Yeah.
That like you have to have, I think it's easier in basketball, but you have to have that Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan type of personality where you're like, I hate him, but I love playing with him because we keep winning.
And Chris Young kind of touched on that when he mentioned one particular word, underperformance, but he did say this. It's not as much as to why teams don't repeat, but how magical it is when it does happen and everything goes right. So you have to have all of those things go right for consecutive years. It's really difficult. We certainly experienced that this year. And he said, whether it's injuries or underperformance, it just hasn't lined up for us.
Just think of how many things had to go right for the Rangers to win it.
Absolutely.
Just to win it the one time.
At the All-Star break last year, I was doing like a pre and post with Steve Buechele, who obviously had been in the game a long time. And he is like, wow, the whole lineup is having a career year. Can you believe that? At the All-Star break, your whole lineup, everybody was having the best year of their career. And it's like I remember him saying something like, man, I hope they take advantage of it, or they have to take advantage of it, because when are you ever going to have a 9-man lineup where pretty much everybody is having their career year?
Okay. I do have one more quote that goes along with that, and I really think hammers home your point. I know we got to go.
Say it.
Bochy. It shows how difficult it is to win a championship, to repeat. A lot of good things have to happen. You need your guys to have a similar year to the year before. You need to avoid injuries, and you need a surprise or two. We didn't hit on any of them, just being honest. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's real and what's not from the first 2 weeks of the NFL season. We'll do next, and Mike likes it on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Of Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the on-time experts, and this fan replay is presented by Ciroc Vodka.
2nd and 7. Shaheed in motion, play action car, middle screen. Kamara 50. Right at the 45.
That's a
Outrunning
touchdown.
everybody. 40, 30, 10. Touchdown.
It's a touchdown.
Listen to the Hoodats.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So I'm going to ask you guys some questions, see if you believe that these are accurate or not. Is it remarkably similar to overreaction to reality? That's a fair point. All right. Do you believe that the Eagles legitimately have a head coaching problem? So Reed Blankenship, after the game last night, which the Eagles lost to the Falcons, said Jalen Hurts spoke in the locker room postgame and that no coach said a word. Quote, "We're a player-led team at the end of the day. We know what we did is on us." Now, is that just good, I'm taking responsibility, or is that like, hey, our coaches.
No other coach spoke?
Yeah, correct.
Sirianni didn't come out and say anything.
Per Blankenship.
That's a problem.
It seems like it is in football.
Okay.
Because in basketball and baseball, I don't know about hockey, you don't have meetings after the game. Like, you just go home, and then the next morning at shoot around or the next day when you get to the clubhouse, you might go
But they
over.
all talk to the media after the game. Rick Carlisle, Jason Kidd,
you're
every
saying
game.
Sirianni just...
No. I'm saying he didn't talk
He
to
didn't, like, have a
anybody
team.
in the locker room.
All right. Okay, then. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, so I'm like thinking in football, though, it seems like you always have to gather everybody around and say something. So it's not a big deal to me, but I do think it's a big deal to football people because can't you just at 8 a.m. this morning, start going over the things you liked or disliked or whatever? But I get it from a football standpoint. This seems like a must-do after game.
I also feel like you kind of have to, when you're one way all the time, going the opposite way is the helpful thing. And I say this because Sirianni's very intense. And I think whenever you go, you know what? You guys figure it out. That really does put it on the players to try and work together to figure out what they can do better. Hey, look, man, we're giving you the game plan. Y'all figure it out on your own. Quiet could be good whenever you have a head coach that's always intense and out there and in your face.
Now, my next question for you is, are the New Orleans Saints going to be really good?
I assume yes now.
Okay.
They will be a playoff team that probably goes in second, maybe even championship game.
Wow.
I think there are teams that know how to and have the personnel to stop their run. And once you get to see more of it, then you won't get these kinds of blowouts as often. More and more you see it, how their personnel works in that system, you'll start going, okay, here are ways to find leverage on the field. Here are ways to stop it. But they're going to be productive for a while. They might be a 7-0 team before they get a loss because it takes a while for teams to figure out how to stop this. And then once they do, they'll continue to be good because it's a good system. And in the playoffs, that's where the better teams are. You'll find a team that they run into that you're like, oh, dang. Or unless they get a great matchups all the way into the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Now, I'm looking at Alvin Kamara because I know that we've devalued the running back, and it's just about the offensive line doing their deal, and there's no such thing as a good running back being, overstating, which I know Derek Carr has to stay healthy. I get that. Most teams will die if their quarterback gets hurt. But I'm looking at Kamara in his career, and the last time he had a good year where you're like, was 2020. A lot of it has to do with health. A lot of it has to do with how many carries he gets. Now, he finished that year 6th in Offensive Player of the Year. So to me, if somehow, some way at 29 years old, Alvin Kamara can be 2020 Alvin Kamara, then yes, I think they can be a 12 to 14 win team. But what's the likelihood that a 29-year-old running back goes back to being a 25-year-old running back?
Yeah, no, you make a fair point because I would obviously say probably not, but it's tough after the first couple of weeks to say that.
In fact, he hasn't averaged over 4 yards a carry since 2020. He had 4 yards per carry in 22. Last year was 3.9 and 21 was 3.7.
He had a suspension early last year. That had him out for a few games. And then that team just they weren't good last year. Their defense was good, but their offense was meh.
So I guess I look at him.
Okay.
I think their goodness to greatness depends on Kamara staying healthy and being one of the 5 best running backs in the NFL.
Now, I wrote this question before the game last night, and actually for most of the game, I thought it stood and was a valid question. Then he ran the 2-minute drill to perfection. Is Kirk Cousins washed up?
No, I don't think he's washed up. He still has the ability with his arm to do it. And we always talk about players as they get older. They're like, oh, I can see the game better, the more experience. I still think he has the arm. He's not mobile. And if a team can light him up, if they just make him stand still and go after him, they'll get to him. But I think he still has the arm to do it.
Don't the Eagles have one of the 10 worst secondaries in the NFL?
Oh, yeah.
They are
not great.
Bad.
And he couldn't light them up. I just think he's past his prime.
Okay. And recovering from that Achilles injury still.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
So I think he's a starting quarterback. Don't get me wrong on that. I don't think that there's 31 other guys better than him.
There's a very young team around him, too, that he's trying to lead along. But Kevin, doesn't that just open the door for Michael Penix Jr.? I said it right for you because you're always complaining about the other way.
Perhaps. Is Jameson Williams' breakout in Detroit real? All right, so he was the number 12 pick in 2022. He caught all of one pass his first season. Last season, he had 24 catches for 354 yards. Obviously, he's run into some other issues as well. But through 2 games, he had 5 catches for 121 yards and a touchdown, 5 catches for 79 yards. He's on pace for 85 catches, 1,700 yards. So 20 yards a catch.
And Kevin, what did he say before the season started? He wanted to be the greatest Lions receiver
I want to have
ever?
the most catches, yards, and touchdowns in the NFL, at which I scoffed at that notion. So here we are.
Yeah, I scoffed at it too because St. Brown's on that team, but here's St. Brown.
He's the number 2 now.
Keeps kind of getting injured here and there, you know.
If I'll go all the way and say that.
But yeah, I mean, this is they got a really.
So you're kind of believing in this?
Yeah, but the first 2 games so far, Goff hasn't looked great, and I'm trying to figure out what's holding their offense back right now.
Now, obviously, this came up with Steven quite a bit yesterday.
Jones.
Is Saints offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak the NFL's next genius play caller?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Mike said that he's going to be the head coach of the Cowboys next year.
Well, it sounds like he might be too smart.
Oh, man.
They've scored 91 points in 2 games, the Saints have. That's the second most in franchise history behind 2009 when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. As long as he is easy to work with, you know, is one of those. Mike McDaniels has his job in Miami because he was like, look, I got all these plays. Watch how awesome they are.
Sure.
But on top of that, he's had a really good working relationship with his GM. If you can do both of those, not get over like, I'm the head coach and blah, 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 and all that stuff, then you can have a really good working relationship and be successful. I'm always curious about that because Gary Kubiak, his dad, he ran that system with Shanahan in Denver. They worked on that and built it together. And then he goes to the Texans, and he does a really good job. That Arian Foster run was amazing for a while. And then it's kind of like back and forth on where he belongs. I don't know exactly what his personality is, but yes, as far as play calling, he's got it right now.
We talked quite a bit about Bryce Young earlier in the show. Are the Carolina Panthers the worst franchise in the NFL? I'm not saying worst team, the worst franchise in football.
Yeah, their owner's miserable. They don't know what they're doing when it comes to drafting. They're bad. They're bad all around. Even their free agents are old.
Who are the competitors? Would the Jets be a competitor?
I kind of wonder about the Giants.
I mean, Washington, Browns. I get that they have new ownership now.
At least I can see a potential path. I know it's not good.
We don't know yet. They're unknown.
The Browns still kind of stick for me.
I think the
Jaguars,
Browns very fair.
Did you say Jaguars?
Yeah,
I would never. I think the Browns are fair. The Giants pop to mind. I know a lot of people, look, I just want to get this out of the way. I know a lot of people want to say or are going to say the Cowboys. I get it. I get frustrated about this team all the time. I just think it's not even close when you're comparing to like the Browns or the Panthers or whatever. It's not even close.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm with you. As much as I rag on this team, it's the standard that Tex Schramm and Tom Landry set, Jerry Jones doesn't come close to. That's the upsetting part of it. I think if you're a true Cowboys fan, is like, hey, there was a standard here that we had, and you've destroyed that standard.
Multiple people immediately saying it's the Cleveland Browns. So.
Yeah, it's just their whole history. It's always something. And then you point out, Kevin, 600 different quarterbacks in the last 20 years.
It was
or
like
something.
36.
It's insane. And so like that, just the inability to have any consistency year after year for Cleveland is one of those.
Now, hear me out on this one. Jim Harbaugh is ready to establish the damn run game with the Chargers. So in week 1, they ran for 176 yards on 27 carries. In week 2, albeit against the Panthers, 44 carries for 219 yards for J.K. Dobbins against the Panthers. It wasn't only J.K. Dobbins, but he led the way. They have put up massive running numbers in their first 2 weeks. Do you believe this could be maybe more of a balanced offense than some anticipated?
He's always been a good coach.
He's an excellent coach.
So Yeah, they're not going to go 13-4. I don't think they're going to win that division. I still think the Chiefs at the end will run away with it. But yeah, I think that he's a good enough coach with enough talent to sneak into the playoffs. In the run game, he's just always been, even with Andrew Luck at Stanford, like when you had the best quarterback in college, they still were a really good running team.
Yes, as far as the running goes, because Greg Roman, their offensive coordinator there, knows how to run the ball. I mean, you saw what he did with Lamar Jackson whenever he was Baltimore's offensive coordinator. However, his passing system, you could probably find anywhere in DISD's passing system. It's not that great. And so and on top of that, you have some gimmicks, but then he becomes very predictable. So this goes to once people kind of go, oh yeah, that's what they're doing. That's where Greg Roman is. He kind of becomes predictable pretty quickly. So I would say yes, he knows how to run the ball. He's always been good at that.
Can I ask you one more question that's not related to the NFL, but it is a kind of general football sportsy question?
I mean, if you have to.
I would like to.
You're the leader of the pack.
All right.
Yeah, we're just here, man.
Never do I ever say that.
It's not you.
Yeah, you say you're the one man.
Oh, my God.
Wolf pack.
Tennessee is adding a 10% talent fee to tickets that they say will be distributed directly to the athletes starting with next year's season tickets.
No.
Oh, wait. I thought you were talking about University of Tennessee for NIL.
Yes, the University of Tennessee.
Because I got confused at the end. I thought you were talking about Titans.
Not the Titans. This is not about the NFL. Then I'd be like, the hell with that.
I thought it was I think there's a salary
cap. The University of Tennessee.
When I thought it was the Titans, I was like, oh, Nashville. They're probably bringing in some country music stars to play at halftime or something. I get it.
The University of Tennessee, they've reached 20 wins total in the last 2 years for the first time in decades. Football season. Tickets are up, and now they're going to say, we're going to add a 10% premium charge to tickets that will go directly to the athletes, which is kind of NIL, kind of a sort of roundabout NIL, but
yeah, I mean that's tickets paying for the players, which is basically professional football.
Would you like that if you're a fan of this university, knowing I got to pay a little bit more, but hopefully that means we're beefing up our NIL program to pay these kids?
As long as we're winning. As soon as we're not winning, now I'm complaining about my ticket prices.
Like I said, yeah, if I'm Florida State, I want my NIL money back.
I am not going to pay that money.
Stop paying these players.
Pay new and different players in future years. All right, excellent. Thank you guys very, very much. Hey, want to remind everybody, tomorrow in the 10 a.m. hour and in the noon hour, we'll be doing ticket giveaways for Cowboys Ravens right here during our show. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right.
I'm excited about this one.
I'm going to start it off with something a little bit different than what I teased you before the show started.
Easy.
I don't know if I... Okay.
Why'd you tease him before the show?
Stop it.
Just to let him know what's coming up.
Not me.
So I wanted to talk real quick about Sebastian Walcott.
Okay, yeah.
So we talked about him really early in the year when he had Michael Young on. I believe we were at a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Last year, yeah.
And so it was in April.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And then you went to the field specifically to watch him in spring training.
Yeah, and he was playing on kind of a semi-big league game. It was, I can't remember, but I was like, dude, I can't believe he's only 18, this and that. So he's in AA right now. And look, it's 5 games. And he... 348 batting average, 984 OPS. It's 5 games. It's 24 plate appearances, 23 at bat. So, but I just want to go over how good this 18-year-old got over the season. In April, he hit 191 with a 338 slugging. In May, this is in A-ball, he hit 198 with a 296 slugging percentage. So April and May, horrible. Now, for the year, he's 265 with a 452 slugging. So listen to the months of June, July, August, and September for this 18-year-old 6'4", I guess, shortstop. I'm assuming at this point he has to play shortstop. At this point, you should have moved him off a shortstop if you don't think he is. In June, he hit 286 with a 516 slug. In July, he hit 320 with a 533 slug. In August, he hit 296 with a 478 slug. In September, He's hitting .306 with a .571 slug. So if you look at the improvement, and by the way, he just turned 18 in spring training.
He's the youngest player in double A ball, right?
He is, when you go to Baseball Reference, it'll have an age difference. He's a minus 6.2 in double A, which means the average age of a double A player is 24. And so he is 6 years younger than the average age in double A. And look, it's 5 games. I believe, I want to say Frisco's going into the playoffs. I need to look at that because I think their season's approximately over. I know today's Tuesday. They have Mondays off, but I need to look and see if there's any games left there. But I just want to tell you guys, Sebastian Walcott ended up having a great year. In fact, I can't remember where he was on the top 50 list. Was he 30-something?
He was like 35 or 39.
I think he's going to be, I'm going to assume this. It's only an assumption. I think he's going to get top 25 with his finish of this season. So next year, I do think as Rocker will probably be on the list still to start the year, because if Evan Carter was on the list to start the year at 5 or 6, then Rocker will be on the list of your top 100 prospects. I do think Walcott will ease into about top 25. The thing that I don't know and I need to ask more of, hey, are you guys planning on him being the shortstop of the future to take Corey Seager's job, to move Corey Seager off of that position at some point? Or are you guys still going to say we're not sure he's a shortstop? And if you're not sure, and he is approximately a year away from being a major leaguer, do we want to play him at the position you think he's going to play at any time? Because I remember not this time, but about a month in early August, we had the conversation in 2023. Hey, if you're going to call up Evan Carter and you're not going to play him in center field, should you start moving him over to start playing like, and they're like, they hemmed and hawed, I think because they didn't want to publicly say.
Yeah.
But I was like, dude, if he's going to play left field or another position, you need to get him some reps in the minor leagues. That's what the minor leagues are for, is so that he feels prepared to play in the major leagues. I don't think you just throw a new position on a guy in the major leagues. Now, a lot of major league teams will say, yeah, watch this. Bobby Witt Jr. is playing third base now. Hey, have you ever played third base? Not in my life, but let's see how it works out in the major leagues. I don't think that's a good idea. I'd like to be part of these meetings and say, hey, when a guy's never played that position in his life, shouldn't we try to play him some in the minor leagues before we throw him up here? No. Okay, good plan. I'm just giving that as an example.
Yeah.
If Walcott is not a shortstop at this point, and it's starting next year, I will say, what position is he supposed to be? We're moving him to that position. But if you think he's a shortstop, keep him at shortstop. Okay, so now I want to get into sports cards.
Yes.
And I know that some people will say, in fact, Corey Seager called Josh Young a nerd because of his fandom of sports cards.
What does Corey Seager like to do in his off time?
Not hang out with his teammates.
Swing in the mirror, I think. So when it comes to the world of sports cards, I mentioned it yesterday and we didn't get to the whole story, but because Tom Brady was here for the Dallas Cowboys game that he was announcing, he was at a local card shop on Saturday.
Yes. So it was the way it played out was amazing, and I felt really bad because I was at RJ Duke's in McKinney helping him out. We were doing some breaks and stuff.
It was Topps Rip Night.
Yeah,
exactly.
It was Rip Night.
Yeah.
And so then another one of our great listeners sent me a text, and he goes, "You're not going to believe who's at Triple Cards in Plano." And I thought it was like going to be Corey.
Yeah.
But it was Tom Brady. And I was like,
is that cooler?
I mean,
thanks a lot, Kevin.
Just because I see you every day.
Okay. You don't see him all the time.
That's the only reason.
You just see him every Sunday lately.
Yeah. And this week too, right? And I was like, holy crap. And I looked at Ryan. I go, hey, I'm really sorry. Your counter program to me is Tom Brady. So I'm pretty sure you're going to lose that. But it was amazing that he was at Triple Cards. That's so cool.
Yeah, so here's the deal. Here's what's happening in this world. Pop culture wise, this is becoming really popular to collect cards now. Tom Brady, Saturday, shows up at a card shop. He was at the big Fanatics Fest in New York. By the way, Michael Rubin owns Fanatics and Topps.
Yep.
And so he is a guy who's thrown a lot of parties, let's say, for athletes, for celebrities. And so now that he owns Fanatics and Topps, he's been trying to get all these athletes and celebrities into cards. He is doing a tremendous job at it. He put Kevin Hart on random Philadelphia Phillies cards this year to short print these cards. It was weird, but Kevin Hart in Philadelphia was at a card shop on Saturday night. Like, it was this big deal, and social media and everything through Topps, and they're covering these things. And who's not going to cover it? Entertainment Tonight's going to cover, hey, did you see Kevin Hart? He was at a card shop opening cards and trading cards with kids. And Mike Trout was at a shop. Well, Josh Young is on YouTube now. I guess he has his own YouTube channel or page, however you want to say it. But one of the episodes I saw today, and I think it was his first ever episode, is he's ripping cards with Mike Trout. They're when I say cool. Ripping, opening up packs of cards. And they decided to open up 2011 Topps Update. That is Mike Trout's rookie card. Those are very expensive boxes to open. I don't recommend that if you are thinking about getting into this, you just start buying 2011 Topps Update packs or boxes, because they are very expensive.
So can I throw that out for just a second about the disconnect? It's awesome. There is a little bit of a disconnect when they're opening that, and like Grant Williams bought his $10,000 box. Like, do you think that, I still think it's cool, but do you think it's hard for collectors to understand, like, hey, but here's why your card is worth 5 cents.
Even Mike Trout, who I was watching with Josh Young today, I'd say go to YouTube, watch Mike Trout and Josh Young are just opening up cards and talking about baseball and talking about players and talking about collecting cards. And Mike Trout just got into it 3 years ago. He's like, man, I wish I would have been into this in 2011 when I came up, so it would be easier to get my cards. And I'm like, you make $1 zillion. It's probably pretty easy to get your cards. But he doesn't mention it that way. Just like it is tough because he knows the person who has his one-of-one superfractor rookie. And he's like, no, I don't have it and I'll never have it because of kind of the money that guy put into it and the money that he would want to sell it to me type of deal. He talks about it on this thing with Josh Young. But they're talking just the popularity of it. But for Mike Trout, he's like, yeah, I'd see this card and it's like really cool. And it's like, this card is amazing. This is my favorite looking card of he's a Tyrese Maxey fan. Remember, he's a Philadelphia Eagles fan. He's a Philadelphia 76ers fan. He collects other players, but he does collect a lot of his stuff. But he's like, I had to find out, well, this card looks really cool to me, and that card's only worth $10. This card doesn't look that cool to me, and it's worth $10,000.
Yeah.
And so he's like, there's a lot of education that goes into this, and he's like, I have a really pretty good education of this now. And he talks about it with Josh Young. Josh Young has been collecting his cards and his brother's cards, and
then you know the Evan Carter story, right?
Tell the Evan Carter. So cards, you won't believe this if you're kind of. Cards are in pop culture right now big time.
And I know we've done shows there and stuff, but the Dallas Card Show has gotten humongous for a reason. Right. And it's like, as much as I'd like to say it's just because we talk about it here on The Fan, like there's probably other factors that go into that.
Yeah.
So Evan Carter's mom has been buying like cards of his. And so somebody, I think it was on eBay, sent her a note and said, I was getting ready to ship out some of my orders today and I noticed something, and please accept my apologies in advance. But as a huge baseball fan, I cannot accept your money for this card. No mother should have to pay for her son's collectibles. I'm issuing you a full refund. And he goes on, it's a really nice note. And she responds, oh my goodness, thank you. I've been trying to buy as many rookie cards of Evan that I can. I just tell people to pray that he comes back stronger than ever next season and does what his team truly needs him to do. I really appreciate your message. Like, that's just downright wholesome right there, man.
Yeah, that was awesome. It makes me, I'm an Evan Carter fan, and I'm sorry to Evan Carter's mom. I've probably outbid you on a few things early on in the year. Because I have like a whole bunch of special Evan Carter cards.
Can you imagine trying to get Mike to send that card over to her for nothing?
I would. I'd send her. Yeah,
that's
it graded an 8. So, I mean, it wasn't the best grade. Thanks a lot, PSA. I had to buy a 9.
I don't totally know if that was the point, but I like it.
No, but it's one of these things where I do think this is the beginning, and I really mean this. I'm not saying that cards are going to explode in price. That happened during COVID when the government handed out free money, and then a lot of these people spent it on sport cards and stuff like that. But I do think it's this is the beginning of the explosion of cards being super popular as it's always been a niche thing, and even our, people are like, I don't know if you should be talking that much about cards. Like right now, probably people listening are like, I don't know if you should be doing this. Well, I'm telling you, go look on social media and see what's happening with Tom Brady and Kevin Hart and Mike Trout and Josh Young and the hot girl that Paul Skeens is dating. And like,
Livy Dunn. Yeah,
all of these all of these people are now into cards and showing off their card collections on YouTube and on Instagram and everything. And I think this is just the beginning of how popular cards are going to be. And to like Corey, Mike Trout talks about Pokemon cards with Josh Young. I'm not into Pokemon cards, but even these people that are players and stuff like, I'm kind of into Pokemon cards too and everything. So I do think, I'm not saying cards are going to explode in value. I'm not telling you get into this because you're going to make money. You're probably going to lose money, to be honest.
But it's fun.
And it is becoming this very popular thing. It's the beginning, I think, of cards becoming very popular.
I agree with you. I really, and look, the reason why I threw out the fun thing is this is something that like me and Brandon did that's not watching the TV or whatever. It's something we've bonded over.
I got to talk to Ragsdale, the first base coach for the Rangers now, because Josh Young outs him as being a huge like card guy too. So he's like, there's some clubhouse guys. There's Ragsdale, our first base coach, who's really into it. So I got to ask what old Ragsdale's collecting and stuff like that, because it's really fun. And now I want to bring my cards on the plane and be like, hey, look at my cards.
I think people would be, I'm not kidding. I think a lot of players would be like, dude, that's awesome. There would be plenty of others.
And I want to tell Josh Young about Dimitri Young. When I played with him, his goal, and he ended up coming up short and selling the collection for a lot of money. His goal was to have every Hall of Famer baseball player's rookie card in PSA 10. And he was close to having the complete collection. Obviously, getting guys that were pre-war, pre-World War I was very tough. And he didn't have like a Babe Ruth PSA 10. But he had everybody, Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Ernie Banks, Hank Aaron, you name it. He had everybody's if they made the Hall of Fame, he had their rookie card in a PSA 10 pretty much.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block with Corey Majors. And a special guest?
Yeah, Brian Billick, not Tom Billick. Brian Billick will join us next on The Fan.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now we bring to you a special guest, Super Bowl winning head coach. And he did win it for the Ravens. And they are our enemies this week.
Yeah, this week.
It is Brian Billick. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Is it okay for me to say that we're enemies for this week because we're on opposing teams?
No, we're supposed to soften the rhetoric, right? Where everybody's lowering the rhetoric. So just tell me I'm someone of not your persuasion this week.
Okay, I will try to soften the rhetoric even further. You've won a Super Bowl in the last generation. Can you give us tips about how to get that done?
Well, you gotta be real good, and you gotta be real lucky. Obviously, things gotta fall into place. It's going to be this is an interesting year. With exception of maybe Kansas City, and even they have barely won their first two games, but very impressive that they have against two good teams. I don't remember a year where it was so wide open. The opportunity, both in the AFC and the NFC, and particularly the NFC, where it's so wide open an opportunity for so many different teams to make it in the playoffs and make a Super Bowl run. So from that standpoint, I think it's an exciting time.
Yeah, there have been a lot of predictable groups at times, and this year does feel like there's a lot of different options there. When you look at Baltimore's start here, how frustrating is their two first losses, the way that it's happened, and feeling like you're a good team and then you're starting off 0-2?
Yeah, because you're so close to being 2-0. I mean, you're talking basically 2, maybe 3 plays to flip that script. It doesn't feel that way, and the difficulty that Baltimore's dealing with right now, along with the fact that they're coming up now on a 3-game stretch where they've got to go to the Cowboys, they come home against the Bills, and then go on the road against Cincinnati. So they've got a task here. And it's in the atmosphere right now because, when you start 0-2, then all the outside chatter is, well, there's only 11% chance of making the playoffs. No 0-2 Raven team has ever made it into the playoffs. Now, these guys weren't a part of all that, and they don't have to internalize that, but they're going to hear it. And until they win that game and against good teams, and they could continue to be a good team, they could continue to be a playoff caliber team, and sit there and be 0-5. And that's a scary thought.
And I'm glad that you brought that up because I looked at the schedule and just wondered about that as well. How do you make sure that no one's thinking about Buffalo or Cincinnati or 0-4, 0-5, and they're like, hey, that's could all happen, but it won't happen if you just beat Dallas?
Yeah, that part's easy for a team that's 0-2 because you are just desperate and have that steely-eyed, what do we have to do to get that win? That problem exists if you're 2-0, and you're playing a couple good teams, you've got someone on the horizon, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself, then that's more of a challenge to stay focused on the task at hand and not just assume we're going to beat this team because we have another better team the week after that. But when it comes to a team that's 0-2, believe me, that whole organization, the last thing they're thinking about is Buffalo or Cincinnati. They're all knowing that this, and particularly having to go on the road to what is still a good Cowboy team, a very capable Cowboy team, in spite of what happened last weekend. Believe me, they are focused on that.
Coach, were you much for props whenever you were coaching to kind of give guys a visual influence, kind of like in Major League when they had the owner and they were taking off the patches and stuff? Did you ever use any props like that throughout your career?
Yeah, you got to be careful because you can trivialize it, but yeah, there are times where if you think you can help bring focus or a reminder. I mean, when you sit in front of your quasi-millionaires on Wednesday morning and deliver the game plan and the keys to success, many times there's a theme, and if there's something you can do, however subtle, to do something like that, sure. You don't want to do it too much because then it becomes sophomoric and a little trite. But yeah, you'll do that occasionally.
Okay, I was just kind of curious about that. Sometimes we're always like, hey, let's throw this into the clubhouse, let's throw it into the locker room and see how that works. The Cowboys.
Well, remember, Jack Del Rio when he was in Jacksonville, didn't he? He put a big stump in the middle of it with a big axe. Because his theme was just keep chopping, right? Just keep one step. And one of his kickers darn near took his foot off, screwing around with the axe. So you got to be careful with some of these props.
So we've never done anything that dumb, but I did want to warn you. At times, our show has been described as sophomoric and trite. So I just want.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
The Saints, they're with Clint Kubiak, that running scheme, the zone blocking scheme, the outside zone, inside zone, the way they ran it to perfection against the Cowboys, and the Cowboys didn't look like they had many answers at all to stop that run. And then this is a very good Baltimore running team, but how are they different, and where do you think that lines up for the Cowboys?
Well, first let's talk about New Orleans and just how good, this New Orleans team, what it's done the last 2 weeks. And you can qualify by saying, well, it was at Carolina, but Carolina's divisional rivals for them. So that you got to qualify that a little bit. The fact that it was on the road against Dallas. To score on the first 6 possessions. They scored on every possession in the first half last week against Carolina. This offense is really stacking up to be something spectacular. I mean, Derek Carr had over 240 yards throwing on 16 attempts, and they ran the ball, like you said, brilliantly. And again, Kubiak, with the influence of his dad and going back to the Shanahan days, have got the zone, and Alvin Kamara is absolutely brilliant. It takes a certain type of runner to maximize that zone scheme, and Calvin Kamara is absolutely brilliant with it. I don't think, and then taking, Dallas struggled, and they're going to have to address that, and they're going to get another challenge, different challenge, because obviously with Baltimore, it's all about Derrick Henry up the middle, a lot of counters, and then obviously the biggest threat is Lamar Jackson then pulls it out and goes out around the edge. So it's a totally different challenge in terms of how you need to scheme it. You better put 8 people in the box. You better make sure that you keep Lamar in the pocket, because that's the thing that's going to get you beat. And a totally different challenge in the running game than what they saw against New Orleans.
Please don't say Lamar out to the edge, because we've had edge covering issues in general, and that's going to give me nightmares the rest of the week. Actually, I kind of hope it does give the Cowboys nightmares, so they're prepared for it.
Straighten up a little bit. That would be a good option.
That would be a good option.
Coach, also, I wanted to just kind of joke around with you here. My middle son, he's in middle school football right now, and I talked to one of our coworkers. He was a former scout, offensive line guy. My kid's playing guard, and he said, "Hey, just make sure he has his stance correct and he knows how to get out of his stance. What's the next thing? What do I need to build for this foundation for my son?"
Well, make sure your eyes are open.
Okay.
That always helps. I was coaching my grandson's his 9-year-old team, which was
so much fun.
Which was a lot of fun. A little different, a little different focus. It's okay. Where's your helmet? Do you have a ride home after practice? That type of thing. But it's great fun because they're learning the physicality of the game, and starting in your stance and having good balance. That is important. The next one is to basically run through contact. That's the next step for any young player, that it's okay, get aligned right, know where you're going, but now make sure that you run through any kind of contact. Don't stop, don't catch, because it's counterintuitive a little bit. So, taking that next step, that's the next fun part to try to coach him up.
And if he's pulling as a pulling guard and going the wrong direction of the play, we just need to go back to the basics and work on the playbook, right?
Well, fine, but even if you do that, then hit somebody and run through them.
There you go.
At least do that.
And I like what you're saying right there. I really, really do. Kind of speaking of that, I know he was talking about his younger son. I'm just curious when, and I know training camp has changed, when can you tell if your team innately has toughness or has the ability to just run through people? Because that's been a frequent criticism of the Cowboys.
Well, I think everybody right now questions a little bit, although it's not going to change, the way we run training camps now. You make it very difficult for getting into hitting shape is very real. You come into camp and you get you're in pretty good cardiovascular shape. You have to get into good muscular, stretch the joints, the hamstrings, the groins, those muscles that are going to be tested and pulled in a unique way in this game. But hitting shape is a legitimate point. And given the way we run training camps, that's harder and harder to do. It's the number one thing I hear from most coaches is they get frustrated that they don't have the opportunity to really get their team in good hitting shape. So that takes a while getting into the season before you do get into hitting shape. But that physicality, that obviously has got to be a part of it. The game has spread out. It's become more multiple. Defenses have gotten smaller. They're in teams. It's amazing how little base defense is on the field anymore. Less than 5 or 10% of a team's defense is in base defense, where you can really focus on that physicality and where you need to be good and physical. So it's a challenge in today's game to be that kind of physical team.
Yeah, and that's we've been talking about this kind of all morning too. Is passing numbers look like they're down to start the season, and it just seemed like week 1 was a little sloppy. And week 2 here, you're like, oh man, there were some big surprises. San Francisco losing to the Vikings, the way the Rams lost to the Cardinals. How much of I feel like a lot of what I'm seeing is that there's not as much emphasis put on preseason games. Do you agree with that part?
Yeah, the preparation is different, and so you've got to get up to speed very quickly in the regular season. That takes a while sometimes, and then before you know it, you're getting into that stride, but you're already down 0-2 or 1-3 or something along those lines. So it is a factor. I think we're seeing a little more running because I think teams are emphasizing the run a little bit more. Because, like I said, we've seen a sea change. Defenses have gotten smaller, and so people are emphasizing the run game a little bit more. Plus, early in the season, the run game's a little more quantifiable. The passing game, you got to get into rhythm, you got to get into coordination with your receivers, and so that I think that's probably typical and will continue to expand. But the running game, as I look at it, more and more teams I think are committing to a little bit more run because defenses are getting a little smaller, getting spread out, and people are challenging that.
Talk with Brian Billick right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we've talked a lot throughout the offseason and early in the season about kind of how accepting players are of the Guardian caps, and you're starting to see them more in the game and everything like that. I'm curious your thoughts about that piece of technology, and then I do get the sense that you've got your own work going on with some football equipment right now.
Yeah, the equipment to protect the players, the safety of the players, it's incredible, the advances we have made, and just like you were talking about that cap, the training methods that we use at X-Tech Pads, and I'm very proud of being associated with X-Tech Pads. It's our 12th year. We're the number one pad in all of pro football, number one pad in major college, huge high school presence, Mater Dei, Westlake Katy, Bishop Gorman. Parents need to get online and check out this new wave of technology because pads, the one thing that hasn't changed since forever is pads. Big guys wear big pads, little guys wear little pads. But until now, X-Tech Pads has done that. It's taken to another level. It's not one size fits all. The pads are for you based on height, weight, position, injury history, as it should be. All you need to do is go to xtechpads.com. Look at the pad. If you get a chance, feel the pad. The difference between that and the other pads on the product, the old school of, just the old hand-me-downs that so often happen in high school. Parents need to get on and check this out because X-Tech Pads is the new wave of technology in taking care of our players by way of pads.
I know this is a long shot. Is there any way I can get you to say go Cowboys before you go?
Hey, my wife used to work for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
Okay, her whole family's from Dallas. So I got no problem saying go Cowboys. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're an equal opportunity household here, and I say that only because, like they say, a happy wife, happy life.
That's for sure.
Good call. You're a smart man. Thank you very much for the time. We really appreciate it, good sir.
Glad to do it.
There you go. Brian Billick, Super Bowl winning champion coach with the Ravens right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we do have a cut now of him saying go Cowboys.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, first time we talked to him was at the Super Bowl face-to-face. That was awesome. I really always enjoy it. I got a lot of respect for, dude won a Super Bowl. I got a lot of respect for the way he coaches and the way he did things.
Did you get anybody last week to say go Cowboys that you're interviewing for the other team?
No.
No, we didn't.
And that
did you get anybody for Cleveland?
Problems.
Yeah, we did.
Who said go Cowboys for Cleveland?
The whole city.
I don't recall asking
Carey.
it, but if we can make this a trend, I'm glad to shift around on some of our interviews and be like, hey, just say go Cowboys and we'll win, okay? We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Who do the Cowboys play next week? The Giants?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't need anybody. That's like a scrimmage game.
Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. Bama rolls, our buddy makes the Hall of Fame, and let's learn about the Chicago Physicians and Surgeons football team.
What?
Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Trying to get to the edge is Jeremiah Love, and he got there, and he's still going. Jeremiah Love to the end zone. Touchdown, Notre Dame.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the Tuesday tailgate, and we bring on the man who knows more about college football than anybody I'm pretty sure I've ever met in my entire life. That is Carter Freeman. But Carter, we're going to start with something that I don't think you know.
You met Bob Stoops like 2 months ago.
I think Carter knows more about college football than Bob Stoops does.
I met Bob Stoops too, and I don't really remember that. That was like a whiteout event.
Yeah.
Blackout, yeah. I have a picture with him, so that's cool. But the actual event,
you know it happened.
Do not remember.
All right. So Notre Dame put a beat down on Purdue after losing the week prior. So SportsCenter said the 66 points against Purdue are the most following a loss for Notre Dame in a season since 1908. That season, the Irish lost to Michigan and then defeated the Chicago Physicians and Surgeons 88-0 in the next game. Now, that's the beginning of this story. I decided to investigate more because I became super fascinated by it. They played several times, Notre Dame and the Chicago School for Physicians and Surgeons. Notre Dame outscored the Physicians and Surgeons 265-9. However, those 9 points came in 1896 and 1899 when the School of Physicians and Surgeons defeated Notre Dame 4-0 and 5-0.
This was back when
football used to be
two
weird.
safeties.
Yeah, touchdowns and were all the point scoring.
Can't throw the ball in the air. That's crazy.
The game was decided by penetration.
This was before Teddy Roosevelt was like, hey, too many people are dying on the field. We got to figure this out.
Yes.
That is a real thing.
Yes. As is what Corey said.
Mm-hmm.
If you're
Alec doesn't believe me. He's back there shaking his head no.
He told me to look it up, and I'm not doing that.
You should. If I swear to God this is true. The way they used to decide the winner in tied Texas high school playoff games was which team had the most penetrations. That's a fact.
I refuse to put penetration
what
into
was
Google.
The line?
I think it was the 25.
I think you're right because I went to a Duncanville Carter game where it was decided on that.
Yeah, and like if you know you have more, you can just like sit on the ball, even though the game is tied, which feels really weird. Now, Carter, the game that we had on our airwaves, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 7. You could have heard this game right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Milroe fires up the sideline. Caught. Touchdown. Woo! Ryan Williams. The 17-year-old. 31 yards.
So I want to talk about Ryan Williams, but also Wisconsin. They lost their quarterback, Tyler Van Dyke. He's out for the season with an ACL injury. I'm not saying like Wisconsin was going to shake up the world or anything, but that feels like a big loss. And then can you talk about the Alabama 17-year-old wonder kid?
Yeah, for Wisconsin, they're still early, I guess, in their reinvention. They're trying to become more of an air raid, passing first offense, but they're watching that game, they didn't really feel like they were super committed to it.
Yeah.
Because the Big Ten is very ground game, strong athletes at the line of scrimmage, and Wisconsin's trying to do it differently, but they're somewhere in between right now. And I think even if Tyler Van Dyke hadn't gotten hurt, they're still going to lose this game by almost 30 points.
Sure.
'Cause Wisconsin's backup was extremely ineffective, but yeah, Ryan Williams for Alabama. I've highlighted him on my articles for 1053thefan.com, recapping all the college football stuff for 3 straight weeks because he's been incredible. And he should be a senior in high school this year, and he's caught, I believe, at least 5 touchdowns, and they're all long scores.
Yeah.
He's not catching, these 5-yard, short touchdown catches right at the goal line. Like, he's catching these balls, taking them all the way down. And he's just incredible. Alabama's offense on the whole is incredible. They had a drive with about 24 seconds left in the second quarter of this game. 2 plays, 73 yards in 17 seconds, and they score.
What do you guys think about this gutless decision from Wake Forest? They lost to Ole Miss 40-6.
and then they canceled their next game with them.
I think it's hilarious.
That's weak.
Do you?
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
That's weak.
They were like, we stunk so bad
We
that
just
we don't even want to play y'all next
Don't want to
year.
get beat up again.
We'll pay $1 million to not have to play you again.
That's an interesting strategy, is like try to get all these teams that think they're on even footing with you, chump them out and take the buyout. Like don't you think that's a hard sell for your programs? Like, hey, we had to pay them money so we didn't have to play them again.
Oh, well, some teams pay schools to lose to them.
Very true.
So, like
Florida State.
Memphis beating Florida State this weekend.
Who do you think is going to lose their job quicker? I mean, I think I know the answer. The Florida head coach or the Florida State head coach?
I really don't know. I would say, if I'm a betting man, I would put my money on Florida and Billy Napier, just because Florida State was undefeated last year. Like, there was some semblance of success with Mike Norvell at Florida State. There's been none of that with Billy Napier in Florida.
I know that alumni have been giving millions of dollars to football programs for a long time. Now it's a little bit different because you're paying for the players. What would you do if you were a multimillionaire and you had the last 2 years given $2 million to Florida State and they used it to get a crap quarterback? Like, how mad would you be?
I mean, I'd be pretty upset. Florida State's allegedly spending $12 million on their team this year. That was a number that came out after they lost to Boston College in their second game. So I just assume that these donors just have millions of dollars to waste if they're, throwing them at their school year after year. So, like, it's just going to be another drop in the bucket. And you saw with A&M where they're paying $70+ million for Jimbo not to coach. But yeah, if I'm throwing millions of dollars somewhere, I'm not going to be happy. But it just depends on how much you feel like things need to change, like how much power do these boosters have to potentially move a Mike Norvell or move a Billy Napier out of their head coaching spot.
Now, Corey, I want to ask you this important question first. If you were the head coach for a football team and there had been given out a whole bunch of cards for like different little bits and stuff during the breaks.
Props and stuff.
Yeah. And all the fans started throwing the cards out onto the field, and your team had gotten 2 unsportsmanlike penalties because of this. What would Coach Majors do?
I'd probably keep the cards I have because all the rest of those cards now are like, they're all messed up. So I'm going to have the best graded cards out of that group.
And you can give them away at Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday.
All those cards are getting stepped on the field. They're getting messed up. I might have 2 cards. I'll have the only 2 left. I win.
That is a great point. Coach Justin Wilcox, cut number 12, he decided to take the ref or lean into the ref's microphone and say this instead.
Now, fans, we love you. Stop throwing the cards on the field. That's 2 15-yard penalties. Please stop throwing the cards on the field.
Who said Pac-12 After Dark is dead?
And Cal would go on to win 31-10, their first 3-0 start in 5 years.
Wow.
And they play Florida State, speaking of, in Tallahassee this upcoming week. And the Calgorithm, if you look on Twitter for Cal football, what's going on with their takeover of Tallahassee is what they're planning. It's pretty funny. Yep, the Calgorithm.
Aaron Rodgers fired up.
Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, yeah.
Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd.
That's true. You want to name somebody from the University of California?
Lamont Murray.
Jaden Ott is there right now. He's a really running back.
Marcus Simeon.
Did he go to?
Yeah.
Oh.
His dad, Mr. Simeon.
Did we already say Marshawn Lynch?
Yes.
No, I'm done.
You can say him again.
I'm done.
There's a fast wide receiver they had at one point.
Deshaun Jackson?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Did you say him already?
I didn't.
All right. Corey, this
Sure, he
is
did
something
great
you
at
do
school.
know about. Cut number 11. I just want to know, how are you feeling? How proud are you of this moment when Rex Burkhead goes into the Hall of Fame?
Kid and his family honored here, and what a cool moment for him, right? I mean, this is a guy, he goes on and has a great career, first team all Big Ten in Nebraska's first year in this league, a decade in the NFL, won a Super Bowl, and this tonight has to be high on his list, right?
I love it. I mean, I'm dead serious.
He's a good dude.
Covering the kid in high school, you were like, man, nobody has a bad word to say about him.
Yes.
Except that dude just shook me out of my shorts. And then he goes on to college, has the foundation that does such great stuff. goes on, wins a Super Bowl in the NFL. He lived his dream.
Sure.
He told us in high school, he was like, my dream's to play in the NFL. He didn't have the dream of winning a Super Bowl. He had the dream to play in the NFL. He lived his dream. And now he gets that honor. That's awesome, man. And like you said, super nice dude.
He really, really
Even when he saw us, he was like, you guys, what's going on?
You could tell he was proud of us.
Yeah, he was.
All right, now let's go to, I don't know,
And Wolchuk's
Plano.
proud of him,
Wolchuk
too.
is excited. Let's go to the Tennessee-Kent State game. You might be like, I don't care about that game. Fair enough. I want to take you to cut number 13. This is announcers just, talking about the body and stuff.
Are able to study the decomposition of bodies, about 200 there at any given time. But by the way, a donor waiting list of over 6,000 to donate their body to science, and whether it's NCIS or the Army, they all come to research what it looks like when the body decomposes at various stages of burial or non-burial.
Would you donate your body? I think they'd really love to study just everything that's going on.
Yeah, I think the insects would love it. Yeah. What would the maggots do with your hair? Is there enough product in that to keep it around for a while?
I'll tell you what, with the product that's in it right now, it might be the last thing to go.
It would definitely stick around.
You know what's wild? All of it. I thought this was going to be a second half conversation.
I did too. So, Tom, what do you want to talk about Saturday night? Well, the line's nearly 50. How about the body farm?
Dude,
I was gonna
that
say,
sounds like a KNC show
I can
right
only
there.
hope one day to do a Ranger game and have that type of conversation.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
Awesome.
They just need to be
all I'm
up.
thinking is what does the score have to be, and what has to be going on in a Ranger game that I can do something like this?
15 to nothing.
Yes,
after
in the
2
eighth.
innings.
Yeah.
No, after 2 innings, because
Oh,
this happened in the second
that's
quarter.
true.
Tennessee was up 51 to nothing with about 8 minutes left in the second quarter of this game.
I already have my story set up because my wife, when she went to TCOM in Fort Worth for her, medical stuff, she's like, hey, you want to come see our dead body we've been, working on? And I was like, oh, what color is the skin? And she said, oh, we've taken off all the skin. And I was like,
all right.
no, I do not want to go see this.
The way I get it, she's a doctor, but just casually mentioned.
Oh, the skin, yeah, we've already done that. Yeah.
She's like, so she's asking the injury in the elbow. And I'm like, the Tommy John surgery? She's like, man, it's amazing you guys snap those so easy. They are so hard to cut through.
That's
okay. I desperately want this to happen in a game
so.
now.
Were you asking?
Are you going to
just
donate
in
your body
general-
to science?
Yeah, what
Body
were-
farm?
What were your thoughts about?
I've heard of the body farm before.
Mike loved it.
Yeah.
Did you find that entertaining?
Yeah, man. I'll watch that game.
Okay. All right. Now, Carter, what am I to make of the Shedeur Sanders controversy? I know.
Is he good anymore?
Yeah, that's a great question, too. So they beat Colorado State, and the Colorado State quarterback went up to shake his hand, at which point Shedeur looked like he started to point his finger at him and be like, you're talking all that crap on Instagram. And so then the Colorado State quarterback walked off and said, keep talking all that effing crap, and he was done. What are we to make of this? And is there any concern about, I don't know, the mental aspect of this quarterback?
I would be more concerned with what he said about his teammates last week, about his offensive line, how they sucked. Like this week, this is just beef, right?
Yeah.
This is just competitiveness, and this goes back to last year where these teams already didn't like each other, played in a very chippy game where
Saying personal stuff about families.
Colorado State knocked out Travis Hunter for a couple weeks last year in this game, so this just carries over. I think this is just good old fashioned just beef. This is just guys competing and just I find this much less problematic than what he said about his own teammates before.
Fair enough. How problematic is it that Georgia hasn't got an NIL deal with Uber yet? Because they had yet another player arrested on charges of reckless driving. I believe that's up to 22 in the last few years, different incidents. The hell is happening, and is that a natural fit for Georgia?
It is, and I guess is it going to take the 25th or the 26th before they finally do something about this?
I guess.
Ra Thomas was one of their top receivers coming into this year, and he got arrested for a driving violation. Yes, Ra Thomas was his name. He got kicked off the team. And he's the only one I can think of that there was actual, other than maybe a game suspension or something like that. He was just straight up kicked off the team. But that's just one guy out of 20 plus incidents. This is the cost of success that they're going to continue to allow this to happen, but they keep winning because
Yeah.
they're up to 42 or 41 straight
They
regular
broke the
season
SEC
wins.
record, yeah.
Why'd you do regular season like that?
They keep throwing it up on the TV, but it's not a 41 game winning streak. It was a 31 game winning streak last year, but they don't count the championship game that they lost, the last two that they lost, because those are their last two losses. They weren't regular season, but they're not on like a 40 plus game winning streak total.
So it's kind of like when the Cowboys,
their home winning streak got snapped this past weekend. And you're like, no, it didn't. Anything else that you feel like we need to know?
I just think the Washington State beating Washington this last weekend was incredibly fun to watch. The Pac-12, which I know Mike was questioning earlier if it still exists or not, it does. It's just Washington and Washington State.
I know. I was right next door for that game. I heard the crowd.
Yes, because you're up there in Seattle.
Yeah,
so
the Apple Cup.
Pac-12 adds
I had some apple pie.
a couple Mountain West schools, and then Washington State goes and beats their hated rival who left them behind. Like, I just thought that was really cool. And the whole post-game scene with their head coach getting raised by his players with the trophy, I just thought was awesome.
Thank you very much, Carter Freeman. You are a wealth of information every single week.
Thank you, guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Zimm sisters?
Razor waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of the good people at D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. I had a basic football philosophy question for you guys that I forgot to ask you yesterday. So, obviously, the Saints demolished the Cowboys. But what I'm specifically curious about is that very first drive. The Saints get the ball, and they decide to call a timeout with 11:34 left in the first quarter on their first drive, 1st and 10 at the Dallas 44. Is that what you guys would have done as well? Or are you like, I value these timeouts, I'll take the 1st and 15. We've had little to no problem moving the ball already. Where do y'all fall on that? I just found it interesting when they used the timeout, and I was like, I wonder if most people would do that.
They might have wanted to get to something.
Okay.
It might have been something in their first 15 that they wanted to make sure they got to, and they got a look that maybe they weren't too sure of. And so it's like, okay, do we want to continue with this one? Or do you want to change what we're trying to do in the first 15? That would be my guess.
Okay.
I think that they were in shock. I think that they're like, hey, isn't this an NFL team we're playing? Shouldn't this be a little bit more difficult?
Just wanted to have that sidebar conversation.
They were just like,
Got
looking
him.
at each other like, wait, I thought we were playing an NFL football team.
Is that really what you thought, Mike?
Yeah.
No,
I do think that like a first half timeout is less important than the second half timeout.
Okay,
right?
that's
So
fair.
I think that's a huge piece of it as well.
Yeah, that's what I do. I'm definitely not doing that in the early third quarter. And if this is a close game already, I'm going to need all three of those.
Okay.
As you saw last night.
I would agree with that. I would try to avoid that on your first opening drive, though. Like,
It is embarrassing.
rule of thumb, I'm trying not to burn a timeout in the first 5 minutes of the first quarter. But sure, if you did have something specifically like you thought, okay, this is a good matchup for us, then why not?
What play did they run? I'm trying to think of what play.
Right after that, they ran.
Something that got about 8 yards.
It's a positive play. I know that.
It was actually
annexation to Puerto Rico.
39-yard pass to Chris Olave that got him down to the 5 yard.
There you go. It sounds like a good use of the timeout.
Yeah.
They were thinking about something then with the crossing route there.
Okay.
Is what they
Middle of the field's wide open.
They didn't give it they were thinking like, okay, we got to look that we were going to take a shot here, and we got a look we didn't like. Let's see if they'll adjust this thing. And then
Clearly it worked. Yeah.
You adjust. Yeah.
I want to go to Jerry cut number 11 and get y'all's feedback on this amazing interaction this morning between RJ Choppy and Jerry Jones. And I don't know, whatever thoughts you have about it are welcome.
Do you anticipate adding another running back at some point? I know Kareem Hunt's going to be visiting Kansas City today, via signing or a trade.
Now, again, I'm really, I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you're looking, what you're talking about there. But still, I like what we are with our running backs. We've got good depth. We just didn't get to run them enough Sunday.
Okay. Couple of different things I thought.
He didn't know Kareem Hunt was available.
Or who he is. Or he thought that Choppy said Kareem Hunt's coming to visit y'all. Those are the only things
all could be in play.
Yeah.
But listening to him this morning, I feel like myself, and I would think a lot of Cowboy fans, bloods were boiling. I mean, it was like a guy who was just totally clueless on really the state of his football team. And then when Sean's telling him your division rival, the Eagles, won the game,
he didn't know.
which usually he is very plugged in on. Like Jerry's usually on that. Like I would have expected him to watch that game. But you're being asked about the offensive schemes and the Shanahan stuff, and you're throwing it back to the 90s when you first came in, and we ran a different defensive scheme. We went smaller and faster on defense. Dude, that was 30 damn years ago. Like, well, that's great that you were innovative then. Where's the innovation been whatsoever with this organization since then? There's been none. So stop bringing back 30 years ago and answer the damn question. What that means is you don't have a good answer to the question.
Yep.
And you are refusing to do anything about it. So it's just it's in one ear and out the other. But it was maddening to listen to him blab all day today.
I thought the exact same thing. Let's see if we have the overshown question. If not, I can just give you the gist of it. They were talking about, hey, were you surprised Marvion Overshown didn't play more plays? And it felt like his answer was, yeah, we were. So we'll get with the coaches and talk about that. I'm like, do you know how many plays he had? Do you know who they're talking about at this exact moment? I wasn't sure, and that frustrated me as well.
I think that, his answer to the, are you going to bring in another running back? I think that is, a different kind of mismanagement, that he just believes his running back room is good.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Why would
That's what I think that too,
I got
actually.
Zeke and Deuce Vaughn. Everything is good. I think he's been selling.
The coaches telling him that. What do y'all think there? The coaches telling him, "Oh, we're good."
No,
there.
I think it's him selling.
Okay.
I think it's him selling the fans that aren't paying that much attention but still watch every Sunday.
It was, I think, Chuck, you put it very well. It was infuriating this morning.
It was beyond annoying. It really was. And what we should be doing is, like, we're having Chris Young on today at 4:20, the Rangers general manager.
Yep.
We should be talking to Will McClay every week is what we should be doing. He should be given the general manager role. I'd love to see what this team would look like if Will McClay had the final say on all this stuff. And the Jones family could focus on just being good owners, building the brand, doing an excellent job, and they're great at that. When it comes to constructing this football team, the only reason they're even relevant is because they draft well. And that's because of Will McClay and the scouting department.
We've attempted to ask him that question numerous times, and he says, when I bought this team, I decided I was never going to be working for anybody again, so it's never going to happen. So whenever people bring it up and we're like, what can you do? Not because I don't care, just because I know it's not going to change. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We have a really busy show.
Yes,
Kamar Rocker's going to join us at 3:10 and see why a man who is accountable when the team underperforms.
He
join us
used
at
the term
4:20.
embarrassed.
Yes. Are you embarrassed?
Roll home with the GBag Nation. Remember, tomorrow we got Ravens Cowboys ticket giveaway in the 10 a.m. and in the noon. So join the show 10 to 2 right here on the Fan.
Embarrassed, Kevin.
A little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The Falcons deliver the Cowboys a gift here, and they deliver the Tolos a gift in the form of a triple bet payoff Friday that is now on the agenda. That is right. It is the GBag Nation. General at your service. There's Broadus, the man who was handed that L along with the city of Philadelphia late last night. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Of course, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, your Nosebleed Brothers. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And, welcome into the show. How glorious was that, boys?
Absolutely spectacular, man. The way that they lost that game was absolutely remarkable. And the fact that I thought this was going to be Broadus' year. He kind of had that look in his eye, you know? It felt like he was really going for it.
Is there a second version of the Nitro Gummy? Is there like a point?
We could buy a fresh one if you want. Try that.
Oh, fresh one.
Fresh
little
nitro.
You didn't trust the one I had, huh?
I didn't actually ever think about that until afterwards.
When I brought it up?
Yeah, I was like, maybe you're onto something there. But if you wanted to do it again and we buy a new one, like maybe then we'll see.
That thing wasn't that bad.
If you take that one on, then, dude, you're built different.
That wasn't bad at all, boys.
I'd be down to run it back with a little nitro and force him to chew for 60 seconds before swallowing with a fresh little nitro.
That thing, Dawson
I'd be fine with that.
Dawson
I know.
Chew.
He chewed it pretty good.
Yeah, chewed it pretty good.
Yeah,
I went back and
so why are you bringing up stuff about me not chewing it, bro?
I'm just saying I'd be down to let you run it back.
I appreciate
That's
Dawson.
a great point by Chief, though.
What's that?
If it was that easy, you want to run it back, we would let that go.
I'll absolutely run that back. That's one of the easiest challenges I've ever done here.
Because I think, for all of your talents as a football scout and butler and chef, I think this might be your greatest hidden talent, Brian. Even better than all-night driving.
Oh, yeah. Feats of strength.
The feats of strength.
You do click into a whole nother. He's a different person.
It's amazing.
It's like you get between the lines, and all of a sudden you're just you're a rabid wild dog.
No,
He's got that
I
warrior
just,
spirit about
I just saw
him.
that it didn't hurt you that bad, and that's why I kind of felt like I had a chance.
There is a serial killer-like intensity to that. You know, it's pathological, I think, how you go through some of these
issues. There's no question.
challenges.
There's a little Dexter to your game.
No question. I hate dressing up, but I'll go the food challenges. I'm all about that.
So this is why, I picked the Cowboys to win the division again. I just don't think Philadelphia has it. And last night, I don't know what Saquon had to drop.
No, you don't. You say so, huh? I'm telling you, it's not a good division, and you never know what can happen. Maybe if Jaden Daniels can finally start throwing some touchdowns, they got a shot. But I'm with you. Watching the Eagles against the Packers, they had no business winning that game. And I thought the Packers outplayed them. The Packers shot themselves in the foot. So good for the Eagles. They got the win, right? It's tough to win in the league, but last night was one where they should have won, and Atlanta, who's been on the wrong side of this plenty of times, stole a victory. And what a final drive after you're given a blessing of having a chance. When the Eagles totally mess up, you've got a neutral zone infraction. They decide not to move. Nick Sirianni's losing his mind. Kellen Moore gambles. He calls a pass in the flat. It's actually perfect. Barkley drops it. Now it's like, damn it, why didn't you run the ball? Let the clock keep running. And then Kirko Chains ends up going down the field, finds Drake London for his first touchdown catch in 15, 17 games. It's a crazy amount.
Yeah.
So big win for the Falcons, man. I was pumped.
Yeah, with about 2 minutes to go, we'd watched over the last 10 minutes, Philadelphia totally take over the game. Yeah. Atlanta couldn't stop them. Atlanta could barely get a first down. And Remy looks at me and goes, "Daddy, will you come into the room and eat with me?" And I was like, okay, we'll do that. Mom's watching something else. So about 45 minutes after that, Remy finally falls asleep. She went dinner, bath, sleep. And I'm like, okay, let's crack open Twitter. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
So I go back and I was shocked, but I really, to me, it comes down to how much they were willing to run Jalen Hurts. And on that big touchdown drive, boy, they really turned him loose. And he is unbelievable, in that role. I think it was 6.5 yards an attempt, and it gives their offense almost a feeling of invincibility. And I thought, well, there's no way they're not going to run this thing out. This is the 4-minute offense that Brian was just talking about the other day, But yeah, really a drop by Saquon Barkley swings the door open. But I think that is right now the modern dilemma for most offensive coordinators, GMs, head coaches. How much do we run our quarterback? Because if I'm the Eagles right now, I don't know if we can make the playoffs. But if I make the playoffs, I'm running Jalen Hurts about 35 times. And if he doesn't get hurt, I love my chances of getting to the Super Bowl. That is just, it's unbelievable. First and goal, like they're like, oh yeah, this is probably going to be a touchdown. Not only is it a touchdown, it's an easy touchdown on the first snap. Jason Kelce retires, doesn't matter. They still have a good enough, powerful offensive line. So, I'm almost looking at it like from a GM perspective. I want all the good running quarterbacks in college who don't get taken in the first round. I'm drafting them. There's a third rounder. There's a fifth rounder who can run so well that we're going to make the defense give you man coverage on the outside. And then we'll play. Then we'll pass it, but not until then. And I need multiples on my roster. I'm not paying anybody $60 million, by the way. So after your 4 or 5 years is up, you're probably going to go on somewhere else and play. But this is such an advantage now with how defenses are daring you to run with your quarterback. Some team has to take the invitation. It's obviously not going to be the Cowboys for the next 3 or 4 years, but if I'm out there, I'm heading very quickly in this direction. Maybe I'm Pittsburgh right now, and I'm like, I'm going to run Fields.
Sure.
We're going to make the playoffs. Russell Wilson's too old to do this game.
Yes.
So
winning
who's
by
next?
scoring a touchdown a game,
Next?
might as well. This is kind of fun. Like I kind of like this, especially with how mediocre the quarterback play is. Like the stats that are coming out,
turn and burn at the quarterback position.
Historic lows when it comes to passing touchdowns. I think we're 20 touchdowns fewer passing through 2 weeks in the season than we were a year ago. So the quarterback play is down. Is it something that's sustainable? I don't know, but I like it. I mean, if you're a team that doesn't have a quarterback, why not? It's a way to find a way to matriculate offense.
Maybe Arch Manning could be the next one with that 67-yard touchdown.
Well, I tell you what, it was
like
pretty
he got
run.
some wheels.
Do you worry about what maybe Miami's going through right now with their quarterback situation?
Yeah, that's why
I mean,
keep drafting
that
him.
would be the only reason why that would make me have pause. And you said, well, hey, we'll have multiple guys do this, kind of a thing. But the only thing that would keep me from doing it is the situation that Miami's in right now.
Yeah.
We get in a game, my quarterback takes a big hit. Okay, now he's in the protocol. Next week, he doesn't play. Then, 3 weeks later, boom, he gets hit again.
Yeah.
Because he's running the football. So that would be the only thing that would make me have pause. I'd like what you're talking about with running the guy and being a weapon that way.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see a guy this weekend, it's a weapon that way in Baltimore.
Mhm.
His ability to run and to pull the ball and to embarrass you on the edge.
It's the biggest cheat code you can have in the game is having a quarterback that can consistently run on you while also being some level of a threat to throw.
If you told me that my guy wasn't going to get banged up like a Tua,
but yeah,
I would think, man, everybody should be doing this right now.
It's just so hard to sustain it unless you've built a good enough team to where you can say, hey, we can really dial you back during the regular season and then unleash you in spots, in moments, and then obviously in the postseason if you're good enough to do that. But like the Eagles right now feel like they might be a team that you're going to have to run your quarterback in order to be a playoff team. You can't just save him for the postseason. And, and we've seen you just can't do it. You just can't spend all season as a quarterback taking shots and expect to still be yourself come postseason time when everything is much more, much less margin for error.
That hurt Philly one year. Remember the shoulder problem he had?
Yes, it hurt Lamar Jackson.
And everybody was getting on me because I was in Philadelphia. I was like, somebody told me, hey, this guy ain't right. And I reported it, and then all of a sudden it's like, what happened? The guy wasn't right. So, that's the thing you worry about. Your season might be in the balance if all of a sudden your guy does get hurt that way.
Yeah, it's just too flimsy. That's why you want to have a guy who has that a part of his game. He is mobile. He can steal first downs on you, but that's not his entire game.
You don't want Taysom Hill throwing the ball.
No, well, gosh, no. But even like Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts, though, they're both still more. When you think of them as runners. And that's just not, it's just not sustainable. And if you can have a pipeline of 2 or 3 guys, then good on you that you've done something that nobody can do. Most teams can't find one quarterback, and in this scenario, you're finding 2 or 3. But that's a tough line to balance there, and ultimately you have to be able to throw the football consistently, and you want to have some mobility. Now you got to have the mobility, but more than anything, your quarterback still has to be able to throw the ball if you actually want to win a Super Bowl.
Yes. Yeah, you need to be able to do that at a pretty good level. I think, the kind of quarterbacks you're talking about doing this are guys that have, more or less proven I can throw it enough to make the big plays, right? And that's the guy that we want to have healthy when we get to the playoffs. But I think the other way of looking at it is like guys like Dak and Kirk Cousins and Phillip Rivers and Matt Ryan, unless you can load up a roster, it's just not good enough.
Right.
That's what we're finding. Yeah. Is like goats win this and guys on rookie contracts win this. So you're like really spinning your wheels at $50 or $60 million, and you're depending so much on this guy to be healthy and be good enough to elevate your team, and they don't exist.
Yeah, I love your strategy of, if you're turning and burning and you're using Jalen Hurts for what he was on his rookie contract, getting you to places that you didn't think were possible, and then now when it's time to pay him, you step up and say, no, we will find another guy who no one thought Jalen Hurts was going to be able to do what he's done to this point in the sport, and we'll get a guy who's mobile enough and can throw enough, and we'll build a supreme roster around him because he's on a second-round quarterback contract. Okay, give him a shot.
And your backup is Trey Lance, right? So with the 49ers, a team good enough to get to the Super Bowl, he's 4-4 as a starter, right?
Right.
And he can't throw a lick. He can't read a defense a lick. But and they're trying not to run him a lot. Run him a lot. Yeah. Maybe it goes 5-3. Maybe it goes 6-2, and you're buying time for your real running quarterback who can also throw good enough, to be healthy when you get to the playoffs. I just think we're banging our head against a brick wall with a lot of these teams building with the current quarterback, system of giving him 25% of the salary cap and then asking him to be Tom Brady when he's more closer to Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, something like that.
I'm so with you on that.
So, Jerry Jones on the Fan this morning, I thought you had a great point there in the crosstalk, Wolchuk. I think he's just selling. I don't think he's senile. I don't think he's lost it. I think he's intentionally going, what are you talking about, man? We're good, because they're going through their version of a rebuild. This team is young, but he wants the fans to believe. Every year that belief, and that's ultimately what NFL parity does for you. It allows average teams to believe this could be our year.
Yeah, I just don't know how, Cowboy fans that we go through this year in and year out are there anymore. It's just I can't really sit there and be like, okay.
Yeah, just because he's selling, we don't have to be buying.
Yeah, I'm going to watch.
Are they still there? Because to me, it looked like there were a lot of Saints fans in their stadium the other day.
Yeah,
maybe people giving up their seats.
I think I know for sure my father-in-law has.
Let's see what the Raven fans bring in here. All of a sudden that was a lot of Saints fans in that building, and I know there's a lot of folks here still from Katrina that lost their homes. But man, I'll tell you what, it looked like to me if some Cowboy fans probably gave up and maybe they got rid of their tickets, and now that gives you the opportunity to go buy tickets.
I guess the question would be, because those seats are sold and the money is being earned, does that have an effect, or is it frustrating? Because it is for me as a Cowboy fan to be sitting there at AT&T Stadium and hearing "Who dat" chants break out. And and look, the Cowboys get the benefit of that on the road. It happened week 1 in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Cowboy chants were breaking out. Cowboy fans travel. But a team that should be held to that standard and be more prideful, that is the Dallas Cowboys, you don't want that in your home stadium.
No, you don't. But I don't know if it bothers them. I think they look at that as a plus, that they've created this tourist attraction.
Well, they got 100,000 seats, and they want to sell every one of them. It doesn't matter if it's your fan base or their fan base. They want to put everybody in the seats. It's good for the game.
It sucks as a fan. It sucks that your owner wants to do that, but it's also part of being the most visible, the most popular franchise. Your building is going to be a bucket list type of destination.
Yeah, and I wonder too. I mean, maybe you can blame some Cowboy fans too for giving up their tickets. But they probably have had enough.
But I can't be upset with them, right? Like
that's what I'm saying. They've probably had enough.
Yeah,
they don't want to deal with it anymore.
It's totally fair to feel that way.
That's very fair.
All righty, it is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. At least for another 6 weeks or so, we can call them the champs. They're back in action tonight. The Blue Jays are going to be in town, and coming up in 1 hour, we're going to be talking with Kamar Rocker. The young, exciting prospect.
Anchor down.
Who, debuted last week, tore it up. He'll be back on the hill on Thursday. Is there any word in Austin yet if Arch Manning is going to take over? I saw Quinn Ewers last listed as questionable. Do we have an update on that at all?
Yeah, so Quinn, he's going to be out a couple games, but all indications are this is Quinn Ewers' team. It is, just as somebody watching, it's very tempting, especially if Arch goes out there and continues to play well, which I believe he will, to just say, you know what, let's turn over the reins here. But Sark is committed to Quinn. The roster believes in Quinn, and I fully expect Quinn Ewers to get that job back as soon as he's healthy from that abdominal strain. So he's week to week.
Yeah.
Arch is going to start this week. I think they're looking at maybe Quinn getting back for that OU game just up the road here at the Cotton Bowl. But my gosh, was it fun to watch Arch Manning on Saturday.
They got Louisiana Monroe, and then they've got Mississippi State, who was not off to a very good start. So that'll give them an opportunity to get Quinn right for that Oklahoma game coming up.
Yeah, that'd be the interesting thing if Quinn Ewers struggles against Oklahoma, Georgia, in back-to-back weeks, would the calls for Arch Manning be there? But he doesn't really have a chance to prove himself on that much of a level with Louisiana Monroe and was it UTSA?
UTSA, yeah.
And the Mississippi State. But it's a perfect way to start your Longhorn career and get people excited about the future. That's for sure. Okay, G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Wolchuk, where are we going next?
Yeah, let's continue the college football conversation, shall we? We got the best teams in the state of Texas, an unwritten rule, and what are we doing? We got talent fees for student tickets. That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
Welcome back, GBag Nation. Here we go. It's GBag of the Day coming up in about 8 minutes. Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Kamar Rocker coming up at 3:10. Here's Wolchuk.
Well, it is official. Kareem Hunt is signing with the Kansas City Chiefs, according to Jordan Schultz. After spending 5 years in Cleveland, he's returning to the team who drafted him in 2017. So he's going to start on the practice squad. Expectation is that he will be elevated soon. So Kareem Hunt may be getting an opportunity there in the backfield with his former draft mate in 2017, Patrick Mahomes, as they get reunited there in Kansas City. But let's talk some college football, and what a great weekend it was. We'll have TD Tuesday coming up at 4 o'clock today as we've got Rangers baseball at 6:30. But the morning news every week puts out their Texas Power Poll, best teams in the state. Of course, number one, it is your Longhorns. They're the number one team in the country in the AP as well. 3-0. They rolled UTSA 56-7. And number two, fresh off their first road win in 3 years in the SEC. Texas A&M, 33-20. They get that win at Florida. They come in at number two. Now, I don't know what's going on there for Florida, but Billy Napier, it seems like he's going to be fired at any minute. I mean, there were some rumors that it could happen as early as Monday. Sure. It has not happened yet. But going with Graham Mertz after what you saw from the freshman the week before just seemed like massive coaching malpractice. You know Graham Mertz isn't any good, and your team is probably not going to have – I mean, if you can make a bowl game, that's awesome for you this year. So rock with Lagway, the freshman.
I was talking to some college scouts that do that area, and one of my guys told me that freshman, if Napier would have played the freshman, he actually might save his job.
Yes. I'm with you.
That kid is that good of a player.
He had a historic first ever start, and he looked awesome. Dual threat, can run around, has a good arm. They might have been able to win that game, but unfortunately he goes with Graham Mertz, and it did not go well. So now Billy Napier, his days are numbered there. But the third team in the state of Texas poll is TCU, who led 21-7 at half. And then they end up falling to UCF. How about R.J. Harvey, the UCF running back? 180 yards, couple of touchdowns on 29 carries. That might be a name for draft season.
Sure.
We're going to have to keep an eye on, but I believe you got TCU SMU up the road.
Play this weekend.
Gerald Ford, Iron Skillet game. That's going to be fun. Tech, of course, beat the crap out of our North Texas Mean Green. That was embarrassing to watch.
They're Tech's number 4?
Yeah. Right ahead of SMU. Just at SMU. Now, SMU.
Where's Texas State here?
Texas State is 6 after they lost 31-28. They had a big lead against Arizona State and unfortunately squandered that one.
I kind of feel like that maybe Texas State would give Tech and SMU a run for their money right now.
I'd like to see those matchups.
Yeah.
It's a well-coached football team, and it was unfortunate they couldn't get that win against Arizona State because they had an opportunity then to maybe
SMU,
run the
I
table.
should say this. SMU had a chance to beat BYU. I don't know what the hell they were doing trying. They've got some quarterback issues there right now. So
they don't. Does it Ken Jennings? Is it Preston Stone? I guess
Stone,
right now it's Jennings.
Stone,
It's it's a tough one. Now Air Force has emerged as serious target for the American Athletic Conference to join them. Now they already have 14 football schools this season, including Army and Navy. So it makes sense for Air Force to join. Now
Commanders in Chief trophies.
All the service academies in one conference. I don't know, Brian. You spent time in college football.
I did, long time ago. Well, actually, 2007.
Would you consider this an unwritten rule? Lane Kiffin was ticked off. And by the way, Ole Miss is looking really damn good this year. But
Jackson Dart, good quarterback.
Really good. and they beat up on Wake Forest, the Demon Deacons, 40-6 on Saturday. Now, I guess they were scheduled to do a home and home with Wake Forest.
They backed out. They pay their way out.
They did. They backed out.
Yeah.
Wake Forest is not going to be rematching them next year in Oxford. A person with knowledge of the decision confirmed that Wake Forest had canceled next year's trip. School is closing in on an alternative scheduling option, and Lane Kiffin was ticked. Afterwards, he said, "That's rarely ever done. I've never really heard of doing it, and it really puts us at a big disadvantage. It is what it is. It obviously wasn't appreciated very much, them putting us in that situation." He said this is an unwritten rule. You don't buy out of a game like that a year before you're supposed to play.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a couple of years ahead you would buy out of a game.
Because I guess now Ole Miss has to scramble and find an opponent.
Yeah, Ole Miss will. They'll find somebody to play.
Tennessee is going to add a 10% talent fee to tickets to fund a plan for revenue sharing with players. So this is going to be an NIL deal. So it's a groundbreaking talent fee to season and single game tickets in order to help fund this proposed revenue sharing.
I like this idea.
Yeah, this actually could be a good one. They're going to add.
And I think you would want to pay it if you're trying to help your student athletes.
No doubt,
I think
right?
You're like, okay, my ticket's $110. Okay, fine, great. $10 of it goes to the players. That's cool. I'm on board with this.
Yeah, so they're going to add a 10% premium charge to tickets that will go directly to athletes starting next season. And after the Volunteers reached 20 wins over the last 2 years for the first time in decades, the increase in tickets has gone up 4.5%. So this is a great opportunity to make some good money here at Rocky Top.
Over 100,000 people go to these games in Tennessee. That'd be a good chunk of change for those kids.
Oh, and we got a big one this week, right? Oklahoma, Tennessee. It's the battle of the R.J. Choppies and the Carter Freemans.
Oh, man, I wonder what type of bet payoffs and stuff they have on the line with each other because they are both insane with the way they root for their programs. That is going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to watch the Tennessee quarterback.
Me too.
Because I haven't got to really sit down and appreciate what he's got going on.
We're just going with Nico on this show.
It kind of rolls off your tongue name. It's. I know, Dawson, you're pretty good with these names.
I am Alieva.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
We were listening, and we did it during a break. Like we all went around trying to say it.
Yeah.
Choppy says, "I am a believer,"
and I like that. Sure. You know, put your own spin on it, right? It's like to a T.
He believes in his guy.
Nico I.
Whatever
you want to say.
Yamaleava?
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
That sounded good. That rolled off the tongue crisp.
I
there.
Googled the phonetic. I cheated. Yeah.
That's probably the way I should just have that up permanently on the computer.
But by the way, there's no way I'd bet on Carter Freeman to beat Chop in anything. Okay. So that's how I'm going.
What about
a beta off?
Like a sunburning?
Tennessee rolls.
A sunburning.
Loser has to sit out in the side for 3 hours.
Like
with
they
no
both have to.
sunblock
Yeah, they both have to go out and tan. Who gets the most burnt? I think Carter would nail that.
Carter will kick Choppy's ass in a sunburn off.
And a burn off. Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, it's pasty as
But
hell.
we're grasping at straws here.
But we do
honestly,
love you, Carter.
to play devil's advocate.
Yeah,
and I do appreciate
it was
that.
a damn good take.
Keep me accountable, you know.
Yeah, but hey, we were searching. We also have Michigan. They've named Alex Orji as the starting quarterback. They're taking on the fighting Trojans of USC. So we got Derek Holland versus Jared Sandler as well this week.
I've been wondering how bad Orji was throughout spring ball and fall camp for him not to be starting to start the season. It was news to me when week one we're like, wait, this dude is a physical. He's a species man at the quarterback position.
I'm kind of listening to like Michigan broadcasts. Like I was listening to the Texas game with the Michigan guys, and it sounded like to me that Orji's nothing but a runaround dude.
He does run around. I haven't really seen him throw.
Dawson's about to give a big money deal.
That's
kind
what
of a philanderer.
That's what I'm saying.
He's the first overall pick.
Yeah, he's a big runaround dude.
It's time now for the G bag of the day into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
I saw you put on your glasses.
Hey, man, come on, bro.
I saw you put the glasses on while you were getting ready.
Yeah, thank you, man. Eric, don't look over here, bro.
Don't look at me.
Don't look over here. With your LASIK eye surgery.
Let me get a glimpse of these warlocks.
65-year-old man I'm working with right now.
Oh, jeez. So there's somebody's name. Is Alex Orji?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a big Orji family.
He's a local legend, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Jackson,
Shout out to the
Rockwell.
Orji family. There's a whole Orji family out there.
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy. Did you know we live next door to the Orgies? We met those guys.
All right, you bring your best three, I'll bring mine.
Yeah, Broder's going to bring his eaters to the Orgies. Orgies residence.
It's a freak off.
Man, whoa, be careful with
Sorry
that.
about that.
Yeah. Boy, I puckered up. Chill out, bro. Let's see. All right, our winner right here for G-Bag of the Day. This is day 2 for this gentleman, but he's forever in our hearts. It's Kevin Harlan, one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. Let's see here. So there were some technical difficulties during the broadcast, and he was going to kick it up to Nate Burleson in the studio for an update. Nate couldn't hear him, so Kevin, just looking right at the screen, did the update himself and then kicked it back to himself.
And let's take you to Nate Burleson in New York.
I can't hear anything.
I can hear you. Go, Nate, go. Here we go. Rodgers against Tennessee, and they're going deep, and it was caught by the Titans. Ridley with a touchdown reception. The former Jacksonville Jaguar, Will Levis, with a long throw for Tennessee. Back to Minneapolis. All right, Nate, thank you. 2nd down 6. Outside they go. There's Ayuk with the catch, and out of bounds he goes. Shoved over there by Gilmore and Harrison Smith. And he's got the ball. And a first down catch out to the 42.
You have called 2 games at one time, and now you've called a studio and a game at the same time. So you never cease to amaze me. Incredible.
Yeah, he did the play-by-play of the streaker with the man with the bra on.
Yeah.
He did the play-by-play of the black cat in the Cowboys-Giants game.
Yep.
Anything impromptu is where Harlan will shine.
This man has 3 brains.
Yeah.
He can use them all at the same time.
Yeah.
He has a limitless pill. Is that a true thing that we only use like a certain percentage of our brain? I think
that's true. So, yeah.
And there's like just the rest of it just chilling over there, couch potato like,
untapped
in
potential.
our dome piece.
Yep.
Untapped potential.
Just taunting that portion of your brain that has to work.
Keeping our head from caving in.
Yeah, help me out, bro. Let's see here. Well,
I think
Kevin
Tom
Harlan,
Brady and Kevin should work together.
they use it all. Wow, that'd be awesome. That'd be a good one. All right, Gilly the Kid, podcaster.
Losing it last night.
Music writer. Yeah, he was using it. He was losing it last night. He does a broadcast where they watch the Eagles game live on YouTube.
Yeah.
He has some idiot standing next to him that has a whole Eagles outfit on, dressed up like a real life eagle. And then they're smoking weed and everything and watching the game. It's crazy. Dressed up like a real eagle.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think I'd really like that if they were Cowboys fans.
Yeah. I feel
So
you.
it's like with the beak?
With a beak and everything, like a real life costume,
Wings.
like a child's birthday party.
Got big talons.
He's got everything, boy. He looks crazy, like a high school mascot.
Going all out.
Yeah, all the way out, sitting there watching the game on somebody's couch, IKEA couch. Say that respectfully. I've had a few. Let's see here. Yeah, Gilly is reacting to the Eagles' loss at the very last second.
Man, that loss on Nick Sirianni. You supposed to run the ball, get the ball to Saquon. Even if they don't get it, we got 40 seconds left, dog. Let me tell you something, Kellen Moore. Let me tell you something. We're gonna change your name to Colin Moore because we need to call more offensive coordinators and fight. I can't believe this didn't run the ball, man. We got Saquon Barkley for reason. Pick your head up, JoJo. Wrong with your stupid ass.
JoJo's a guy dressed like the damn eagle. Yeah. And he had his head down in that Eagles outfit that looked real bad, you know.
Pick your head up.
Have some pride about yourself. You got the damn eagle outfit on, fam.
Stand tall.
Yeah, stand tall, bro.
Oh, Philly tears are the
Pick your
best.
head up.
Yeah, Philly tears
every
awesome.
game? Do they do every
Pretty
game?
much, yeah.
I need to watch this.
It's pretty good.
I need to find this.
I mean, it has its moments. Other than that, it's a dude sitting on a couch next to a guy in the Eagles outfit just smoking weed.
Yeah.
They're not really doing any commentary.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else we got. What's going to happen for number 3? Bayless. You guys played this yesterday. This happened on Sunday. Bayless in Houston.
Postgame show, yeah.
Take in the post. Okay, so this happened on the Cowboys radio network.
It did.
It's damn near. It goes throughout all the country, damn near.
Yeah.
So the whole country's knowing about Bobby Belt and how Bayless in Houston feels about him. Hilarious.
All right, let's go to Bayless in Houston. Bayless, what's going on? Hey, y'all, just want to say thank you for taking my call. Also, I have to say this. Bobby Belt is an idiot. He ruined the morning show, and that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bayless. I appreciate it, dude.
Great bet.
All right, let's go to Jim in Round Rock. Jim, what's going on?
Crap, I nearly swallowed my gum on that one.
That was good.
That's great, man. Best bid on the station for phone calls maybe since the Dragon Slayer, Lucius. Remember him?
That's me.
Way back.
No, I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, bro.
Yeah, he would call and do bits when we were like an all-call station. So you'd hear from Dragon Slayer like 4 times a day.
Shout out to you, Dragon Slayer. All right, let me see right here. All right, this one
had to retire when we had a turnover at leadership.
They slayed the dragon.
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, took his magical power away. You know what I mean?
Puff.
Yeah.
The magic dragon.
You gotta chill. All right, let's see right here. We heard Gilly's reaction to the Eagles' loss, but we lost too as well, Cowboy fans.
Oh yeah.
This gentleman right here, I believe his name is Two Icy Juice Cuz.
That's a lot.
Two Icy Juice Cuz. He has a Dallas Cowboy freestyle.
Come on.
Hey, I hope you know, Dallas Cowboys, y'all is done. I've been watching y'all since I was young than a bitch, and I've just been looking dumb. I hope you know I don't even know why the team is stacked, because New Orleans came in there and straight put the belt to the ass. I hope you know I wasn't even going to complain. But how y'all have a whole offseason and come out looking exactly the same? I hope you know y'all should be worried. At this point, if it ain't the team of the coaches, what is it? The damn jerseys? I hope you know the defense look like Dookie.
No.
Every player on the other team the first half got the ball and started booking. I hope you know I can't even be mad, dog. I done came to the realization that losing is just y'all. I hope you know, Mike, your playbook is weak. I am so tired of seeing these lame-ass jet sweeps. I hope you know I can tell y'all why y'all suck. Because in the crunch time, don't none of y'all drop nuts. I hope the worst. This is exactly the same team from Green Bay. I hope you know I was looking for Micah. Did he even play? I hope you know I am done. Every season is a repeat. And I hope you know I'm rooting for y'all ugly ass next week, stupid pig.
Yes.
great.
I hope you know about the Cowboys. Two Icy Juice Cuz. Our final nominee, our challenger to the champ, who's Kevin Harlan. Gilly the Kid live reaction to last night's glorious ending. Philly's one-score game luck has finally run out in a big, glorious way. Bayless on the post-game show calling in to slam Bobby Belt with the assist from Jim in Round Rock. I'm voting for Two Icy Juice Cuz. Chief, how about you?
I will go with. I'm going to go with Kevin Harlan still.
Lucius, we're tied at 1.
Isn't this some good like highway music, bro?
Oh, yeah.
Are you on the front of the boat? Your boys driving? Yeah. Slow down, man. My cigar keep going out. I'm going with Too Icy. Too Icy.
Wolchuk?
I'll go with Gilly and his Eagle friend.
Brian?
Too Icy.
By a score of 3-1. And your new GBag of the Day champion. You have them. Yeah, I hope you know about the Cowboys. If you ever do miss the GBag of the Day, you're wondering who won, Lucius replays it for you every evening, LA Live, which is at 5:40 here in the nation. Chief, where are we going next?
We got a sports hodgepodge here. We will count up all the Eagle mistakes from last night, and the more we hear, the sadder it gets for this upcoming event. That's next here in the nation.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. GBag Nation 105.3 The Fan coming up at 3:10. Kamar Rocker, Rangers hot prospect, is going to join us for the Rangers Player Show, and CY is going to join you at 4:20 here, the GM. It's time now for Eric Sports Hodgepodge. Chief, take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We obviously have big problems here in Dallas with our Cowboys, but we have to sink into the disaster that was the Eagles at least one more time today. Last night was just absolutely phenomenal, and Broadus is going now 0-2 to start the Survivor season here, so it's back-to-back payoffs, a triple bet payoff Friday, this Friday at Shakerton's in Arlington with the GBag Nation, so that's very exciting. We'll see what Broadus has in store for us there. But before we correct the Eagles' mistakes, let's just get to the rabid Eagles fans post-game last night. Take it away, nut job.
Sirianni, that was terrible. Run the damn ball, it's not hard.
Sirianni on the hot seat?
I hope so.
It's a sorry-ass team. 90% of the money was on Eagles' money line. It's a business. You think it was rigged? It's all rigged, man. It's billions, man. Let me get a piece of that pie. Was the paint worth it? It's always worth it, but this game fucking sucked.
Hey, you throw a pick when you still got a timeout left.
Welcome to the fucking ref show. 2024, big night for the refs. They got to run the ball though at the end. They got to run the ball. What's it gonna feel like going into work tomorrow? Really shitty. Really fucking shitty. What happened?
We lost.
That's a good answer. What happened?
You know, we're still trying to figure that out.
Terrible fucking coaching. We took 6 points off the board. We didn't take the 2 field goals in the first fucking quarter. We gave Bryce $55 million to do what? To get washed down by fucking tight ends?
You run the ball on 3rd and 3. You get it 4th and 1. Push all the way in.
Nick Foles' retirement, and you're wearing the U1 Philly hat?
Legit, I have his Philly special tattooed on me.
I know.
And that's how we play in front of him. He deserves better.
We deserve better.
Honestly, those refs were like choking on the Atlanta Falcons harder than Tony.
Okay, all right, settle down there, lady. Get out of here. Just wild.
That was
the hot
insane.
Tua gal?
Yeah, it might as well have been just not the Midwest or the Southern version, but this is the more violent and ornery Northeastern version, much
heavier.
more disgusting and heavier. All of it, but yeah. So that's
The
I
hoodie
do.
and the jersey, same combination.
Yeah, I love drinking those tears, man. That's pretty.
I'm living for this. Thank
That's
God.
great. Yeah, I knew that was going to be therapeutic for Wolchuk in
loved
particular, so I wanted to make sure we started the segment with that. Now we'll go and fix their mistakes here. So the Falcons have no timeouts at the end of the game, and it's 3rd down, and it is now opportunity to, I think it's a no-brainer. I know the play they drew up was there. Saquon catches it. It's not even a conversation. But you have now the opportunity to run even more time off the clock on 3rd down. You have to run the ball there. Maybe you get the first down, game's over anyways. If you don't, who cares? You're supposed to go for it again. The fact that's the big problem. They didn't go for it again there on 4th down, and the win percentage goes up tremendously.
Wow.
I mean, even the win percentage will tell you to, unless it's like 4th and 10, you should go for it. It was 4th and 3. Should have gone for it. 4th and 4, 4th and 5, 4th and 6. They would have all said you should go for it there.
You know, I always think in this situation, I know it's crazy. Does anybody agree? I'd rather be up by 3 than 6. 3, they're going to settle for the field goal. I'll see in overtime. 6, they're going for the touchdown.
Sure. So that's totally it right there. I mean, that is it right there. If you run the ball on 3rd down and kill a bunch of time, and then go for it on 4th down and still don't get it. Now you have Kirk Cousins with no timeouts, under a minute left, and he's backed up inside his own 5-yard line, and he still has to go pretty far to get into field goal range in an outdoor stadium. But they're playing for the field goal in that scenario. Like you said, we've seen teams get super conservative when they only need a field goal to tie it. Now they're not playing for the win, they're playing for the tie.
Yeah.
So worst case scenario, you run the ball and you still don't get it, and now Kirk Cousins pulls a rabbit out of his head, and all of a sudden now they have a chance to tie the game. You still don't even lose the game.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to go for the touchdown. In their mind, they're just that we've seen it for years now. Teams are much more aggressive when they know they need a touchdown. Now it's like, okay, now we're not messing around with anything here. We have got to push the ball down the field right now because we've got to go get a touchdown. And that's exactly what they did. So they completely botched this. Did the Eagles in terms of whether or not they should go for it. How they played it there at the end was totally wrong. And then the way that Dick Fangio is supposed to bring some type of backbone to Filthy, and it was like the easiest drive you've ever seen. Kirk Cousins on Monday Night Football on the road. It's the easiest game-winning drive you've ever seen in your entire life. And because they're playing prevent defense. Anytime you blitz Kirk Cousins last night, he was in a world of trouble. And on the drive that mattered the most, Dick Fangio's like, yeah, we'll just play off and we'll just give them any 20-yard reception that they want. It was crazy,
offensive
dude.
line balled out. He had all day to throw. I mean, they had a 0.7% chance of winning with 1:57 left in the fourth quarter. According to Next Gen, that was the seventh most improbable win since 2016.
So the call that you have in question is, I'm just looking up Next Gen and the go for it charts and stuff like that. The question you have is the fourth quarter is 142 left and he kicked the field goal. Is that?
Yeah, 142, and he threw the ball on the play, which stopped the clock. If you run the ball on third down, now you're talking about there's a minute to go instead of 1:42.
Yeah.
And I'm still going to go for it on 4th down there, but even for him, if he's going to kick the field goal, he could have killed another 40-plus seconds by running it there.
No question. The recommendation was go for it by 3%.
Yeah, thank you, Kellen.
80, it was 88% said go for it. That's what the thing said. And then the field goal was at 85%. So, or actually 84.9. So, yeah, the go for it by 3% on that decision.
Yeah, and it would have been a go for it if it was 4th and 4, 4th and 5, 4th and 6, 4th and 7, 4th and 8, 4th and 9. It would have all been go for it. But in 4th and 3, it's a no-brainer. You should go for it. But he started off by throwing it, shouldn't have done that, and then compounded his problem by kicking the field goal instead of going for it again. And then, like I said, Dick Fangio runs the defense out there. After any time they blitzed, it was 2 of 5 for 3.5 yards per attempt and 20% success when you blitzed them last night. And you just went into a prevent and just let them give you the easiest game-winning drive you've ever seen in your life. So the Eagles completely lost that game last night. Sometimes they talk about did they win it or did they lose it? Like, did the Falcons really win it? The Eagles absolutely lost that game last night, and it's hilarious, and I love it. Almost as much as I love Mad Dog Russo trying to say this. Well, go ahead.
No, real quick. I was looking at passes versus blitz. It says here with no blitz. Well, with blitz versus blitz, Cousins was 4 of 7 for 71 yards, 1 touchdown. Quarterback rating of 31.5, 10.1 yards per attempt.
Quarterback rating of 31.5?
31.5.
He was 4 of 7?
He was 4 of 7. That's what they're saying. This is what Next Gens was saying during the blitz. No blitz. He was 16 of 22 for 170, 1 touchdown, a passer rating of 110.
Yeah, so he was
cooked.
Much better.
Am I reading this right, Dawson? I think, that's...
Yeah, the 4 of 7 is kind of, I don't know, that's weird. Like, 4 of 7 is not bad.
Yeah, versus Bliss, his rating was 131.5.
Yeah.
Because I see when sending an extra man on a blitz, he was 2 of 5 for 3.5 yards per attempt.
This is the metrics thing that killed. This is what the teams get. The actual, and I'm not trying to justify it or anything. I was just curious because I was thinking, damn, how bad was he?
Well, I do think there's a big difference between, blitzing prevent defense and just playing a regular defense.
Yeah,
their regular defense had suffocated.
Yeah, they were super soft. They were giving a ton of cushion on that final drive regardless. But hey, shout out to Kirk O'Chains, man.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here, Kirk O'Chains is Kellen Moore.
No, Kirk Cousins.
Oh, Kirk Cousins.
Remember Kirk goes on the
that's
flight,
right.
he wears,
Yes,
like the chains and Yeah, he was in his bag last night.
So this is this is the sharp football analysis, blitzing one extra man, not just any blitz. This is just blitzing one guy.
Yeah.
Because there were multiple times where they probably blitzed more than one guy, so that you're getting the total blitz there. I'm just looking at when they blitzed one guy. So when they blitzed one guy on the night, Cousins was in trouble. They didn't blitz at all. But nonetheless, they do run the prevent defense and surrender the easiest game-winning drive you've ever seen. But here's Mad Dog Russo before we go to break.
That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10.
Oh, no.
Jackson Smith, Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught 12 more.
That's right.
What?
Wow. Jackson Smith, I don't even know what he said there.
I don't
neither does he.
to say what he said.
And he didn't want to stop down. Sometimes he'll try and stop down and correct himself. He just powered right through it right there. That's a professional. That's a legend. That's a Hall of Famer.
Shout out to Rockwell Zone.
In the industry.
That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10. Jackson Smith, Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught 12 more.
This is Mr. Barack Obama, right?
Yeah,
What the hell?
He qualified it by letting you know it was the Ohio State kid.
Yeah.
So you could figure it out.
Just in case you're not sure.
I blew the name, but if you want to look up Ohio State receiver,
you know who I'm talking about.
You know who I'm talking about.
Just say JSN.
Yeah.
What's his face?
Yeah, what's his face?
That's amazing. Thank you, Mad Dog.
Thank you, Chief. There it is. A sports hodgepodge here for you on a Toxic Tuesday. A big day coming up. Kamar Rocker, 310. CY's coming up at 420. We're back here at the top of the hour with the NFL News of the Day. We'll check what's in store.
We'll see what we got time for. We got notable wide receiver injuries, belly bumps, and dartboards. That's next.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot ya, it's hour 2 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the NFL news of the day. Coming up in 8 minutes, we'll be talking with Rangers pitcher Kamar Rocker. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, the big news right now, Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, Dolphins placing Tua on IR, also courtesy of Mike Garafolo. That's because of the concussion that he suffered on Thursday night. This is to give him ample time to progress through the stages of the concussion protocol. He will meet with outside neurologist. I can't speak with this word. Neurologist?
Oh, I think you're right.
Neurologist.
There you go. Yeah.
Neurologist.
Yeah.
I said it. Neurologist. That's an easy one. The earliest he can come back is Week 8 against the Cardinals. So the Dolphins aren't saying for sure he's going to come back for Week 8, but the expectation is that eventually he is going to return to play. That's the latest on Tua.
Yeah, I guess for the financial implications, he can't just hang him up.
That's a tough one.
He's gotta. I mean, I wonder, can he come up with some type of deal? So what does he just need? One doctor to say you shouldn't play? Like what do you actually need here if you're Tua to still get all your money?
I wonder if the league is going to step in on this one and want to be a part of this. As far as can we see how you're going about this? Because of all the lawsuits and things like that, I just wonder if the league is going to request that they are able to kind of see medical records and stuff like that, or see the test, or make sure that, that maybe this guy has to protect himself from himself. Maybe the league is looking at it like, listen, it's bad for business if you go back out there and get hurt again.
There's precedent for that. Chris Bosh in the NBA. They're like, no, you can't play.
He can't play anymore.
Yeah,
but the NFL is a different animal. The NFL, they're just going to toss him a Guardian cap and say, we'll see you Sunday.
You're not wrong.
It's a good idea.
But
actually,
he should
give
be
a Guardian cap.
The Guardian cap if he comes back.
But with all the
probably should wear 2 of them.
But with all with all the lawsuits and things like that, I guarantee the league wants to know what's going on with this.
It's scary. So we'll have to see, when we get closer to that time, what exactly ends up happening with Tua. Now, A.J. Brown didn't play last night. He is expected to miss a couple weeks with a hamstring injury, so the Eagles will be without him. Yesterday, towards the end of the show, we mentioned that Debo is going to miss a couple weeks as well. He's got a calf injury. So no Debo, no Christian McCaffrey, at least for several weeks. Now, the Cowboys don't play the 49ers, and they're probably going to end up being back in time for that game. That's just kind of how that works. But this is going to be a tough stretch. I mean, we saw last year, no Debo, no Trent Williams. McCaffrey was there, but they went on a 3-game losing streak. They lose this weekend to Minnesota. Brock Purdy, he wants to be the next in line to get that big bag. Now's your chance, man. You don't have 2 of your top stars. Can you go out there and keep this offense going?
They got the Rams this week, right?
They have the Rams, who are way worse than them now when it comes to injuries. No Kupp, no Puka, no offensive line, no safeties.
Yeah.
They're one of their corners is out. I mean, it's a banged-up mash unit there with the Rams.
Yeah, and watch the Rams go out and beat them.
I'd love to see it. I really would.
Crazy things happen in that division. I
they
think
do.
You're a couple of bounces away here from maybe San Francisco getting a big old hole dug for themselves.
Well, if you want to ensure Rams victory, Broadus just pick the Niners in Survivor.
That's maybe what I need to do.
That could be.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, 0-3 start. Keep the bet payoffs.
Would that be
going,
amazing if I just every week have a bet payoff?
It would be amazing.
It's incredible what's happening. I really feel like the NFL is kind of turning over who the contenders are. Like 7 favorites lost this week. Significant. 4 points and more.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? It's the Saints and the Bucks. You're looking in the NFC. You're like, holy crap. Are these maybe the 2 best teams right now?
Yeah, Derek Carr and Sam Darnold are like your 2 best quarterbacks for the first 2 weeks of the season.
In fact, hey, here's a weird stat of the day for you.
Okay.
Only quarterback with 250-plus passing yards in both games this season in the entire league.
Derek Carr. Man. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't even Derek Carr.
It's not Derek Carr.
Is it Sammy D?
It's not Sammy D. It's a guy you love. Maybe not for his play all the time. But
Gardner Minshew.
It's Gardner Minshew.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Gardner Minshew.
Because they're trailing like the whole time.
It's crazy. That's where we're at right now in the National Football League. Okay, last night's Manning cast was a lot of fun to watch. Like you were asking about it, Brian. I said I hadn't watched it. I did. They're still having the delays. That's still a thing.
Is that a problem?
Yeah, it's a problem.
We can't get both those guys in the same studio?
Yeah, it's still
and their guests.
Well, and the guest. Like the guest is the worst. Like it's not as bad with Peyton and Eli. It's always the guest. Like Miles Teller being on was cringy to watch. They had Belichick on though, and Belichick was asked about maybe having a personal dartboard.
Hey, Coach, I got to ask you about Super Bowl 52. Y'all went against the Eagles. Did not go well for you that game. I know. I didn't want to ask you. Peyton made me do this, but I just have one quick question. Do you happen to have like a dartboard in your house, the picture of Foles and I on it that you just throw darts at all the time?
Yeah, I got 3 dartboards, 2 of you and 1 of Foles. Yeah, I got 3.
See, this guy's good, man.
There it is.
Belichick's nice,
right in the
dude.
head.
Yeah.
Perfect game.
2 of you and 1 of Foles.
I really didn't want to talk about it, Coach. Peyton makes me do that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
I really appreciate that. Fly,
We have our
Eagles, fly.
truce.
There they are.
We have our truce.
Hey, I went back and watched the last drive, whatever that was, 70 seconds of the Manning cast, because that's what it was. And they were really good, like Peyton, like dictating what each team should be doing. And you don't put the ball down, you hand it to the ref and get in the huddle.
Mm-hmm.
And, he really got into an energized mode instead of like this sort of, hey, guys, we're out here cracking jokes on our brothers. And then Matt Ryan was really good breaking down what you want out of a 2-minute. He said first play, got to be positive.
Got to be positive.
Avoid negative plays, get you one chunk play, you got a chance.
Yeah, and Matt Ryan and Peyton Manning were both saying the most comfortable they ever were was in the 2-minute because everything is just more like your bread and butter, and the plays that you
It's
got,
fast.
and so
it's
they were
less
like
thinking. It's more just reaction.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to TCU's own Quentin Johnston.
Hey,
He's having a bounce back sophomore season. 2 touchdowns on Sunday, granted against Carolina, but he's had a good start to the year, and he is now hoping to prove all the doubters wrong. Jim Harbaugh, very excited. He caught 8 of 11 targets, and best game he's had so far in his career. So moving forward, we got to pay attention to our guy, Quentin Johnston. Hopefully he continues to have a good season in his sophomore campaign for the Chargers.
QJ.
Now, yesterday, Jason Kelsey was like hammered on Monday Night Countdown.
They were giving him water early in the game.
Went into the booth. I sent this over to Carter for the fan cam, but Jason Kelsey does a chest bump during Monday Night Countdown with a fan. So he lines up against him. They run and chest bump. Now, this fan ends up landing awkwardly and I think just completely tears his knee up. And he put up, effed my whole knee up. So worth it, though. That's Dunphy 215. And you can see the pain. Like, he's shirtless. You've got Kelsey in this tuxedo. Well, it's just really just a green jumpsuit. And an awkward moment. And just don't belly bump Kelsey if you ask.
Regular people should not be doing, those jumping shoulder bumps or belly bump or whatever it is with the NFL offensive lineman. So he was hammered, and then he's in the booth in the second half. I thought he did a nice job.
He was in the pregame show. He was like shotgunning beers out in the crowd, and then Marcus Spears was handing him bottles of water. Like, bro, you might need this kind of a thing.
Hit the decelerator on that routine. But now that he's not an Eagle, I think he's great in entertainment.
Yeah, it's very entertaining. Now, his brother, some people are putting out the washed accusations for Travis already through 2 games.
Settle down.
This is a fart here. I think we're all farting on it.
Well, I am. I still know what he's capable of. I thought it was the same thing last year. He was clearly not the same version of himself in the regular season. He's picking his spots, and those spots are postseason games and Super Bowls.
It's all about the playoffs.
He'll see in January.
It is time now for the Rangers Player Show here in the GBag Nation on your home of the World Series champs. It's brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? As Kamar Rocker joins us now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Right on, dude. Well, congrats on your debut last week. How did it go from your perspective?
It went well. There's some pitches I wish I could have back, a little bit more efficient with them accounts, but overall, I like what I saw.
You looked very comfortable out there for, your first go-around in the show. How did it feel for you?
It felt good. It was intense. I look back at the film, and I don't remember a lot of pitches that I threw, so that just tells you where I was
at. Gotcha. So what's different about trying to get big league hitters out?
Just understanding the counts and understanding when it's time to challenge them and when it's not to, and understanding that they're going to put the ball in play, too.
Dude, it was so much fun to watch you and the movement that you're able to get while throwing super hard. I mean, what about that breaking ball? Can you give us the history of your breaking ball, if you wouldn't mind? Where did you learn it? Did somebody help you with that?
I learned it when I was younger. I had a guy named Matt White. He was my agent still my agent. And we just worked on it since I was in high school. I tried to throw it like a fastball, and over time it developed into something that I had a pretty good feel for. And then since high school, going through college, I just had feel for it, and I trust it. So it's a good pitch.
Not many guys have an agent that can like double as a coach. Is that pretty rare?
I couldn't tell you. I just know he played a good bit of pro ball.
Right on.
Hey, Kamar, I played against your father when he was at Auburn, and I kind of see a lot of your toughness from him. I mean, at LSU we couldn't block him at all. So yeah, he was a nightmare, and I know you were a nightmare for the Mariners the other day. But he was able to come see you play. How special was that for him to take some time off from his job with the Titans and getting to see you play?
It was awesome. I know he's been there from the start. Both my parents have, and I mean, he showed me work ethic. He taught me how to work. He showed me how to be tough, and definitely having poise and body language since I was as early as I can remember, being 9 years old. And I'm glad he gave me the toughness that he did, and I get to show it now.
So, do you have an NFL team that you root for, or do you root for whoever he's working for? How's that go?
Whoever he's working for. I mean, back then it was whoever's paying the bills. So if I wanted to eat, I was rooting for him.
That's tough. You got to pull for Will Levis as your quarterback now. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
What did you think about that defensive line? They gave you like a big shout out video on your first start day.
That was big. I got to know I've always known his defensive line, been in the meeting rooms, and I haven't got to meet these guys yet, but I'm excited to this year.
Number 80. Where's the number 80 come from?
So when I went into Vanderbilt, I figured it was like the Excel sheet. Like I had R as my last name, and I was all the way below, and I had 80 next to my name, and I was like, no way, Coach Corbin's gonna make me wear 80. So I show up at the field, and 80's in my locker, and I'm like, dang, I'm 80, man, come on. And from what I did at Vanderbilt, I decided to keep it.
Yeah, good football number as well. Were you a football player?
I was. I played 2 years in high school.
How'd it go for you?
It was good. I think I was coming in my body. I was about 235. Then I was probably about 6'3". I just didn't really have any mature muscles at the time, and I think I was growing into myself.
So was there a choice? Like, do I want to pursue football or baseball in your mind? How'd that go?
There definitely was. Once I got to my junior year and the draft became a thing, and just getting more looks from people. And being a defensive lineman, a D-end in high school, I needed my fingers. I couldn't afford any broken fingers at that time, so I chose baseball.
I have to imagine those Vandy coaches, football coaches, were coming and knocking on that dorm room door from time to time.
For sure. I would love to help them.
The relationship between you and Jack, going back to Vandy, obviously well documented, but how special is that now for both of you to experience your first taste of the major leagues together on the same team?
I think it's awesome. I mean, every day you get to wake up and we get to grab breakfast, go to dinner, and little things like that go a long way for me knowing him for so long. And we get to help each other. That's the biggest thing.
Hey, Kamar, the journey you had to make to even get to this point with the rehabs and stuff, and they always talk about how lonely that is. And I know you had people along the way help you, but how was that journey for you? You'd had so much success in your life, and now you have to go through all that.
100%. And I think it comes at a certain point. Like the highs come with the lows, and the lows come with the highs. And it was great. I got to know myself more. My first rehab was. I really didn't have much. I wasn't on a team at the time, so that was hard. I didn't have people that were in a similar situation. Then the second rehab, I'm signed. I'm on a team. It's a little bit different, and you just get to know yourself a little bit better.
Kamar Rocker here with you on 105.3 The Fan, home of the champs. So starting against this Toronto team Thursday, are you going to be locked in watching the game? Are you studying, or do you wait for the film? How's that process go?
A little bit of film, which we're going to do here soon, and then, of course, seeing the team play for 2 days is big. I like to see swings. I like to see the players, just how they go about their business, and try to put my best stuff on the field when it comes Thursday.
What type of superstitions do you have? Game day routines? I know, like Mad Max Scherzer, he's like one of those guys you can't even get within 10 feet of him on it when he's starting.
I like to keep it pretty chill. I don't talk much on game days, but I plan on my food pretty accordingly, and I like to be hydrated for sure.
Okay, well, we love the food talk here on this show. So what's the food looking like here for your game day?
So so far it's been got to eat probably 3 hours before game time. I'll probably eat chicken and rice from Chipotle and just keep it really simple.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
Did you eat Chipotle every single day? I think we just saw a dude do this on TikTok. Like he had Chipotle 1,000 days in a row and got some special card.
Hey, man, good for that guy. I like that.
What do you got playing in the headphones on a game day, Kamar?
See, I'll do music every day except game day. I just like to chill, man.
Raw dogging it on game days. I dig that.
Got to.
You ever raw dog the flight?
You said the flight?
Yeah.
No, never. I got the music on the whole flight.
Oh, any rookie tasks to this point? I mean, I know it's been
Rookie task? Not yet so far. I know they're coming here soon. I think we're just getting comfortable.
Kamar Rocker with you here on your home of the Rangers. What are your plans for the offseason?
Definitely catch a couple Titans games, go see my family, travel with my mom a little bit, and then start cranking it up near December and January.
How confident are you, Kamar, that you can make the big league team next spring training in March?
With the work I've been putting in these past 2 years, I think I'm pretty confident. I know what I need to do, and I just got to go out there and execute it.
Have you ever had a pitching teammate stronger than you at anything?
Stronger than me in anything? You talking like weight room and stuff?
Yeah, I'm talking weight room. Come on.
No, I don't know a pitcher that's in the weights like I am. I've seen some guys squat more than me. I will say I don't squat a lot, but when it comes to upper body stuff, I think I got him.
I'll tell you, your boy Jack, he's from the waist down. He's like a 300-pounder, dude. I bet that guy can squat a brick house.
No, he can't squat a brick house. At Vanderbilt, it was impressive, man. It was an easy 345, 350 for that guy.
Wow. Okay, what's the Kamar Rocker? We all show up in the weight room. It's just you in there, and we're like, impress us with something. What's the thing you're going to do in the weight room to be like, watch this, boys?
If I had to do it, I'd probably grab those 70-pound dumbbells, and I just say, watch me rep this out.
Just bench pressing that thing, huh?
Yeah.
Kamar Rocker, Rangers pitcher, thank you so much. Congrats on your success, and we wish you nothing but the best, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Let's go. Brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life. Who's your beneficiary?
Yeah, and we're also going to give him a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. We got 8 of those in the DFW location. So we thanks Kamar and thank the Rangers for providing them to us today.
He was outstanding, man.
Yeah.
It's great, and the thing that really stood out besides his stuff is just how comfortable and confident
he looked. Very easy pitching.
He stood up there.
What a laugh too. His laugh is, like bracket worthy for all time laughs.
Yeah, it was like cartoon character
style. Amazing.
We got a C note coming up. Cowboys news of the evening. Top stories going on with America's team. That's next year. The GBag Nation and the Fan.
But we do want to talk Trajan well.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Shoot, yeah, welcome back, Nation. Here, we're gonna play some Jerry Jones audio for you. Why does this team look so bad when the other team scores first and has some mojo about them? What is going on there? Do they not respond well when they are trailing early? Jerry will answer that question and a few others. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, you get a free consultation. Okay, what's Jerry's concern level when this thing goes down early, and do they not respond well when they're trailing? Here is cut 3 from Jerry Jones this morning with Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys.
Well, when you don't respond, you always feel like that. You always feel like that. Since I was in high school, if you have a team come out, they're playing well, they make some good plays, and they continue that doing all play long, you say, well, you didn't come to play. You didn't give effort. That's the game. And that kind of, whether you're observing it or whether you're playing it, that's exactly what the game does. And at the end of the day, when you have two halves of play like that, you'll feel like your team wasn't prepared, didn't respond. That's as old as the game itself. You always feel like that.
Yeah, after the game for sure. And after, 6 quarters of football where you haven't seen this team making progress, it's easy to feel like that. But I'm talking about that feeling in the first 10 minutes of the Packers game or the first 8 minutes of the Saints game where you're like, wow, I'm kind of pretty sure right now the Cowboys aren't going to get off the mat and turn the momentum over. Is that just low sample size? Is that, just being up against better teams? And it becomes very, very clear when the Cowboys are outmatched more so than other opponents, because I feel like it's oftentimes where the other team comes out and throws a haymaker, scores on their first drive, and the other team does have answers.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that's why they are the front runners at this point, because we've seen it now. It's not a small sample size. We've seen it plenty when, the Buffalo game is one that just immediately jumps out last year. They punch you in the mouth, and then it's just, you don't stand a chance all game long. You never stand a chance. And all of your leaders are they all just have these, like a glaze over their eyes, just a blank stares. Immediately, it's like, boom, okay, we didn't throw the first punch, so now we just have to take it for the next 4 quarters.
Yeah, I'm used to you're down 20, but something crazy is going to happen in the third quarter that makes you think it's possible.
NFL is kind of built for that, right? They're kind of built for the comeback now. Where we just saw it with the Raiders doing it against the Ravens, like in this past Happy League, and that Bills game that you're bringing up, like totally understand this whole Shanahan scheme, like with Clint Kubiak came in, kicked your ass. Bills weren't running that, right? The Bills just ran the ball down your throat. Like it's not even just necessarily that scheme's your issue. It's anytime you're facing adversity and you fall behind, who is there to really kind of shake you out of this? And when your best players aren't being able to do it, you're really soul searching right now.
Brian, thoughts on this?
Yeah, I just think it's very telling that the general manager didn't think his team was prepared. That's something that, if I was a coach and I heard him say that, and the fact that, that you didn't respond, and, those are things that have to be a little bit unnerving if you're Mike McCarthy and the coaching staff there, the GM's coming out and saying, I don't know, man. Those are the kinds of things, those are the kinds of opportunities where you don't look like you're very prepared. And so
you think he's kind of setting the foreshadowing here of?
I don't know. Mike McCarthy's not under contract for next year either. Mike McCarthy might be, and I'm not saying Mike McCarthy's quit on you, but it's a little bit, Mike McCarthy, he's probably looking at this as, every one of these that we have, my fate's probably going to be sealed. Not that Mike McCarthy's going to stop coaching or anything like that, but, if you go out there and you continually lose ball games, and I know this is just one, but if all of a sudden, you have 2 or 3 of these during the season, his contract he doesn't have a contract. And so he's probably looking at this like, what, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And so would it bother me if I was a head coach? Sure. It would absolutely bother me if the head coach that the general manager didn't think that we were very well prepared today. But, the players have to take some of that responsibility as well.
He said you always feel like that, when you have these kind of games happen. But it wasn't the case in 2016. You go down, was that 17 points against Green Bay?
Yeah, you
great
put
comeback.
Right, you had the lead. You were
2021 against San Francisco. You're getting your butts kicked. Your defense holds, though. Mm-hmm. And you make a rally to where you actually had a chance to do something crazy there at the end, maybe if you'd had a different play call or a different set of circumstances. So I'd be kind of looking at the coaching staff like, why is this a trend really since the second 49ers game in the playoffs? What's the thought here? Are the growing pains due to having young players? That was a talking point from Mike McCarthy at the presser yesterday. How'd Jerry talk about it this morning with Sean and RJ?
Well, you can put overall 100% a need to be aware of what happens if you do not execute each of your assignments. You can't run around blocks. And certainly if 2 players on one snap do that, you could really get gutted. And so Sunday will give us a very great sense of awareness, in my view. It will be a great teaching tool for as we get ready to play Baltimore. And you have to take, and this isn't a cliche, you have to take what we didn't do out there Sunday. And that's the job this week, to show each of those players what would happen had you done it the way that the plan and the was designed to go. Now, that's real stuff, and that works. And the question is, do we have the people to make it work? And we do, from the coaching staff right through the players. And so I can say that I can really not just hope and prayer. I can look and say, we've got the people and we've got a scheme that will keep from happening Sunday.
Well, they are asking a lot of their young guys.
Yeah,
I mean, and it's just the way football is, though, nowadays. I mean, you're asking guys to, Tolbert to step up. You're asking Brooks to get a block at a point of attack. You're asking him to run a route in the middle of the field and catch the football. Yeah. You're asking your left tackle. You're asking your center. You're asking Leofau to play base defense. You play base defense 89% of the snaps in that game. He's playing with a lot of young guys. I'm not using that as an excuse, but the coaches are having to, they're putting these guys in like, listen, we're going to have to count on you to do this today. And some days it's going to look really, really nice, and in other days it's not. And the other day was a pretty good example of young players, not Schoonmaker stepped up, and he needed to step up. But overall, though, you've got a lot of young guys that are playing, and in that game the other day, Brooks needed to stay on his feet. Brooks needed to get a block. They're putting you in position to, hey, we're relying on you to do this. You got to step up and make those plays because, if you don't, then you're going to see exactly what happened. You're going to lose football games.
You have so many players who are either rookies or are effectively nearly rookies, and that's going to come along with it, a lot of inconsistencies. Yeah. But I just don't share.
Some veteran guys mess up too.
But I don't
share.
Some
veteran mess up guys, but I will say this young bunch that they're playing with, they are really relying on them to go out there, Overshones and guys like that, to go out and make plays. They really are.
This is what you're going to get, and it's not going to change next week. Like if Jerry's trying to sell you on the hope of, hey, we're young, but we're going to teach them over the next 3 days. This is a multi-year process.
Yeah.
Try like 2026 if you can continue to draft well and stack up these groups of young guys. Maybe you can overcome it, but. If you're saying that your young players are running around blocks and now that guard's free to go whack the safety or whoever's next in line, and this is breaking down, those are like instincts and things that I think on film should be fixable. But the history of the league says this is a multi-week or multi-season process.
I mean, we saw the Packers came in their youngest team in the history of the sport, right, when it came to being a playoff roster, and they beat the crap out of the Cowboys. Now, the first half of the season, Green Bay team was way different than the second half. So maybe you do see improvement here. But Linval Joseph, Jordan Phillips, DeMarcus Lawrence, these guys aren't rookies. And those guys got completely dominated.
I mean, you can be inconsistent because you're too old, too. Your body just doesn't want to cooperate. I think it's not a prime Cowboys team that's, I think they're, this is a developmental year. And that's why you put young guys on the field, is for the hope that it pays off in the future. What we found so far in Oxnard is that they're good enough to be in a rotation. They're good enough to start, and that's cool. But there's a big difference from being good enough to start because you're in a developmental year on a team than you're actually a really good veteran. And, if these guys can stay on track, I think that time is coming in the not-too-distant future. You got to be patient as a sports fan, but I just don't have a lot of faith. Like I agree with what John Machota told us yesterday, that if you want to fix this, you got to go get Aaron Donald. Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Where are you taking us next, Brian?
Yeah, I got some questions for our guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, let's start looking.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Have a TD Tuesday coming up here at the top of the hour. Here's Brian Corner.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of this. We got a Love of the Star podcast out. Bobby and I did one last night, kind of talking about the things we saw in the film and stuff. So if you want to give that a listen after our show today, we'd sure appreciate that. I got some questions for my guys just to kind of get some thoughts from them, see where they're at with their, as we get ready for the Ravens. By tomorrow, I'll have the Ravens offense looked at.
Oh, can't wait.
Looked at. So tomorrow in Krusty's Corner at 3:40, we will we'll look at the Ravens offense and try and kind of figure that thing out. All right, Chief, I'll start with you on this one.
Yes, sir.
Should we be concerned about Zach Martin?
I don't think you should be necessarily concerned about him. You have bigger issues on your offensive line. Big picture, if he was a guy that was really wanting to play for the next 3 or 4 years, I would say I don't know. But he's still, outside of Tyler Smith, he's still your most consistent guy. But he's not the same. I heard Bobby call him mortal, and I think that's a fair way to put it, because it's not like, oh my gosh, this guy is a huge liability, but the expectation that he set for himself is all-pro, dominant, Hall of Fame gold jacket, and you can start to see the Father Time is there now a little bit. You saw it last week in Cleveland. You saw it a little bit on Sunday as well.
Yeah, that Brian Breesy was able to kind of like push him back a little bit and swat that ball out of Dak's hands.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's something he never ever got pushed back like that, you know. But you're right, the bar is so high for him. How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, I think I've just kind of had to reset my standard for watching him play, and I think that started to come into play when he discussed retirement. I think he is knowing that he no longer can play to the level that he once did. So I'm not concerned. I still think he's one of the better guards in the National Football League, but I don't think he's anymore at physically that level to where he can perform as the best. When you're looking at the top 3 guards in the league, I think Tyler physically is probably a better player than he is right now. But Zach Martin, because he's still such a veteran, he's still so intelligent, he's still a good player.
Yeah.
I just don't know that he's not elite anymore.
Yeah, I think it's huge. I think he's definitely good enough right now to be part of a winning offensive line, but you're going to have to replace that spot, because I think he's one of these guys that if I can't be the best version of myself, then I'm ready to hang him up. And that means there's going to be a spot on your offensive line that you got to fix again. And it's already, become quite a challenge to find any semblance of a running game. So more turnover, more rookies next year. Again, I start looking at 2026 as the year this thing can start coming around, and Zach Martin's age is part of the reason why.
Jerry said something today that they didn't have a chance to work on the running game or get the running game going in this week. Was I totally off base talking about what to do in the Cleveland game in the second half? I mean,
no, I didn't think you were off base when you talked about it. I thought that was a great opportunity for when you don't play any preseason. Like, that was a great opportunity to work on some things.
They ran the ball 9 times for 26 yards in the second half versus Cleveland.
I just felt like that people were looking at me like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about here? Why? I mean, the game is in hand. Why do you show anything? I don't think it's a matter of showing anything. I think it's a matter of maybe having a little confidence, because you didn't really get to run the ball in this last game. I mean, because the way the score was. Running the ball was a wasted down, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, they started with trying to run the ball a lot.
Yeah.
When they opened up the game, that was clearly part of their game plan. We want to run these guys, but then the game gets away from you,
and you're down 21-6, and then whatever. I mean, to me, I just kind of felt like that you wasted an opportunity there.
Well, you are wasting the opportunity giving it to Zeke and Deuce Vaughn. Rico Dowdle is a guy that's got a little bit of juice to him.
Yeah.
The other are DOA trying to get through that hole.
How quickly you guys think that we are back then to maybe thinking about Dalvin Cook? Or is it all right? What if Dalvin Cook doesn't work? What if Dalvin Cook is not the answer?
Well, that's
here?
what I'm expecting.
Okay,
Jerry was
what if
asked
it-
that this morning and said, no, we're not interested. We like our guys.
Okay, what if it's not the backs, but it's the line?
I think it is a combination of the two.
Yeah.
I think you've got, we talked about the youth, right? You got 2 rookie offensive linemen in BB and Guyton. I expect them both to be very good players, but it's going to take some time. I also don't think you're very good at running back, but honestly, with the amount of resources that this team has put at running back, with paying Ezekiel Elliott for as long as they have, to going ahead and giving Tony Pollard the franchise tag last year, to me, this is about, you're not going to be good at running back this year. It's a great running back draft, and we're going to be looking at that. And when the offseason rolls around, they will be drafting their running back of the future. I don't think that's a problem that's getting fixed this year.
Yeah, I don't think they want to give up any of their draft assets to go get a runner now who's already under contract. Like, ideally, what you do is you set your football team up and then you draft your runner, because the first 3 years of his career are most likely going to be his best chance of being dynamic.
Absolutely.
Once he's 26, 27 years old. So if you draft him this year and you have a stud running back for kind of a rebuilding team full of a bunch of youth, you're kind of burning off the tread on those tires.
Yeah, there's reason to believe your offensive line will get a little bit better as the season goes on because of the youth factor there, but your running backs are just getting worse by the day, particularly Zeke and even Rico. I mean, he's the one with the most juice, but even he doesn't look like a guy that should be starting in an NFL backfield. So it's bad, but this is how you built your team. So you got to sleep in this bed.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they will find themselves close enough come trade deadline to feel like, oh, it's worth it to go make a move like the Niners did for McCaffrey, where they were like, honestly, we might be a McCaffrey away from being in the Super Bowl. The Cowboys will not be feeling that way come deadline time.
Yeah, I feel like they don't have any faith in the run game, and that's why they haven't run it more. And all the evidence is there that they shouldn't have faith. But in a league where you don't get to practice much with your offensive line, there's no contact practices. Brian, I believe you had the best point in the second half against Cleveland.
Yeah.
You should be practicing it.
Yes.
You're not establishing the run. You're trying to get good at it with young guys.
Yeah, I just felt like that. People are like, oh, I know you're trying to show stuff, and I'm like, no, you're not. I was just trying to take advantage of a really good front seven, and if you have success, you come out of there thinking, okay, we can run the ball. But if you get stonewalled and don't go anywhere, well, maybe it'll give you some clues what you need to do differently.
Well, how many live reps do you get? You're not going to get any live reps. Here's your chance. You've blown out the Browns.
Yeah.
You could maybe
run
it 25 times.
Yeah, they're not coming back. Yeah,
Treat it like a practice.
Absolutely. Dawson.
Yeah.
Did Tolbert's overall play make you feel better about the receivers behind Lamb?
Yes. Yeah, I think he's going to be a decent number 3 or maybe even number 2 wide receiver. He's a slow builder, slow bloomer, late bloomer, whatever you want to call it. Like, he came out of college with all this confidence, great athleticism. I thought, well, here's a guy who's going to produce, as a lot of young receivers are, but he was unable to do that. I flushed him and thought, boy, if you're this bad your rookie year, there's no chance you're going to get it done. But, yeah, I have some faith in Tolbert. He's looking the part now.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, it was definitely a nice game for him. It was one of the few bright spots where you're like, hey, man, congratulations to you because you've put the work in, and that was a great grab that he made down the sideline there. And then, of course, the heady play to go get the ball on the fumble. All that was good, but I still don't know. There's still not the. There's not the outside of Lamb. Nobody really scares you. It's not. I know it was a deep ball pass to him there. It was like a 50-50 ball. He's not a burner. He's not a take the top off kind of guy. I just don't think it's not just that they're running backs. It's they don't have any type of guys on the outside that are super dynamic. I think he can be a solid wide receiver 3, no doubt. But he's in no way a guy that defenses really have to do much in the way of accounting for.
Wooly?
Yeah, I think it was his best game as a pro. Now, that play on the sideline really ticked me off. I mean, go get the football.
Go get the football, extend for the ball.
But you can, teaching moment. But, yeah, I mean, he was better. I'd like to see what Ryan Flournoy can develop into. I think there's some plays there that I'd have liked to see Brandon Cooks be an option on, specifically the one with Jalen Brooks. If that was a play that, and I get it, right, we don't really love Brooks with his body type working over the middle of the field, but certain routes like that where it's time to sit down that you were talking about where they tried to go to Tolbert,
right?
Like a veteran receiver in Brooks who does do a good job of working himself open. Hell, he did it on a third down on a conversion along the sidelines. Like
Cooks, you said Brooks.
Yeah, Cooks. Yeah, I still think they need to get, like Brandon Cooks to me, I think is a good player. I'm not writing off Brandon Cooks. He's still a good option for you.
Yeah.
So I think you got to find ways to get the best out of his skill sets.
Are we in that mode again now where we're going to keep talking about they're not getting the ball to Brandon Cooks?
I mean, he's 40 yards a game since he's put the star on his helmet. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
His career before that, he's over 60 yards per game.
Yeah.
So I think I do watch him and still feel like there's something there. He's probably not quite the same explosiveness as he was, but I still think that is a solid dude that you're not able to get enough out of. I think Brandon Cooks in a better system is probably more productive than what you're getting here. So as much as the players are an issue, I still think your coaches are a huge problem.
It's why CeeDee Lamb was just never going to go anywhere, because you can count, I think, with one finger the number of receivers that have played with Dak Prescott that have been like, we would actually say, hey, this guy's hitting his potential.
Yeah.
Michael Gallup's career went away. Now, maybe that was injury related. Amari Cooper had like one good season.
Cedric Wilson.
Dez Bryant's career died. Cedric Wilson was nice, but there's not a lot of these examples. I feel like wide receivers are thriving, under Dez. You have tight end, you have Cole Beasley, and now CeeDee Lamb.
Man, how much more money could Lamb have made himself if he just said, forget it, I'm not playing the first game, I'm not playing the second game? I'd be like, wow, we really have nothing here offensively. They score, it's just a couple of field goals. They're basically the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we laugh at them. But that's what they would have been without CeeDee Lamb, the heroic play to go to pay dirt. You're talking about being your offense is Brandon Aubrey, which it basically is already. But it would have been even more so like, holy smokes, dude. They put up about a 50 burger, and we just put up 13 points.
William, my last question for you. Do you feel like the coaches will figure out a way to get Overshown more snaps even when they play base?
Yeah, if he earns it, yeah. I get it. Like, as a fan base, you're looking at the athleticism there and like, oh my gosh, Overshown deserves to be on the field. I do think Mike Zimmer is a guy that I trust, and if he's not going to put Overshown out there in base, if he doesn't think Overshown's ready to do that. So I think at the end of the season, Overshown probably will take that spot from Damone Clark, because I think he's probably going to end up being a better player. But I think that there's a bigger picture reason here that Overshown wasn't playing that we're really aware of, and it's easy to nitpick from an outside perspective, but being in that building, there's probably a reason he wasn't on the field.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they want to develop all these young guys. So, hey, you're our base guys, you are the nickel guy, and as it plays out, I think what you're going to find is Overshown is much more of a playmaker, no matter what the formation is, than Clark or Leofau. So, over time, it will go. But again, think of this as more of a developmental type year. You want to give Leofau and Clark a chance to show that they can help your linebacker room as well. It's not an all-out pursuit of winning. It's let's win enough so we can be relevant for the entire season while getting ready for the future.
Cosign. Yeah, I don't need to see much more of Damone Clark, so I'd rather see Overshown on the field as much as possible.
Yeah, I think you guys are right about that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We have an early edition of TD Tuesday, an audio celebration of all the great touchdown work here in week 2 of your NFL season. Week 3 college football with Wolchuk and Chiafalo next year on The Fan.
Oh, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour 3 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for a little TD Tuesday with your guys, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Here they are, Eric and Zach.
Let's do it, baby. We love to do this on a Tuesday. We have all the best touchdown calls from the National Football League and college football, and we do it in a way we like to call TD Tuesday.
Flea flicker. Hurts. Wide open. CD in space. CD Lamb still running. Hits a corner. CD for the team.
You feel it, and it feels like a bag of sand.
Boom shakalaka, what the people them want. Woman them a flex and the man them a chant.
Bag of sand?
Don't you want to leave a taste of the glory? See what it tastes like.
I darn near made me touchdown. It's shaking back 10.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
Boom shakalak, boom shakalak, boom shakalak, TD Tuesday shakalak. And we start right here in our backyard, AT&T Stadium, the home of the front runners. Derek Carr and the Saints come to town with their tubas and 70-yard bomb skis.
Play action to Jamal Williams. He's looking deep, and he's throwing deep, and he's throwing for Shaheed. Shaheed makes the catch. 10, 5, deuce. See you later. Bye. No flags. 70 yards. You can be greedy, my friend, because it makes for a great touchdown.
Wish you weren't so damn greedy.
The New Orleans Saints radio network.
Mike Haas?
Yeah, Mike Haas and company.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
That was Shaheed's 7th reception over 50 yards of air distance since the start of last season. Of course, the most in the NFL.
You said he was boom or bust.
Yeah,
Fantasy
he's
dude.
a big play
He
guy.
was booming and busting all over this Cowboys defense.
He sure was. All right, let's go to Tampa Bay where they're firing them cannons. Baker Mayfield finding his guy, Chris Godwin.
It is first down and 10. Rashad White, sidecar to the left, shotgun look. Irving in motion, play action fake, looking Baker Mayfield, throws the ball downfield. Got a receiver wide open at the 20, 15, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Chris Godwin. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield looked over and throws a 41-yard strike to a wide open Chris Godwin. It was the Chris Godwin drive, and the Bucs take a 6-point lead, 12-6.
The Godwin drive. Oh, yeah. 3-2-1, touchdown, Tampa Bay. Shout out to Gene here in the Tampa Bay Radio Network.
Gene Deckerhoff? Is that my guy?
Gene Deckerhoff,
Deckerhoff, yeah.
And look, Chris Godwin's had a great start to the season. So is Baker and just the Bucs offense in general. They're humming.
Sneaky contender in the NFC.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Hey.
Playoff contender.
They're firing them cannons. Not a contender.
Playoffs.
Yeah, like
playoffs.
last year. I'm talking playoffs, yeah, but not a Super Bowl.
Since 2020, no NFC team has more wins, including the playoffs, than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Man.
Look at that, man. A model of consistency. I would have thought the Niners, you'd have been pulling out maybe
Cowboys.
maybe even the Cowboys, but they included the playoffs.
Yeah,
so that's when it was like, okay, that's probably gonna hurt for the front runners. Let's get to filthy, where the Dirty Birds storm the town and Kirk Cousins, what is it? Kirko Chains to Mr. D. London.
Takes the snap. Kirk looks, sails it. Drake there, caught! Touchdown Atlanta! Drake London, for the first time in 14 games, he stands in the end zone, and the Falcons have tied the game with 34 seconds.
I think you got to look at the South now, too. I mean, they're putting up some results, aren't they? Tampa, New Orleans.
Atlanta at 1-1, 14-game streak without a touchdown for Drake London. That's how bad that quarterback situation was last year.
Thank you to the
crazy.
Wes Durham on the call there for the Falcons.
Yeah, shout out to the Atlanta Falcons Radio Network. All right, let's go to Malik Willis making his start in Green Bay. This was a stunner this weekend. The Green Bay Packer Radio Network with the call. Willis with his first touchdown as a Packer.
Wicks motions back and forth, and here's the snap. Willis looks, throws, right side, Dallas man, down the sidelines, into the end zone, Dontavian Wicks, and the Packers, no flags, lead it by the score of 9-0.
Yeah, and thank you to the Packers Radio Network for that one. I mean, Matt LaFleur and the game plan that he was able to pull out there, just a total masterclass. Was that Gus Bradley that he took to the woodshed there? It's like, hey, Gus.
I think so.
All we can do is run the ball. Yeah. And fortunately for Matt LaFleur, he understands that there's more than just one way to run the ball. And so it was just being inundated with creative designs, and his quarterback can scoot. That was one of like 14 times Malik Willis threw the football. And, of course, it ended in a touchdown right there. But that right there was an awesome, that was a coach victory. Game ball, Matt LaFleur.
Yep.
That's not a petty one either. That's a tip of the cap.
That's a real one.
All right, let's go to college football, where the TDs in South Carolina were rocking and rolling. I believe this was the moment on your Saturday afternoon that Brian Broaddus started truffle shuffling in his parents' living room.
Third down goal to go from the Carolina 2. Nussmeier in the shotgun along with Williams. Here's the snap. Williams goes left side. Williams into the end zone. Put a Tigers 6 on it. Touchdown. Fighting Tigers of LSU. 2-yard touchdown for Josh Williams. And it's 35-33 with a point after try upcoming with 1:12 to go in this one.
Brian's pants are flying off. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers of LSU. Let's go.
How about that, man? But I'll tell you this, though. South Carolina's quarterback doesn't get hurt. That's probably an L for
Probably an
LSU.
L. Hey, but you got the dub.
Well, I just want to know what it feels like to have the resiliency to go down 17-0 in a game and still feel like you got a fighting chance. A Tiger fighting chance.
Yeah, even Coach Beamer was like saying, hey, we're doing everything in our power to lose this football game.
Yeah.
They asked him at
you need
halftime.
A little help.
Let's go Fighting Tigers.
He goes, we are trying everything in our power to lose this football game today. And sure enough, they did.
Hey, LSU wouldn't let you do it. Shout out to the LSU Radio Network. Let's go to the Jets Radio Network. Braylon Allen, the rookie. How about this? First victory of the Aaron Rodgers era with the Jets, Jets. Allen, Cowboy fans wanted him in the draft. You didn't get him. He's now doing it for the Jets.
Rodgers under center. Braylon Allen, the lone setback. He takes the handoff, runs right, has a crease to the 15, stiff arm, freeway, 5, goal line, touchdown! That's a Jet touchdown!
That's a Jet touchdown.
I like that call.
Bob was choosing?
Yeah, Bob was choosing.
We've interviewed him before, right?
Bobby Wiz.
Week 2, I think we asked him some ridiculous questions. Like, he was a big food guy. Bobby was choosing.
Oh,
remember?
Bobby
we were talking. Yeah, he likes
he's
to
been
talk.
a good guest from ESPN as well when he does the playoff hockey.
Bottomless Bob, I believe is what they call him in the upstate.
In the upstate
area. Braylon Allen.
In the tri-state?
Sorry, yeah, in the tri-state. So what are you saying here, Walchuk? Braylon Allen, the guy who had 2 touchdown runs for the Jets, if perhaps the Cowboys didn't trade a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance.
Maybe you'd have the Badger.
That's a guy that
the Badger
you could identify as
Badger.
could have been an option part of your team. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that we have that right. Let's go to Minnesota, where the Vikings and Sam Darnold continue to shock the world. They punch Shanahan in the mouth. 97 yards to the best receiver in football.
2nd and 9 for the Vikings from their own 3. Darnold under center. Play action to Jones. Back to pass. Bosa picked up. Deep shot. Jefferson. Yes! Caught at the 50. Heads one to the 40. Cuts back to the 25. Heads to the right. He's trying to outrun the Niners. To the 5. Touchdown! A 97-yard touchdown from Sam Darnold to Justin Jefferson. And your Minnesota Vikings have a 9-0 lead.
That's incredible.
Paul Allen with the call there.
Yes. He gets more excited than anybody.
He does. He gets way
It's
excited.
a hell of a call. But, hey, a 97-yard touchdown, you don't see it every day.
No, you don't.
It's pretty amazing.
How about Justin Jefferson traveling 127.5 yards on that play, which is the most distance traveled by a ball carrier on an offensive touchdown in the next-gen stats era.
There we go.
Crazy.
Made history there on the Vikings radio network.
From one stud receiver to the next in his first ever NFL touchdown, it is Bob Papa and the Giants radio network. Welcome to the league, Malik Neighbors.
3rd and 1. Jones takes a shotgun snap. Throws it to the end zone for Neighbors, who makes the catch. Touchdown, Giants. Malik Neighbors scores his first career touchdown on a 3rd and 1 at the 4, and the Giants are back in front with 8 seconds to go in the half.
The entire offense is on his shoulders. I think he had 18 targets.
Yeah, it was 18 with 10 receptions.
Unreal.
Too. Yeah.
I saw from Dane Brugler that Malik Neighbors last year in college had the most receptions of 20 or more yards.
Yes.
And to start this NFL season, he has the most receptions of 20 or more yards. He's got 5 already on the season, and that's with Daniel Jones throwing him the football. I mean, if you put competence back there, he might have double that.
Yeah,
he's an
gonna
absolute
be special.
Yeah, he's a savage. And now it's time to go to Charlotte, where careers seem to just go to die, man. This is as sad a place as you could find yourself, unless, of course, you're J.K. Dobbins doing the touchdown dance.
Dobbins right behind him. It's to Dobbins, trying to stretch it. He's got the corner. Dobbins, left sideline, 30, 20, one man to beat. Cuts inside 10, 5, flips into the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers. J.K. Dobbins.
The flip into the end zone. Matt Money Smith with the call there, Chargers Radio Network.
Don't call me late, Matt Money Smith, because he was when he came to talk to us.
Uh-oh.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Shots fired.
Yeah,
I lost track of where I was.
Sorry, guys. Trying to navigate the stadium. But J.K. Dobbins, an outstanding start to the season here with Harbaugh and the Chargers. Couple knee surgeries, no big deal. All right, let's go to Vegas for their 80s. They end up coming back. They're tying the game. Eric Chiafal's like, what the hell's going on? I got to do a bet payoff because it's Gardner Minshew to Davante Adams.
1st and goal on the Ravens' 1-yard line after Baltimore's 9th penalty. Minshew in the gun. He's got Zamir White to his right. Brings Mayer into the backfield. The handoff to Zamir. No, Minshew keeps it to the end zone for Adams. And it's caught. Touchdown Raiders. Minshew pulled it out of White's belly, and a quick throw to Davante in the back middle of the end zone. And the Raiders, with 3:54 to go in the game, are an extra point away from tying this game.
The old belly pull.
Unbelievable, man. And now you have Raider Joe in the 209 texting me, F you, Eric. I think you should be thanking me and Dawson.
F you,
You're welcome.
Eric.
For picking against your Raiders in Survivor and them having, if it wasn't for the Eagles, the most ridiculous
the most ridiculous comeback of the football weekend. That was insane. Congratulations to him.
Triple bet payoff Friday.
Jeez.
I can't wait to watch
Shakerton's
it.
in Arlington.
Come on out, watch it with me.
A remote?
Yeah.
We'll have a front row seat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Walchuk's going to be feeling like $1 million on Friday after consuming the pickled pig's feet last Friday. He is now unscathed.
Thank goodness.
And watches us all, perish really in front of the Tolo's eyes there at Shakerton's. All right, we go back to the world of college football. It's the Oklahoma Sooners, Carter Freeman's squad, and it's Taylor Tatum touchdown. I love a little alliteration.
Again, twin backs. Again, no play action throw. That's caught on the edge by Barnes. Turns it up. House it. Touchdown. Taylor Tatum. Touchdown. And he takes a swing for the fences.
Taylor Tatum touchdown.
Takes a swing.
Holy Tatum. Yeah, the Sooner Radio Network. Shout out to you, Boomer Sooner Carter. All right, let's fuego rapido. Try and get the rest of these in. Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray, finally says, I'm throwing you the football. He sure did. Arizona Radio Network with the call.
Fake to Connor. Murray on the rollout. Looking deep for Harrison. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the end zone. Touchdown again.
Oh.
That guy's great. I love
Is that
it.
Dan Schumann?
I think so, yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, we've talked to him before.
Thank you to the Cardinals Radio Network. Not sure who Burrow threw this touchdown to, but
Andre Yoshivash, my Princeton guy.
This is my favorite call of the football weekend.
4th down and goal from the 3. The Bengals elect to go for it, even though a field goal would give them the lead. Burrow looking to throw. Bouncing backward, he throws into the end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Andre Yoshivash with his second touchdown catch of the game. And the Bengals with a gutsy call. Go for it on 4th and goal from the 3 and score.
Yeah, I mean, they're still my favorite, the Bengals Radio Network, the energy. And they're calling this guy Yoshi. I think it's awesome. I think the Yoshi nickname for him is fantastic. All right, let's just skip down to Craig Way and the Texas Longhorns. Here he is, Arch Manning gets in the game. Quinn Ewers is out. And, well, he just goes to pay dirt.
Split right is DeAndre Moore. Tight end is Gunnar Helm on 2nd down. Hand off Weisner. Getting up, pulling it back in his Manning. Arch breaks a tackle. 50, 45 to the 30. Dare I say it? Say goodnight to it. 67 yards. Arch to the house.
Arch allegedly topped out at a faster MPH on that play than Tyreek Hill did all last season, and I just refuse to believe that. That's a ball sacking.
It's
right
unbelievable. I mean, Craig Way was watching that looking like, is this real? Did this just happen? 67 yards, Arch Manning on the ground?
I'm going to check the gun on that one, Chief. Yeah. I think they got to get that recalibrated.
Quick trigger.
Numbers
pretty
do
fast.
lie.
But
Yeah. No, he's got wheels. There's no question. But come on now. Half a mile an hour faster than Tyreek Hill, the cheetah? Give me a damn break.
Well, thank you, boys. It's time now to get to the Chris Young Show here in the GBag Nation. Usually on Mondays, but was returning from Japan where he scouted the next great Japanese pitcher that's going to come through here in a couple of years. We'll get his thoughts on that and so much more with the Rangers GM next. It's the GBag Nation on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, it's time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It's brought to you by Tie Lock. George, I care. Segments presented by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. A lot to talk about with this baseball team. And Rangers hosting the Blue Jays tonight, 6:30 pregame as CY joins us now here in the nation. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing great. A lot to talk about, but first up, how was your trip to Japan, man?
It was a great trip. It was a quick trip. I flew over Saturday and came back yesterday. Flew over Friday and came back yesterday. So not sure which time zone I'm in right now, but nonetheless happy to be back. But it was a wonderful trip.
Yeah, I can imagine the turnaround with the time zone changes and all that, just wreaking havoc. And what do you think of the 22-year-old Roki Sasaki, or how much can you talk about this right now?
Yeah, I really can't. I'll say that it was great getting over there and seeing a game and spending time with our Japanese scouts who do a tremendous job, and very excited about our Japanese and pack rim operations. And there's a lot of talent over there, and I enjoyed going over there.
Hey, Chris, I hope this is not too probing of a question, but for players like that, is it more about being seen over there than the evaluation of the prospect? That if they, the post and all that stuff, I was trying to kind of get an idea about that stuff.
The purpose of the trip was not simply a scouting trip.
Right.
There were a lot of different things. It was to spend time with our own scouts, to have meetings with different people connected to Japanese baseball, and really, continue to establish a presence in Japan in terms of the Texas Rangers have a good track record of relationships over there, and I think those have served the organization well, especially when Darvish wanted to come over, and we want to make sure that we continue to develop those relationships and be in a good position for the next crop of Japanese talent that comes out.
Well, I'm glad we don't have to ask you awkward questions about your contract future anymore, Chris. Congrats on that.
I appreciate it, guys. I'm happy that it's behind us. I'm looking forward to the future here, and really excited for what we have to build upon. Obviously this year has not gone the way we wanted. That said, I'm very confident and extremely motivated to get back to what I believe this team can be, this organization should be, and most importantly, what our fans deserve. So there's a lot of work ahead. I want to see a strong finish here these last couple weeks, and then we'll turn the page on 2024 and regroup and be ready for 2025.
Well, see, I do have one uncomfortable question. Is this possibly Nathan Eovaldi's last home start as a member of the Rangers?
Well, certainly that possibility exists, and I can't deny that. He's not under contract for next year. That said, we love the player, and I think we would be very interested in finding a way to get Nate back. But I understand that things happen, and so I don't take for granted that it could be his last start. I hope it's not, but the reality is that he is not under contract for next year. We'll see how that plays out, but I would love certainly to have him back.
We got to chat with Kamar Rocker earlier, and that was awesome. It was great seeing him out there making his debut. I know you were in Japan, but overall, your thoughts on him and DeGrom being back in and what the organization felt about their starts?
Yeah, I did get to see Kamar on Thursday before flying over to Japan on Friday. I had to miss Jacob's start, but I was actually able to watch it on the flight, which was amazing. And so it was just so fun seeing both those guys pitch back-to-back nights. They're both so talented, and especially for Kamar to see his debut, it was really special. The first two guys get on base. He has second and third, no outs, and he navigates it, gets out of it without giving up a run. And really just he pitched so well, and it was so exciting to see. I think it's great for his future, for the future of the Rangers, and then obviously to follow that up the next night with Jacob DeGrom, who has been the best pitcher in the world at certain times when he's healthy. And Jacob looked like he hadn't skipped a beat. I know he wasn't perfectly satisfied with his performance, but I was so happy for Jacob to be back out there and really what it means to our fans and in our 2025 season. So I thought to some degree it was a glimpse of next year. I'm excited for both those players and looking forward to watching their next couple of starts here before the season winds down.
Jack Leiter to the bullpen. I saw Bochy talking about that. Could you just give us the kind of the thinking in putting Leiter more in the bullpen perhaps for the rest of the season?
Well, obviously, we'd love to have Jack in the rotation. We have a surplus of starters right now, and so the easiest thing to do was to slide Jack to the pen to piggyback Max, as Max came back off the IL. And as it turns out, the two of them split the game, and it was fun seeing both those guys back out there and pitching well. So, really happy with Jack's performance. I thought he pitched great. Handled, the change in role very, very well. And ultimately, I think that'll serve him well, too, moving forward, understanding that, he's versatile and capable of doing different things. But, we see Jack as a starting pitcher long term and not something that we want to get used to. But that said, where we are right now, that's what we had to do.
Rangers General Manager Chris Young here with you on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so we're talking a lot about pitching, and it's really exciting. But with the way the offense went, my question is starting pitching the top priority as you look forward to the winter, or is it getting those 200-plus runs back?
Well, it's both. We're going to need both. And the best teams in baseball right now, they score runs and they pitch. And so we've got to be able to do both. And we need to be probably elite in one of those areas. And I think last year we were very elite offensively, and I think we're capable of doing that. The additions may be internal additions as much as they are from the external additions in terms of improving our offense. And I think I say that meaning getting Josh Young for a full season, getting Evan Carter for a full season, having Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim bounce back and play like they're capable. And really, if those things happen, then I think we're in a much better position to be a better offensive team. I can't imagine that we would struggle if those guys are performing at their accustomed level, that we would struggle to the degree we have this year. So I think that's a huge part of it. Now, with that, we are always going to look for ways to improve our club any way we can. And adding to our offense will be something that we look into this offseason. So in what form that happens, I can't necessarily predict at this point, but it's our jobs as a front office to continue to improve and find any way we can to make the club better and give the team a chance to win a championship again next year.
You mentioned the health of a lot of your offensive catalysts there and maybe a dip in production. When you go and evaluate that, how do you judge if that was just player-based dip in production or if it was maybe instruction-based?
Well, I think, it's a tough thing to evaluate, but, ultimately we have to figure out what the root cause was. And I think that sometimes guys just have bad years. And I experienced that as a player. I understand it. Now, what we want to see is that the player is motivated from that bad year and that they understand what went wrong and how we're going to correct it moving forward. And then, collectively, we look at our philosophy and our instruction to make sure that that's in line with what the player needs to set the player up for success. So it's both. And we can't shift blame to any one spot in terms of the players or the staff. It's collective. We've all failed to some degree this year, and it's our jobs to self-reflect and find solutions and ways we're going to bounce back. And it's up for the players to go work hard and commit to a plan and show up in really good shape and motivated. And I'm confident that's going to happen.
You talk about internal improvement. Might that include the now reigning Texas League Player of the Week? Is it Abi Ortiz hit 524 with 4 bombs in 5 games? What can you tell us about the Rough Rider?
Yeah, he's it's great to see him finish strong. He's had a little bit of a down season. I think AA has been a little bit of an adjustment for him, but he's now at the end of the season and he seems to be figuring it out. He was our minor league player of the year last year, had a tremendous year in Hickory. And, and as with most players, they go to AA and they see a level of talent they haven't quite seen yet. And there's an adjustment period. And Abi went through that this year, but he's finishing strong. He's very talented. He's got immense power and is a really, really hardworking kid, good guy, always happy. And, excited about the progress he's made here at the end of the season and looking forward for him having a good offseason as well.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. Give these Blue Jays hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Good chatting with you.
There he goes, Rangers GM Chris Young. Mostly Mondays at 4:20, but he was traveling there. Little international flight, Brian. I know you're familiar with that.
Yeah, international flight. I'm sure that he was up in the front of the bus, old 6'10" guy. You can't be in the back of the bus there. You got to be up in the front of that bus where you can stretch out a little bit.
We'll continue our weekly series with Mark Schlereth of Odyssey NFL Insider with you next right here. It's the GBag Nation talking NFL football week 3 with Mark next in the nation.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's
Yeah.
time now for our weekly conversation with Mark Schlereth. He is our Odyssey NFL insider. Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. That one hurt a little bit.
We're doing crappy, Stink,
We
honestly.
just got our
It
heads
sucks.
kicked in, bro.
Yeah. We crapped in our helmet again, Stink.
Yeah, you certainly did. Listen, you know what? I said this on Breakfast Ball, the show here I do in New York. I've said it on my podcast. I predicted the Saints going in there and beating the Cowboys. They're a physical freaking group, man. They're a physical football team. And it's so funny. I just got done doing an interview in Chicago, and it's amazing how you build a football team. And, Chicago has built it from the outside in. Like, hey, we got so many, we got Keenan Allen, and we got DJ Moore, and now we got Rome Odunze, and we got, a tight end in Komet, and we got a running back in Swift, and we're going to be unstoppable. We got all these weapons. Well, guess what? He can't block anybody. Last Sunday night against Houston, 37 dropbacks by the quarterback, Caleb Williams, 36 pressures. So you do the math. How's all that weaponry doing as you're kicking field goals? Let me ask you that. So it's really interesting when you put a team together that can absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage and how it just basically beats the will out of you. And one thing I would tell you is you're watching that game, and it's humiliating, getting physically whooped at the line of scrimmage and physically just beat down. How do you respond to that? And the answer for the Cowboys is they had no response to that because they could not match the physicality of the Saints. And that's concerning, because that's on film, that shows. And then you just start saying, well, hey, listen, guys, we might not be able to out-talent the wide receiving core. We may not be able to out-talent them, but we can beat them up. And that's going to be a recipe until they solve it. Like, every team's going to come in there and try to physically wear them out.
So how do you become a physical team?
Well, you got to have the right players, obviously. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing. You got to have the right players, and then you've got to have a dedication to it. It's got to become your identity. It's got to become what you do, who you are, and the way you go about handling your business. And so it's one of those things that you just come out and say, this is who we're going to be, and this is how we're going to work on it, and this is the way, we're going to play the game. Now, unfortunately, listen, it's really hard to work on those things because, I don't know, in a physical contact sport and, where technique and coming off the ball and creating leverage and all that stuff is really important, we're no longer allowed in this league to practice. Like, we're no longer allowed to hit people in practice. And so it's really, if you don't have it and it's not something you did in training camp, and it's not really how you're built or who you are, it's really hard to have that happen. It's funny, I was calling a game in Detroit last year, and Roger Goodell came up to me, and he said, hey, Stink, how's it going, Stink? He goes, at this point, we had so many quarterbacks miss games. I think it was 68 games missed by starting quarterbacks in the league or something at this point. He goes, what are we going to do about all these quarterbacks missing games? And I go, well, I don't know, Roger. If you keep legislating contact out of a contact sport and you don't get to work on it as an offensive line anymore, and you don't think there's a cause and effect of guys getting hurt at the quarterback position? I mean, come on. You can't work on it. You can't block people. You don't know how to block people. And now we wonder why the quarterbacks are getting hit and getting hurt. I mean, it's silly to me the way we operate as a league. But yeah, once that ship sailed, it's hard to it's hard to all of a sudden go, okay, now we're going to be physical. Well, when are you going to work on it? I don't know.
One thing we've been talking about as a Cowboys problem, maybe an NFL problem, is their inability defensively when they go up against one of these coaching staffs from the Shanahan tree. You played, of course, for Mike, blocked for a 2,000-yard rusher. What are the keys to that Shanahan running scheme, and has it evolved as you've been watching it grow with Kyle and LaFleur and now Clint Kubiak with the Saints?
Yeah, get a lead and then don't let them run. They're just really good at the way they operate their run game. And I think one of the things that scheme does a great job of is obviously, it's really based out of the wide zone, but it's a lot deeper. There's a lot more involved in it now. There's still a lot of gap stuff they run. They really run a lot of complementary stuff. And so, you're running for me, and I don't want to get too technical, but you're running the backside of tight zone, right? And you've got the same footwork all the time. You're coming off the ball. And I always say, make guys play schemes, not blocks. So you're coming off the ball in that tight zone, and they're playing that, and they're trying to squeeze and, not cross your face, but squeeze your face down. And then all of a sudden you say, okay, now we're going to run power or counter, and we're going to double team that. We're going to use the exact same footwork that guy has seen 5 times, and now he's going to squeeze, and now we're going to roll him over and take him 4 gaps out of where he's supposed to be, and we're running counter gap scheme on the coming back at him. And so you set people up by the way you run the ball. One thing San Francisco does such a great job of is attacking the edge. So 1 minute, you'll attack a defensive end, and it'll be between tackle and tight end. That's called a tray block. Then all of a sudden you'll have 2 tight ends over there in a West formation, and then it's 2 tight ends attacking that defensive end. And that's called a quad. And then all of a sudden you'll have 1 tight end over there. The tackle will work in combination backside with a guard, and that tight end will basically kind of arc release, and all of a sudden the fullback will come from the backfield and log that or hit that guy in the ear hole. And so now I just showed you, or I just told you, 3 different ways to block a defensive end on say, 18 handoff. And all three of those things are the exact same play for 9 players. But there's just 2 guys changing their responsibility, but it looks like 3 completely different plays to a defensive end. And you can get him 4 different ways. And that's what they do. So they get you just playing on skates because you're like, where are they coming from and what play am I defending? For the offense, it's really easy. But for the defense, it looks like a bunch of different plays. And so it makes it very difficult.
Mark Schlereth with us here on The Fan. Now, a broadcaster question for you, because we heard that Brady might not be able to get in these production meetings before these games because of the ownership stuff with the Raiders. I don't know how true that exactly is, but how important are those meetings as a guy who calls games? If you weren't a part of those meetings, do you feel like you'd have your hand behind your back a little bit calling these games?
Can you do it? Yeah. Can you a lot of guys do it on Zoom, and I don't know if they're just saying you can't come into the meeting. I don't know. I don't know what that is. And so guys do it on Zoom or whatever. I don't ever. I demand that the teams meet with me in person. I want to be for what I say, and I also want to meet people and talk to people and ask real football questions. And I want to sit down with a coach and say, hey, man, last week on this play or 2 weeks ago, you guys did this. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? Why is that? Who made the mistake? I want to know, I really want to learn about football. I'm constantly learning about the game. I love it. So I love sitting down and, because I do it that way, I mean, I've probably gotten, 5 or 6 consulting jobs over the years, just, for different teams. And I got a Rolodex of head coaches and offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators in my phone that I call and I lean on because those guys respect it. Like coaches love, you guys know this, coaches love to talk about football.
They do.
That's what they love to talk about. They don't want to, if you sit down with them and you talk about, what every beat writer in America said, well, so-and-so said that, this guy was grumpy because he only played 3 plays on defense. And then you go in and ask them the same damn thing. They tune you out. But when you ask them an actual football question, like something you want to know about the broadcast, and they're like, oh, okay. I want to talk to this guy because it's refreshing that he's actually looked at all the film.
Yeah.
And so, that's just kind of how I do it. And I just, I'm not, listen, man, obviously, Brady comes into town, I get kicked to the curb. So, I get where I stand, but I'm not the best in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but I love this game. I'm passionate about this game, and I do it the way I do it, and it may not be the best, but, if you don't like it, I don't give a crap. That's the way I do it.
Well, I know football junkies love your breakdowns right now. We're getting great reaction here on our text toy as Mark Schlereth continues here in the nation. Did you call Ravens Raiders this week?
No. I had Giants Washington, which was a phenomenal game. First game in history where the Giants scored 3 touchdowns and didn't give up a touchdown and lost. It's the first time in the history of the National Football League that has ever happened.
It's amazing.
Where a team scored 3 touchdowns and didn't give up one and lost the game.
So we're trying to figure out, what to make of this Ravens team. Are they 0-2 bad? Is this a good team just off to a slow start? What do you think?
Oh, I think they've had some O-line issues. I think that's definitely true. I also think that they've had some identity issues. And, I think almost, John Harbaugh came out before the season started unsolicited and said, Lamar Jackson is going to go down in history as the best quarterback that ever played the game. And, and it almost feels like there's some self-fulfilling prophecy going on there. Listen, Lamar is a 2-time MVP. Lamar is incredible. Lamar is not a drop back, eat you from the pocket alive guy on a consistent basis. Sorry, he just isn't. But he's one of the most dynamic athletes I've ever watched. He's one of the very few guys I've ever watched in the NFL that can take NFL players and make them look like JV players. He's that gifted. And, John also said, hey, I didn't sign Derrick Henry to carry it 30 times a game. What? Have you looked at him? He's 6'3", 250 pounds. He can outrun a DB. Like, you better get it 30. You better get it 25 times a game. Like, what did you bring him there for? You got 15 carries the first game. Listen, I get that you're trying to evolve, and I get that you're trying to, save your quarterback. Whatever. You are what you are. And, what Lamar is awesome. So let him be that. It kills me. Like, put a guy in a position to fail. Don't be surprised when he fails. You're the dumbass that put him there. Like, I don't understand what it is about NFL coaches that want to look at what a guy can't do and want to live in that realm. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. What can he do? What is he good at? Let's let him live there, as opposed to saying, you know what, hey, we win a lot of games like this, but I really wish we could do some of these things, so let's just let him live there for a while and cost ourselves games. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, he is one of the most dynamic, unbelievable athletes I've ever seen. Let's let him just be that, and let him live there, and we'll win a lot of games, and maybe we can figure it out in the playoffs, and maybe we'll win a championship that way.
Great stuff, Mark. Have a good week, and we'll catch you up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Mark Schlereth with you, just dropping bombs, an absolute carpet bombing of NFL knowledge here with you every Tuesday at 4:40. It's Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Okay, in addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking us?
The glaring weakness for the front-runners offense and a Ravens sneak peek next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It's hour 4 of the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes from the Expressway. We're 40 minutes from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. And Rangers return to action here coming up tonight at 6:30. CY joined us back at 4:20 if you want to go back and listen to that. It is available to you. We'll hear from Micah Parsons coming up at 5:20. I'll play some cuts from his podcast as he reacts to one of the most devastating losses the Cowboys have had in a while. Here with the audio coming up at 5:20. It's time now for an edition of The Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Thank you. Sample sizes are small, of course, at this point in the season, but there is a glaring issue with the Cowboys offense right now, and there's a handful of them, but I think this one is probably the biggest, and it's the lack of explosive plays. And when you look at the explosive play rate throughout the entire league right now, the Cowboys are right there towards the bottom. They are even with teams like the Cleveland Browns, the Steelers, the Bears, and the Panthers. Those are the types of teams you are associated with through 2 games as it pertains to how often you are generating explosive plays for your offense. This is either a 10 or more yard run or a 20 or more yard pass. And so they are struggling at this in a very big way right now. And I saw from Warren Sharp, this was just before the season started, and I noted it. And what the explosive play stuff reveals is that, and this is for a context of just any play that's 15 or more yards. If you don't have any plays on a drive that go for 15 or more yards, you have a 2.3% chance to score a touchdown.
My goodness.
If you have 0 explosives on your drive, you have under 3% chance of scoring a touchdown. If you have just one explosive play, one play that goes for 15 or more yards on your drive, you have a 28% chance at scoring a touchdown. You're like literally 10 times more likely to score a touchdown on a drive if you just have at least one play that is considered explosive, which is 15 or more yards. And the Cowboys right now cannot do it. And then when you couple that with their red zone offense being what it is, so you can't generate explosive plays to score touchdowns. Okay, well then you want to nickel and dime your way down the field, and then you get into the red zone, maybe you're dialed there, and that's how you can make up for the fact that you're not very explosive offensively. Well, unfortunately, through 2 games, you're not very good in the red zone either. So this is a huge problem, and I think there's a multitude of reasons for this. Do you guys think that's more of a lack of players issue? Is that a personnel issue, or do you look at that as more of a concept and scheme and design issue?
I think the concept and scheme can work if they would have enough good players. I don't think they have a good running back. I don't think they have a good enough line, and I don't think they have enough depth at playmaking positions. But this is really depressing. I mean, they're not getting explosives. You can't run the ball. I mean, this is not painting a good picture. Really, 30 points per game last year, you have to wonder how much are they going to fall here in 2024 in the offensive point per game rankings.
Seems like we were having the same conversation this time last year, right? The first portion of the season.
Yeah, first 4 or 5 games.
Where are the explosive plays? This offense is kind of living in like a 15-yard box, and then, the bye week came and things changed. So I guess maybe I'm holding on to a little optimism that this is just early in the season, and maybe the game stripped against Cleveland when you get a big lead, and maybe you didn't want to.
Well, you're seeing good physical defenses right now,
sure.
Right? I mean,
yeah,
let's get back in division and have some 40 burgers.
Yes,
balance things out.
I mean, hey, who you're playing against? I mean, Baltimore, the AFC North. That's probably going to be a physical game again on Sunday. But I do think when you got Brandon Cooks more involved, that was an issue from the start of the season last year. Then some more explosive plays happen. It can't just be CeeDee Lamb. Like right now, I think CeeDee Lamb's the only person you can rely on for explosive plays on offense. You're not going to get it running the football. You got to find a way to get Brandon Cooks more involved. Maybe Tolbert can step up for you. Fergie's out. Is he coming back?
See, that's where I would focus because Ferguson averaged 10 yards a catch for you last year. There's your metric of 10-plus yards for an explosive play. This guy had 71 catches, but an average of 10.7 yards.
And he's good after the catch.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's not. You're right. They don't have enough. But if a guy like Ferguson, and maybe he wouldn't have made a difference in that game the other day, but if you're taking away a guy out of that mix that averages 10 yards a catch, that you're losing some explosive there. Maybe he catches the ball 4 times. That could be 40 yards worth of explosive plays for you there. So do they need to get better? Sure. Playing out Ferguson, I don't think helps.
Yeah. Oh, no question about it. Yeah, absolutely. But that just shows you how fragile things are and how lacking of skill set, like skill players that can really do some damage down the field. It should, like with Ferguson's out, it's not like you're middle of the pack offensively. You're down there, and again, small sample, but you're down there. There's only 3 teams worse than you in the sport at it right now. So I don't think Ferguson's fixing all of those problems, but there's no question him being healthy is a huge factor.
Brooks falling down could have been a big play for you.
Right.
We talked about Tolbert along the sidelines, but didn't extend for the ball. That could have been a big play. Yeah, they've. How about the fact that the quarterback missed on the wheel route that we talked about, threw the ball short, that got knocked down. There could have been some explosive plays out there, but they didn't. You're right, they didn't execute them at all, and that's hurt you.
I'm glad you brought this topic up because I talk a lot about the run game, right? And people will invariably say on social media, "You're an idiot. Don't you know chunk plays dictate who wins the game?" Why can't the Cowboys get chunk plays? They're not making the defense defend the whole field. Correct. You get the chunk play when they have to worry about what might happen.
Right, and the running game helps to open things up.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. You always have to have some substance of a running game if you want to have success in the league. I mean, there's no question points will come from big plays, absolutely. But if you look at teams who are winning in January, they all have some form of a running game. You can't just ignore the run.
Yeah, it puts way too much on Dak. It's unfair to him. It's insane that they can't figure that out.
You're asking him to basically be Superman every single game, and
what's his nickname in high school, by the way?
Well,
yeah, that's what his buddies called him.
They called Dak Superman.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
Got the S on his chest
because he played everything at the best. He was the baller in basketball and football. It's like, dude, this guy just shows up and
just a badass.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Just another little topic here as it pertains to the explosive stuff. I did see that Patrick Mahomes, after his 44-yard touchdown pass to Rashee Rice, he's now already thrown as many deep touchdown passes, 20 or more air yards this season, as the previous 2 seasons combined.
Wow.
That was like, I thought Next Gen might be trying to ball sack me on that one. For the last 2 seasons, Mahomes over the last 2 years only had 2 touchdowns that were 20 or more air yards.
And it's still not humming. I think he threw for $151 on Sunday.
Yes. No, hey, listen, for as much as we talk about Joe Burrow and the confidence you have in him, probably the main reason you feel better about the Bengals versus the Chiefs than any other team versus the Chiefs is because of what Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator, has been able to do in stifling Mahomes and that Chiefs offense plenty. And so, it was only 151 yards or whatever for Mahomes over the weekend, and so that was definitely not good. But just the idea that he's already thrown as many deep touchdown passes this season as he had the 2 previous seasons combined is just absolutely ridiculous. But okay, looking elsewhere now, good news is when you look at the Ravens at this particular thing, as it pertains to the explosive plays, they're only a tick better than you at this point. So it's not like they've been absolutely lighting the world on fire with huge plays. And a couple other Ravens nuggets, their kicking situation. You definitely have the kicking advantage.
Yeah.
We know that with our guy Aubrey, but, I mean...
Tucker's missing 50-yard field goals now, huh?
Yeah.
Kickers, he's the only 2 misses, I think, in the league from 50-plus this year.
Yes, I saw that. Kickers are currently 35 of 37 on field goals that are longer than 50 yards this year.
I didn't realize, maybe because I wasn't paying attention late, but that game-winning extra point last night was from 49 yards.
Yes.
After the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty.
Younghoe Koo, man, that was a nerve-wracking PAT, but he made it. Thank goodness gracious.
Yeah, thank God he did make it. But yeah, some people were thinking maybe you should take that penalty and put that on the kickoff so that your offense just starts a little bit sooner. So I don't really know what the right play is there.
You know what, man?
That probably would have been the play.
Yeah, that would have. But that guy would have probably kicked it to the 1, put it back to the. You move it back, and he's going to kick it down there.
Yeah, that's when I guess you needed to scout how strong is that kicker's leg.
Yeah, I mean, how strong is his leg? Can he kick it inside that red zone or what do they call it, the green zone or
the green zone?
What do they call it? They got a name for that thing.
The landing zone.
The landing zone. There you go.
It's a landing zone, not a strip. It's a zone.
Yeah, I don't know what the metrics or analytics would reveal about what you should do there in that scenario, but I mean, pushing him back to make it basically a 50-yard game-winning field goal is ultimately the pressure you're putting on that kicker right there.
Right.
That's, I mean,
it's big.
I think that's a fair thing to do, but I know Hagee was like, man, I would have just put that and forced that on the kickoff, so now my offense maybe has better field position as they go and try and get a game-winning field goal themselves.
That's fair.
So, yeah, plenty of decisions to second-guess with the Eagles last night. Now, you have also, when it comes to the Ravens, over the past 4 years, they have lost 10 games where they had a lead in the fourth quarter by 7 or more points.
Wow.
Which is obviously first in the league over that span. So they just did it to the Raiders.
The Eagles are trying to catch up with them on this. Eagles, I think, have lost 4 games in the last 2 minutes. They've got
that's brutal.
They got a pretty nice little streak going here too.
This Ravens thing is weird. Like you said, brought us yesterday, you think of the Ravens as being more of like a buttoned-up kind of team.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're up by a touchdown or more in the fourth quarter, you should not be losing that. But they have done it at a bigger rate than anybody over the last 4 seasons. And so we'll see. We'll see what it looks like in the fourth quarter here. But this is the one team that maybe the Cowboys, if they do get down early in this game, you could feel like, hey, guys, we can have some resilience. We still have a chance to go here. We don't just have to put up 3 points in the second half.
Is that the downfall of the running quarterback who's not a great passer? We're going to load up on you. We know you're running. You're probably going to give it to your running back because you're up,
Raven fans were losing their mind on social media about Harbaugh and the clock management. Feels like that's kind of the theme, like the coaches and the bad clock management. Maybe that has something to do with it, but that could be like, hey, you can't close out a game that way. But I know the Cowboys, DallasCowboys.com put out, they're 12-2 in the last 3 years following a loss. They've been really good. Only the Bills they're tied with the Bills for the most wins after a loss during that span. So there's a little chicken soup for your Cowboy soul.
Yeah, man. We'll take what we can get right now.
That right now.
Yeah, we need anything that we can get. The Ravens are going to be coming in here. I mean, this is about as must win as it gets. They're going to have the Bills. They have the Bengals. This is all coming up for them. If they drop to 0-3, and then you got to take on the Bills, which the Bills are playing much like the Saints to some extent, just like the best football in the sport through 2 weeks. That's what we were thinking, that they were going to have a down year. Not the case. Buffalo is absolutely clicking. So if you're a Ravens fan right now, you have to be nervous because you're better than 0-2. You're a better football team than that. But you lose to the Cowboys, all of a sudden now it's Buffalo, now it's Cincinnati. Goodness gracious, that's tough sledding there.
Would
so
you play 10 in the box and dare them to throw the ball if you're the Cowboys? I mean, I'm just being
just play the Kincaid defense.
I mean, would you just say, okay, we're going to load the box up so badly, we're going to dare you to throw the ball on us.
If for both teams, you want to play to the weakness. If you're the Ravens,
dare Dallas to run. Dare Dallas to run.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
And dare the Ravens to throw.
Yep.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. Yeah, and the Ravens' offensive line is a problem. So I know that brought us tomorrow.
Oh, their right tackle's giving up a ton of pressure, I believe. Is when I looked at the little metrics on who was giving up pressures and stuff. Mm-hmm. I think it's their right tackle that's had some problems.
Well, they
had some problems this last game.
They had to go up against Max Crosby the entire game. That dude doesn't miss a snap.
No.
He has to be the only defensive lineman that doesn't get any type of rotation. 100% of the snaps Max Crosby has played to start the season. That's his track record. Yeah. He's just an absolute Iron Man. Do you guys remember when there was a restaurant in Charlotte, North Carolina that had the Carolina Panthers owner David Tepper storming in there to have some confrontation because he didn't like the way they were conducting their business, making fun of the Panthers with some signage? So they did that, I guess that was last year where it was, or over the offseason, please let the coach and GM pick this year. That was like the sign outside their restaurant there, and he stormed in there and had a word with them. Well, they're back now. This is the Dilworth Neighborhood Grill, and their new sign has Mayfield, and it says 2-0. Darnold 2-0. Rule for Matt Rule 3-0, and then Young for Bryce Young 0-2. So their last couple of starting quarterbacks, Mayfield and Darnold, they have their undefeated record up, and then their last coach is now it's 2 coaches ago, Matt Rule, and he's 3-0. So I wonder if Tepper's going to storm in there after they've benched Bryce Young. Who do you guys think is now the next favorite to be the quarterback that gets benched? Now that Bryce Young's already been the first quarterback benched on the season, who's the next guy in line to get sent to the bench?
Danny Dimes.
Danny Dimes 4-1. Nice work, Wolchuk. And then it's Bo Nix. Then it's Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, Bo Nix? No. I heard so many good things about Bo Nix this summer.
Yeah, in the preseason, it seemed like all the rookies were playing really well. Then the actual real football started, and we've regressed.
Yeah, joke's on you if you're buying into the Bo Nix hype. And then Will Levis would be after that, and Gardner Minshew. So
Will Levis, what are you doing?
He's doing unforgivable things.
I mean,
it's like, dude, just play to live another day, and you're fine.
He's a walking brain fart at the quarterback position.
I guess.
A lot of that going on. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, coming up next, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. LA Live's right around the corner. What'd you think of what happened in the postgame locker room last night for the Eagles? And what's Micah have to say about the Cowboys' big loss? We'll have the audio on that for you next here. It's the GBag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic, though. Imagine feeling unstoppable again. You know what that was like?
Hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top, baby. Brought to you by the On Time Experts. Segments presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Just a reminder to the Jones family, if either of you are heading home right now, you want to win with Dak, get him a running game. 500 quarterback now when he throws 35 times or more, 25 and 25 in his career. That's 50 game sample size. What's his record when he throws 40-plus times? 8 and 16. It's just not going to work. I don't know. Some quarterbacks can make it work with like, hey, the running game's not working, so we're going short passing game, like Tom Brady was famous for that. Running game doesn't work, we're going to short passing game the hell out of you with like guys like Dion Lewis. Yeah. Until, you're gashed so much right around the line of scrimmage, we'll make you defend that part of the field one way or another. I don't think Dak is accurate enough in that short passing game and screen game to hit guys on the run in a way that allows them to make explosive plays. So that's just a note on that. But, Brian, I wanted to get your thoughts on this story out of Philly last night. The Eagles' epic loss was glorious. Eagles' tears taste the best. And we're trying to, get a good handle on to what extent that coaching staff is in a bad way. We do know the GM moved on from your guy Doug Peterson shortly after they won the Super Bowl. Nick Sirianni appears in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Last year was a train wreck. They kept him. And last night, a report, and I don't know what you make of this, Brian, but they said no coaches addressed the team afterwards. They just kind of went silent. Jalen Hurts said something, and that was it. In football, do the coaches need to address the team?
I think post game you want to have some comments to the team. I think the head coach. I always found in a loss in the locker room that all the coaches went around to their players, and the one thing you do is just make sure they're okay.
Yeah,
you physically, you could after a loss. I mean, the locker rooms are the worst. We've all been a part of these situations, but I always just remember coaches after a tough loss or a bad loss that hey, you okay? And the players nod, and they're taking their tape off and their pads off and stuff. But I don't ever remember after a game where the player did Jalen Hurts stand up and say something to the team, or they just not say anything at all?
Oh, the players did.
Okay,
but the coaches did not.
I don't think I've ever been in a locker room. I've been in a locker room before where the coaches left, like pregame, and then a guy like Reggie White or somebody like that stood up and said things.
Yeah, sometimes it's
but
special.
never post. It just was, hey, all right, you kind of get the schedule, and then we'll break things down tomorrow, and everybody get your treatments and stuff, and that's kind of where it goes from there.
The Eagles homers are saying we're a player-led locker room. Chuck, you buying that, or is this major dysfunction?
No, it sheds light on the story that came out before the season, right, with the disconnect between the head coach and the quarterback with Nick Sirianni. I think Sirianni comes across as a guy. Look, nobody handles losing well, really. Like, that's not a trait that I think anybody who's a competitor has. But as a head coach, especially week 2 of the season, a loss like that, you need to make sure that doesn't resonate. You better have something to say to make sure your guys realize we got a lot of football left, okay? We blew an opportunity. We need to get back and lift ourselves up and fight back next week and make sure we get this taste out of our mouth. So to hear that they didn't talk, that makes me think this 2-9 record they've got since 10-1. This head coach is getting fired midseason. That would be my prediction.
Man, they were a 99 percentile to go 2-0 last night with just some really unfortunate ekers. Maybe the luck has gone against them finally.
Well, now they got to go to New Orleans and then to Tampa. So, I mean, two teams that in the NFC right now are as hot as anybody.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Not going to get any easier.
Yeah, they got their work cut out for him. And, man, watching Hurts play is exciting, I think, because he brings so much power. But I just think of the knee last year, and every time he's doing the stutter step, I mean, those are big, violent cuts, and he's leading with his head. Like, how much of that would you want to do if you're Philadelphia right now?
His shoulder's so bad, too.
Is it?
His shoulder's been bad.
I remember that from 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's never going to get healthy for him. It's just not. And so, yeah, but they've that's, like I say, the players, there's a lot of blame going on around there. And I think that's the thing about it is that maybe the player jumped in, maybe Hurts jumped in because of what happened at the end of last year. And he wanted to make sure that, listen, we ain't going through that crap again the last 5-6 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
We're gonna settle this right now. If anybody's got anything to say, let's say it, that kind of thing. But I can say it's unusual that the head coach doesn't say a few words to the team before they get their showers and head on.
Couple of Micah Parsons cuts here. Speaking of talking after a tough loss, here's Micah on his thoughts on the New Orleans game.
My biggest takeaways from that game, one, the effort was not there by all 11. It doesn't matter who plays well, who didn't play well. The effort by all 11 wasn't there. The basic fundamentals of the game of football was not there. And, at the end of the day, you have a standard of who you are during training camp and throughout this process to get you ready for the season. We didn't uphold that standard. That wasn't the Dallas Cowboys that I saw or I knew that showed up last week. It was not the same team this week. Was it the preparation? What was it? I don't know, but I'm determined to get this thing right. As you said, I'm trying to step up this year. I'm trying to be that guy for our team, and we have to be a whole lot better. And it's going to start. It started today. I feel like we made a big jump. Obviously, breaking down the film is hard to watch. At the end of the day, coming on to the show, coming out live, it's hard to talk about the losses. It's hard to take it. But anyway, we got to take this loss and learn from it, right? It's early in the season. It's kind of reminders to the Broncos a couple of years ago, Arizona last year. But the championship's not won right now. We got a whole lot of time to get this together. We got a whole lot of time to keep getting better. And this is going to be a big week to kind of get better.
It's amazing the Jekyll and Hyde. They can't stop the run. They look like one of the worst teams in the NFL at it. They can rush the passer like one of the best. They will blow the doors off of non-playoff teams usually. Averaging 38 points against them. But you put them against a playoff team, and other than Detroit last year, who they probably shouldn't have won that game, they then go look horrible. I don't know how you explain it. It does not, add up. But I would disagree with what Micah said. I don't think this is effort. I think it's your guys are really not good at reading that offense and playing against physical fronts. I think that's what it comes down to. There's no we're better than that. No, you're not. I don't want to hear that anymore. You're just not.
Yeah, I think now, you your first taste with a new defensive coordinator and a new defensive scheme, it was a similar result that we saw the last time that happened, right, in the playoffs. So that speaks to a player issue. That's a personnel issue to me. Dan Quinn, maybe we unfairly gave him a little too much blame with some of that stuff last year. And he didn't have the horses to really go out there and execute.
He might have had the answers bringing the one safety up. That might be what he knew he had to do with his defensive line and linebackers to have any fighting chance in hell. So those are the kind of things that I look at and become convinced that this is going to be a multi-year process to build it into something that can make us proud again.
Yes. This is we can't be surprised when we continue to lament the way that they team build, and then you find out that you have giant holes in multiple places on your roster. Yeah. And you can blame we're dependent on a lot of young guys. Looked like a young team out there. Well, yeah, that's by design. That's how you decided you wanted to go into the season. Mm-hmm. And when you're paying a bunch of guys a lot of money, so you're telling us by that you're trying to contend for something. Well, how much contending are you really trying to do if you're depending on 4 rookies to start and you're depending on two mid-30s guys on your interior D-line that nobody wanted in August, so you were like, sure, we'll grab you. And then you're going to chalk it up to just savvy off-season work there. It's not savvy when you get pushed around and just get your teeth kicked in.
No, it's not. No, that's bottom fishing, Okay, so cut 2 from Micah. What changed from Cleveland?
The fans have a lot of questions. What was the difference between this week and last week? Honestly, to my standard and level, I wouldn't say there's a big drop-off. But, I don't know if it was just an earlier game or, but we weren't flying to the ball the same way. We weren't striking blocks the same way. We weren't playing complementary football. And I keep telling you guys, complementary football is so big in the NFL. Special teams has to be clicking. Offense has to be clicking. Defense has to be clicking. And we just weren't clicking defensively. I thought Dak played a really good game. And we did not help our quarterback.
Yeah, it's that whole thing where every time you lose, you're like, that's just not us.
Yeah, well, they got to play complementary football against good football teams. Then that's the issue. Like, you play complementary football when you're playing in your division, which you're kick ass against. That's awesome. Which you're not making the playoffs unless you win your division. That's cool. But when you're playing against quality opponents, it's like, all right, the defense gets your ass kicked, the offense can't keep pace, right? Or your offense just isn't playing well, like we've seen in the San Francisco losses. Your defense keeps you in there. It's like our buddy Voch Lombardi. It's the peanut butter and jelly. They can't ever seem to have it both together. They got the peanut butter one week. Where's the jelly? They got the jelly this week. They didn't bring the peanut butter, right? It's like they keep harping complimentary football. Guys, when you're in a game against a quality opponent, show up. Let's figure out a way to actually play that, not just against the bottom feeders in the NFL.
Does everybody agree with Micah that Dak played good or played well?
No, Dak left plays on the field. He absolutely did. But they were also asking him to have to play at a superhuman level, which is just an unfair task for any quarterback to have to play at.
Yeah, you're just not in a situation where there can be 3 or 4 throws that could have, created the chunk play or created points that you didn't hit. There's not many opportunities that they're giving you because they don't have to worry about your run game at all. So you're already like up creek without a paddle if you're Dak, and then you miss a couple of easier throws.
If you get it, but like 21-13, okay, you're back in the game. You hit the big play to CD, awesome. Defense, now's your time. Now the momentum's starting to swing. Now's when you need to step up. You talk about this is the series. Step up, get a stop. They didn't. Right now It's 28-13. Boom. You blink your eyes. And if you're on the offensive side, it's like, well, can we keep doing this? You're starting to doubt yourself as well.
Well, for sure, because they're constantly doubting themselves. At that point, still you're looking at it's a 2-score game in the second quarter. Nobody. Exactly. Yes. As a fan, you're throwing crap and you're totally ticked off. But reality tells you, if you have any type of backbone, that you're still in this game. At home, okay, it's a 2-score game. This isn't out of this world and it's over. And then from there, what did your offense do for you? It gave you 6 points, gave you 2 more field goals. That your offense just disappeared. It's like, hey guys, let's gather ourselves. Let's get to the locker room at halftime. Come out here and let's start like doing something here. I mean, you had a chance to make it a 2-score game with like 14 minutes left in the game.
You had the double dip opportunity at half.
Yeah.
And then you have the interception.
Exactly.
And then the Saints go right back and score.
You gave yourself chances to like, okay, hey, this game doesn't have to be over, but your offense never gave you. Neither side of the ball gave you a chance.
The Chiefs are bringing back Kareem Hunt to the running back room. The Dolphins put Tua on IR there with the concussion. The Steelers' Week 3 plan is Justin Fields at quarterback. I don't know how it could be any other way. Other cool stuff happening in sport. Tennessee is hiking ticket prices to pay the players. A 10% talent fee added to ticket prices starting in 2025 with the money going into revenue sharing. I saw the state of Georgia pass a law as well that they're going to make it possible just for the university to pay the players. I think this could be the first step in just creating contracts. How long do you want to be at this university?
I think
because we need more continuity. It's really starting to mess with the fan experience.
I would think that would be the one thing that I think that it would help the programs itself, knowing how long they're going to have kids there.
Yeah.
You can either sign a 1-year contract or a 3-year contract.
4.
And then, maybe after the 3rd year, if you want to sign the 4th year, you can. But I think that if the universities knew how long they were going to have players for, and then once you sign the contract, if it's a year contract, when your year's up, you can move.
Yeah.
If after 3 years, you can move after that. But if you break your contract, I think that's where the NCAA maybe needs to step in and say, wait a minute, You had a contract you submitted. You said you're going to be here for 3 years. We can't let you be eligible now.
Yeah.
Unless it's a circumstance where something like a player's family member passes away or something, or he has to be closer to home. He has to go back and play. I think it's a case-by-case situation.
The pendulum was on the university side for decades. It swung back strongly on the player side. I think they got to find some sort of a happy medium in there.
Yeah.
CBS is expanding coverage of your Masters tournament, Brian. They're going to be bringing golf fans more Masters than ever before.
There you go.
And they're famous for, not showing like half the day on Thursday and Friday.
It's crazy that I wish they'd let me go to it more. They always turn me down when I apply for the tickets.
Yeah.
You go for the lottery, and I've been twice, and I'd go every year if they let me go.
You shouldn't have eaten all the damn pimento sandwiches last
I'll tell you
time.
what, the beer is really cheap, and the pimento cheese sandwiches are excellent. They have ice cream bars that are good, too.
They got a lot of good stuff going on there.
Yeah, they do, and they're all cheap.
The peach ice cream stuff,
so
man.
good.
Oh, my gosh. That looked fantastic.
Georgia peach.
And the world's top soccer players might be heading for a strike. According to Man City midfielder Rodri, they are close. The top international players
Not paid enough?
play up to 85 games a year.
Oh, there we go.
They're just like, you're running us ragged here with all the different competitions.
Now I understand. Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely getting enough money.
I was like, with this one.
Yeah, I was going, boo. And then all of a sudden, it's like they play 85 games. I went, ooh.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's like a game every 4 days for the entire calendar.
That's crazy.
You're traveling around the world.
90 minutes on a 120 by 60 pitch. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Mama told me one day it was gonna happen. Wish she would have told me when. She said it would happen when I was much older. Wish it would have happened. Is this the end?
Go, Lucius.
Oh, man. We'll get into that right after the great Rick James, y'all.
All right, you squares. Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
It's a Toxic Tuesday.
Well, police in Massachusetts say a man used a waffle to assault his wife. Officers in Lowell say the couple got into an argument over waffles and the health problems that could come from using too much syrup. Well, the husband allegedly got so upset he slapped his wife across the face with a soggy waffle. Police say she had the proof, bits of waffle stuck in her hair. He was released from jail so he could attend his divorce hearing tomorrow.
I bet he did. I bet he did.
Yeah. Soggy waffle?
You guys get the soggy waffle, bro. She has some waffle remnants in her hair. Like, look, it's right here. Look. Oh, man. Toxic stuff. This is LA Live for Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Man, it is a hell of a Toxic Tuesday, too. A sad and shockingly Toxic Tuesday. If you're Gen X or a millennial like myself, you were outside for the Puff Daddy run. You were outside from intern to CEO, Puff Daddy. From local party promoter to mogul, Puff Daddy. Uptown Records to Bad Boy Records, Puff Daddy.
He's been puffing on some daddies.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You know, he's got his name Puff Daddy because he had a little attitude when he was younger.
Okay.
And when he would get mad, he'd puff up. You know, breathing like that. So they gave him the name Puffy.
I thought it might be a Puff the Magic Dragon thing all these years.
Nah, my aunt caught me smoking Black & Mild, so she called me Puff Daddy for a year.
Hey, Puff Daddy. Smoke him up, Lucius.
She called me Puff Daddy. Yeah, oh, sad day, but we'll get into it in just a second. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every day on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find GBag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here! Cowboy fans, gather around, gather around. This man's name is Two Icy Juice Cuz. Two Icy Juice Cuz. He has a cowboy freestyle for the Cowboys.
Hey, I hope you know
Dallas Cowboys, y'all is done. I've been watching y'all.
Dallas.
Hey, I hope you know Dallas Cowboys, y'all is done. I've been watching y'all since I was young than a bitch, and I've just been looking dumb. I hope you know I don't even know why the team is stacked, because New Orleans came in there and straight put the belt to the ass. I hope you know I wasn't even going to complain. But how y'all have a whole offseason and come out looking exactly the same? I hope you know y'all should be worried. At this point, if it ain't the team of the coaches, what is it? The damn jerseys? I hope you know the defense look like Dookie. Every player on the other team the first half got the ball and started booking. I hope you know I can't even be mad, dog. I done came to the realization that losing is just y'all. I hope you know, Mike, your playbook is weak. I am so tired of seeing these lame-ass jet sweeps. I hope you know I can tell y'all why y'all suck. Because in the crunch time, don't none of y'all drop nuts. I hope the worst. This is exactly the same team from Green Bay. I hope you know I was looking for Micah. Did he even play? I hope you know I am done. Every season is a repeat. And I hope you know I'm rooting for y'all ugly ass next week, stupid pig.
That's good.
That's tough love right there.
That's tough love. At the very end, he's still stuck around, though.
Yep.
He's in a toxic relationship with the Dallas Cowboys. He is. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. The feds ran down on Puff Daddy. The feds ran down last night. Sean Diddy Combs was arrested in New York City on Monday night. This happened during the football game, during the fourth quarter. I was sitting down in the darn reclining chair, minding my business, cracking my toes, just watching the game. Looked at the phone and said, the feds, Puff Daddy is in federal, what is that called?
Custody?
Custody!
Yeah. Yes.
Custody!
So was
My mind is blown right now.
Homeland Security got him.
Was he missing, or was he hiding out?
No, he wasn't hiding out. He was cooperating. He knew that the indictments were coming down on him, so he said he was going to be around New York. And if you check like his kids' Instagrams and his Instagram or whatnot, he was having a good time, like spending time with his family.
There you go.
Oh my God, man. 54-year-old rap mogul was taken into custody in Manhattan. There we go, custody again there. Combs was was a focus of a months-long sex trafficking investigation conducted by Homeland Security.
You got him, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Man, you have no idea, bro. I felt like Henry Hill, Goodfellas, in the shower when I heard this Puff Daddy press conference drop. I'm telling you, man, I'm a millennial. I watched this whole run. Parties all about the Benjamin. You would hear it 5 times in a row and everybody go crazy each time. To see him go down like this is really sad. Sad ending to the story. Plus, most of these charges are against Cassie. And I think Cassie is one of them. She's up there with Christina Milian and Maya up there in my book. She's one of them.
Top tier.
And the way he was treating her in that video, kicking her around like a dog and everything, I can't believe it. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Here's what I heard this morning.
Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
Miss Lady T, it is sad. It is damn sad. Yes, I can be sad about this. Yes, it's due he did it to himself, but I can be sad about it. Don't tell me how to feel about something right now. What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're mourning a legend.
Yes, man.
Yeah.
I watch this man rise up like that, okay? And he'll give you some type of motivation sometimes. So, yes, it's sad to see he did it to himself. Come on now.
As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Y'all hear that? Arson?
Yeah.
Arson.
Wow. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers.
What?
Male commercial sex workers.
He forced you to do this, man. So you had to travel around with Puff Daddy. He thought you was cute and everything. Hey, I want y'all to do a little freak off for me. Dang, bro.
some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victim.
Which all, I mean, you know, which all are, if you're doing it the right way, consenting adults is pretty fun.
To keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. In addition to the violence.
That's Cassie he's talking about right there. It's Cassie.
The indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs.
And that's where he was wrong right there. Like, everything else is just, okay, you're a freak. And if you can get a consenting adults to do this, that's fine. But the fact you start forcing people and you're beating them up and you're like, you know, bullying them with money and jobs and career type of situation, that's where you made your mistakes.
Filming them without them knowing.
Filming them without them consent. And the thing is, bro, like, when you see, like, R. Kelly or who else got caught in these weird situations? When you see these guys get caught in these weird situations, it's like, people will do this for you. You don't have to force them and do weird things. You can find the right cast to do this with you, man.
Yeah, there's some deviancy to the forcing and the, you know, that is what they're really doing it for, like the power of it.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, maybe that is.
What is up with guys when they get a whole lot of power and money? They might lose it on you. They might lose it.
Yeah.
Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Puff Daddy, R. Kelly. Come on, bro.
He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims.
And the fact that they keep calling it freak-offs.
Yeah, I know. Freak-off.
It is kind of funny.
He's just spitting the freak-off.
Oh, my God.
That is pretty good. Is there anything in here about, like, the male R&B singers that, you know, were trying to make a career?
We don't know.
We don't know. Is
the investigation's still going on. They're still looking. Like, if you're connected to Puff Daddy, you need to run.
Yeah.
You need to run. If you was involved with them freak-offs, you need to get out of here, cuz.
The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff.
So that means all of you guys are involved with this if you don't talk about what happened with PD. We want you to turn over and be state's evidence. If not, we're going to have a press conference with your name in it. Oh, my God.
Yeah. You're not blowing the whistle.
The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles.